with another mega summary here on the channel, this time for Mistborn, Era 1 by Bibbiderbop Stiggitabiggle. This is one of the best-selling fantasy franchises of the last several decades, and I'm kind of just really excited to get this one into my catalog of mega summaries, included amongst the ranks of Red Rising, Greenbone Saga, and the Wheel of Time. Now we'll have the adventures of Vin and Kelsier. Before we get into it though, if you would like to go ahead and see this video uncensored, just for $1 over on Patreon, you'll also be getting future summaries like this a few weeks early because I release them book by book there before dropping them as a magnum opus on YouTube. But now, let's go ahead and start summarizing Book 1 of Mistborn Era 1, Mistborn, The Final Empire, which usually they just have Mistborn bigger or exclusively on the cover now, because it's very common for a fantasy series to just have the first book be titled the series name. Look at Red Rising, where Book 1 is Crimson Upwards. Now, as we begin the story of Mistborn, aka The Final Empire, it's important for you to be aware that this story takes place on the planet of or as it's better known, Scadrial, within the wider Cosmere. For those of you who don't know, Brandon Sanderson is a fantasy author who has a boatload of works out there, and quite a few of them, not all of them, are actually taking place in the literal same universe on different planets. Mistborn takes place on Scadrial, and as the title does let you know, we are within the Final Empire, as it's ruled over by, guess who? The Lord Ruler. That's pretty easy to remember. But things aren't very great in the Final Empire because there is a rigid class system. There are higher nobles and lower nobles, but beneath all of them are the Ska, who look a lot like normal people, and if they weren't shitheads on top would be treated just fine because they are regular people. It's just that the nobility on this world were the friends of the Lord Ruler when he came to power and became a living god thousands of years ago. And because of breeding and generations and generations and generations, there's a massive population of noble houses and then everyone else underneath them. Just how bad is it for the Ska people? Legally, nobles can do pretty much anything they want to the Ska. It's just that if they happen to get one pregnant, it's advised they kill them.
What is wrong with you people?
Yeah, Mistborn's often talked about not being as dark as like many other fantasy series, and it's not the darkest, but there's stuff in here that's like, Jesus, dude. But our actual narrative begins with us following none of the main characters' POVs, and instead we're following the soon to totally still be alive for a long time, Lord Tresting, as he is meeting with an obligator sent from a higher noble. Obligators are a group within the Final Empire that work for both the noble houses and the Lord Ruler, and essentially act as contract cementers and also report to the Lord Ruler. So it allows him to have eyes and ears within all of the noble houses and keeps them true to their word to each other. Lord Tresting has this plantation filled with Ska, and he's trying to strike a deal that'll be quite lucrative for him through this higher house, and deal! Good for you, buddy. I'm glad it worked out. But why is that one Ska out in the plantation just staring mad daggers at Lord Tresting? I mean, there's a guy out there who is just like, full-on Clockwork Orange, I'm coming for you, buddy. And Lord Tresting turns to his guards and is like, hey, guards, who's that? He's gone. He pulled a James Franco in Spider-Man 3. Except it was a dude in a plantation, so I imagine he just went, but who was that man? Well, we actually cut to his point of view because it is actually Kelsier, the survivor of the pits of Hathsin.
Does that look like a refrigerator to you?
More on those later. Kelsier is a very famous Ska, and he is someone who roams around having survived the pits of Hathsin and foments rebellion. Now, he comes to this plantation of Ska, walks up to one of their doors and, hey, it's nighttime out here. Could I get some Betty Bye time in your indoor safe space tonight? It'd be lovely if you'd let me in. There's mist out here, so it's spooky. I'm totally scared of the mist. He's not at all. He ends up being referred to as Lord of the Mists. My guy loves him. But you know, these are polite Ska people. So they welcome him in the door. Imagine I'm on the inside of that door. And quickly realize who this is. And they don't want trouble. Kelsier starts talking about some potential rebellious activity.
You can do it! Yes, you can!
But he's not exactly getting the response he wants. And internally, he's just, man. Oh, well, I'm still going to kill the Lord here. And we actually hear a girl start screaming outside because Lord Tresting has noticed one of the 14-year-olds is pretty.
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
Kelsier, by the way, this is very important for you to know about his character early on. His absolute... I just want you to think of your favorite activity and the warm feeling it puts inside you. Like the deep enjoyment you get from your actual favorite thing. That thing for Kelsier is spilling noble blood.
All right, I'm low on bullets. Everybody scooch together.
And the next morning, the Ska wake up, having actually eaten some nice food that Kelsier brought them, go outside, and instead of raining ash like it normally does, by the way, this whole landscape, ashy. You think green trees? These people never even heard of them. They ash trees. Nice, beautiful white snow. Nice, beautiful piles of ash. But on this particular morning, the ash fields are crimson. And they go and check out the manor estate, and everyone inside's been brutalized, murdered so hard. That's why it stopped raining ash and started raining blood. And the also implication that whoever did it so fast, so effectively, that none of the Ska people in the nearby fields heard any screaming is, impressive. But Daniel, wouldn't some of the guards in this estate just be Ska who took a job to have a slightly better life? Kelsier don't care. That's just more people who need killing. Future Daniel here, in front of quite possibly my favorite whiteboard I've ever made for the Hero of Ages, to ask you a huge favor. Making these videos takes months and more effort than I've ever done for any project on the channel, full stop. And while the Wheel of Time one absolutely kicked ass, unfortunately, the Greenbone Saga and Red Rising one were a little more wiffle-waffly, and I know some people got upset with me for jumping from Red Rising to Mistborn without finishing that first, but after talking to some larger YouTubers, they confirmed a theory for me that I needed to train the algorithm to show people these videos and trust that people are willing to sit down and binge these incredibly long series and engage with them. So if you would leave a like, comment, subscribe, share it especially, all that fun stuff, you would be helping train the algorithm to promote these mega videos from me so we can get more of them done in the future. And of course, if you'd like to see these as they're developed, head on over to Patreon, and for just $1, you can see them in the making. But Kelsier is actually not our main POV throughout this book. At least he doesn't get a majority of the first book, Mistborn. And that is because the person who does is Vin. We then switch to the POV of her, and she is a lowly little girl. Not little girl, she's like 16. I mean little girl as in like physically tiny. And this is emphasized again and again throughout the book. Vin?
Smaller.
And she works in a Ska crime syndicate for a man named Kamen. And he is in the middle of a scam where he is trying to convince some representatives from a ministry within the Empire to make a deal with him posing as a minor noble. This emphasizes the fact that there are tons of nobles throughout this land because the Empire's kids have really gotten at it, I guess. And it's gotten to the point where you can just pretend to be one if you're a Ska, if you dress nice. And they actually do some nice details here where Vin has the observation, because she's being established as smart, if you're pretending to be a desperate noble, don't have your servants dress up as noble servants and instead have them dress up as Ska servants. Ooh.
Check out the big brain on
Vin. And originally Kamen's gonna actually hit her for that, but then he's like, good point. And also Vin uses her luck on him. Kamen thinks of Vin as a good luck charm, but she actually is emotionally pressing herself on people and able to soothe them. That was a wink I just tried, with a power that she doesn't even quite understand. Ignore the 10 and the elemental sign for 10 there. This meeting goes strangely though, because after Vin does her little emotional push on the fella, he starts acting a bit strange and instead says, how about you all come and meet with me at the ministry tomorrow? Yeah, let's do that. Let's have another meeting real quick. And Kamen just thinks that's fine. Smart guy Kamen.
Now I
Somehow not.
suspicious.
We then quickly cut back to Kelsier, who's actually within the same city, Luthadel, as Vin now, and he's meeting up with his buddy, Doxson. And Doxson, great vibes. What a wonderful fella. He's a former plantation Ska that now works in Kelsier's crew. What's Kelsier's crew? Thieving group. Kelsier, the survivor, hath sinned? Oh, you thought he was like some Hercules? He is a little bit, but also Trying to get that bag.
The best way to scare a
Noble.
is to read and get rich.
And he got it at one point, and then he lost it. You'll see. But Doxson quickly tells Kelsier, hey, important news. I think I may have found a misting among one of the ska crews, and we should probably intervene because they don't know what they're dealing with. And that little girl, 16-year-old, but like tiny person girl, if she's found, will be killed because she is the byproduct of a noble having a child with a ska, which is not allowed. So whoever her parents are will be killed, and she will. So we should go help her. And Kelsier goes, bet, let's go. Cutting back to Vin, we see she's at her meeting, noting the fact that she has a earring her mom gave her in her ear. And don't worry about her standing on a mousetrap I've drawn, and the fact that there are more nobles in the room watching her. She does her same little emotional trick, and the second she does it to one of the ministry people in the room, they go, fine, yeah, great. Here's 3,000 boxings. If you want to know how much money that is, 40 corpels. And they're allowed to just go on their way. And Vin internally is just thinking, this is wrong. Everything about this is very, very wrong. Yeah, typically the government's not just going to hand someone 3,000 corpels for no reason. Or 40 corpels, sorry. 3,000 corpels, that'd be way too many. Cutting back to Kelsier's POV, him and Doxson are watching this meeting happen from outside, and they see the ska crew leave and a Steel Inquisitor begin following them. That's bad. That is very bad and scary. What's a Steel Inquisitor? Oh, I'm not gonna jump scare you. I'm not. Seriously, I'm not. I don't believe in doing jump scares here. Instead, I'm just gonna let you look at this horrifying goddamn thing that's going through your brain. Steel Inquisitors are individuals who are rather mysterious, thought of as unkillable. Having one of these after this ska crew is just, it's like a Navy SEAL hunting down kindergartners. There's no good way for this to go for the kindergartners. And so Kelsier goes, all right,
Maximum effort.
let's do it, and doesn't try to kill the Steel Inquisitor. Too dangerous, but instead basically does like the, hey, douchebag, poke you with my powers. Yeah, you want to come catch me? Come catch me. And he runs off, and that way he ruins the Steel Inquisitor's tail, and he can escape the Steel Inquisitor later on.
You so ugly when you go to the bank, they ask you to put on a ski mask.
I just want to appreciate my little rendition of a Steel Inquisitor here. It's surprisingly hard to draw Steel Inquisitors. Anyone who's done like an actually artistic, interesting version of it, kudos. Really gotta line up those spikes. Doxson continues following the ska crew though, and eventually Kelsier is able to find it because of that. But we cut back to Vin's POV, and she's had such a negative gut feeling about everything that just happened. Credit to Vin. Again, Vin smart, that she goes to like her one good friend in this group because her brother left her here after savagely beating her whole life because he kept trying to instill in her that everyone will abandon you, and Vin says, so he abandoned me to make sure I get the lesson.
Yeah, I could like, say I like it like that, like it like that.
Anyway, she goes to her one friend Ulef and says, hey, I think we should get out of here. Bad vibes. And Ulef's a little drunk, like, okay. And so Vin goes off, and then Ulef turns her into Kamen. So she doesn't really have any friends. And Kamen comes up to Vin, drunk, and thinks she's going to betray him to the ministry and starts abusing her, just mean, bad, awful stuff. And Vin tries to do her soothing, but because she just did it, she's depleted and can't. And she just thinks of it as her good luck. And it's so bad. And all of a sudden, you know when Luke Skywalker just choked a motherfucker in Jabba the Hutt's palace? And it was like, damn, Luke. Kelsier. Because we see Kelsier and Doxson walk in on this crew in their hideout, and they're like, nice place. Don't touch the girl. And he tells them, actually, you all here owe me a debt. Did you know that? Why would you owe me a debt? Well, after you left your little meeting, there was a Steel Inquisitor on your tail, and I took care of them. And so Ulef takes the 3,000 boxings and hands them to Kelsier like, I'm so sorry, survivor of Hath Sin. And strangely, Vin is just calm. Is someone good-lucking me? And at that point, Kelsier says, hey, everyone who's not me, Doxson, and the 16-year-old, out. And they all leave. And Kelsier says, hey, and Doxson, like, understands this is a scared cat situation. Is trying to be like, I know, scary guy. You were just being traumatized, but soothe the emotions because we actually emotionally manipulate people all the time in this book. And let's have a conversation. And Vin comes and sits down with them, and Kelsier says, drink this vial of mysterious liquid with weird sediment at the bottom, to which Vin intelligently, again, smart, says,
How about no?
unless you drink it first, and shake it so you get the sediment at the bottom. Kelsier, okay, takes some of it, hands it to her. Now you drink it, please. And Vin, is this metal? All right, fucking weirdo. I have so much good luck right now.
It tastes like coconut. Metal. Oh, wow, yeah!
She has a wealth of the luck power in her head like she's never seen before, and also a plethora of others? And Kelsier goes, wait, others? And that's when a suspicion Kelsier had is confirmed. You see, in this world, you can either access one of the magic metals, or you can access all of them. 2 vertical lines like that in coding means or. So one or all. You drink a vial full of a bunch of them, test it, and oh, Vin's gonna have access to all these powers. She's not just a misting, someone who has access to one, she is Mistborn. Like Kelsier, the guy who just did the blood. Now, there's going to be a training scene later on where Vin learns all of this, but I would like to just have a little segment here where I describe each of the...
Hello, resident allomantic scientist here to explain allomancy to you. Allomancy is fun. You get to do all kinds of cool things, which, as Daniel has just explained, Vin has discovered. So, there are basically 2 groups of powers talked about in this book. Physical powers and mental powers. The physical powers focus around pushing and pulling on metal. Yes, it's weird. I have it on good authority that the author thought of this while watching Star Wars, actually episode 1. There's the scene where Darth Maul points at something and goes whoosh, and it flies across the room, and it hits the wall and opens a door. And I have it on good authority that the author was sitting and watching that and saying, well, what are the vector physics of this? I've always seen people like push, with the force pull things directly toward them, like Luke grabbed his lightsaber. But you're telling me you can point and something flies across the room? That doesn't match how I understand. And being the person that the author is, who is a little obsessive about these things, the author decided, well, what if there were a magic where you had limited telekinesis, but you could only push away from yourself or pull directly toward yourself? And what would you do with equal and opposite reactions? And a light went on in his head, and allomancy was born. So what happens is you can push a metal on a metal, only a metal, by drinking some steel and using these powers. I got the idea, the author got the idea, because I'm here, the scientist, not the author, from just classic potions. The idea that you drink something and metabolize it in interesting ways for a magic system really clicked with the author. And so you drink some steel, you push on sources of metal, and you exert a force from your center of gravity directly on that thing, and it has equal and opposite reactions. If you push on something heavy, you get thrown backward. If you push on something light, it gets thrown forward, and all the gradations in between. Iron, if you drink iron, you can pull things towards you with the same limitations and abilities to manipulate it. If you drink pewter, you can make yourself more endurant and stronger. This is very useful also for a little bit of accelerated healing. If you drink tin, then your senses are expanded. And again, the whole idea of allomancy is this sort of reciprocal push and pull. So there's always costs to each of these things. It enhances your senses, and you become easier to exploit that way. Loud noises will be more devastating to you because you've enhanced your senses. The mental powers focus mostly around pushing and pulling on people's emotions instead of on pieces of metal. Making certain emotions stronger, we call that rioting. Making certain emotions dampened, we call that soothing. Breeze is a soother. This is not mind control. This is influencing people's emotional state and maybe making it a little easier to manipulate you. I understand that the author came up with a lot of these powers based around the ideas of a classical 5-man band thieving crew. If you're going to pull off a heist, what would you need? Well, you need somebody who's pretty good with fast talking. and developed a power that would help with that, but not make it too easy. Same with having somebody as a bruiser, having somebody who's your sneak, where several of those abilities came from. And the last two abilities are very focused on Mistborn, the setting, in that one of the powers lets you hunt down people who can use the powers, and another one hides you. So you've got a seeker who can burn bronze, and bronze lets you find people who are using the powers. And then you have copper clouds, that's what clubs is, who are able to hide this. So it gives me this sort of ability to have, the author, this cat and mouse sort of sneaking around the city and things like that. That is allomancy in a nutshell. However, if you want to understand allomancy, you really need to understand the underpinnings of the entire Cosmere and how shards work. So
Some say that scientist is still trying to explain the whole Cosmere. Godspeed. But I have to keep you on track and explain two more metals, and that would be atium and gold. Atium actually allows those that can burn it to see into the future, and gold allows those that burn it to actually see through the eyes of the past selves they could have been if they made a different choice. Absolutely insane, I know, and I hope you've been taking notes, as we get to do a fun quiz right away. Because Kelsier and Doxson are like, we gotta gather the crew. This is a development. Stay here, Vin. Crew that was here before us, you can come back in. Him and Doxson leave, and Vin has kind of ignored by everyone. Why did the survivor of Hassan? Let's just not talk about it. And then Kelsier and his crew return, and once again they tell everyone, bounce.
Bitches leave.
But this allows us to be introduced to Kelsier's crew, composed of mostly mistings. Let's talk about it and do our quiz. The first one we have come in and meet is Breeze, who is a soother, which means he uses... Correct. Good job. Breeze's personality? He's slick, but all of his friends are used to his soothing manipulations and call him out on his crap, and he also abuses this power left, right, up, down, and center. He has no hesitation in using his soothing capabilities whenever it suits him, to the point when he first meets Vin, he's soothing her emotions and asking her to get him a glass of wine, and she's not annoyed at all. She's happy to do it, and then until she realizes, you fucker. Then we have Hammond, who is a thug, which means he uses... Correct. Look at you. Good job. A lot of people just call him Ham, and if you want to remember, pewter, ham, ham-fisted, sure, ham. Ham-fisted. It works. And my description of him, big lovable giant. I love when stories have big lovable giants. Pax Talamanus, Perine Bara, Hammond. All of the same ilk. Then we have Clubs, who is a smoker I describe as grouchy, and since he's a smoker, he burns... You're killing it, kid. Absolutely. And then also, of course, there's Kelsier here, who I'll describe as dope. He's a Mistborn. That's an easy one. Yeah, you got it. And then after that, we have Yeadon come in, who's actually a... That's right. That's the in-world word for non-misting, non-Mistborn. He's a regular guy. Don't Google that. The reason he's here is he's actually paying Kelsier for a job that he was already on. And Yeadon's actually not technically a part of the crew. He's their employer. But the final part of the crew, you've already met, Doxson, who's not a misting or a Mistborn. Regular plantation ska that's just so dope that Kelsier was like, hell yeah, we're gonna let you in. Are you kidding me? I love that. Doxson's just so awesome that they're a bunch of superpowered people and Greg. Why? Have you met Greg?
Such a cool guy.
Now, Yeadon, the person who's not a part of the crew that's here, is the employer because he's hired this crew to help him do what small task? What heist? What are they trying to pull off here in this dark empire? Oh, overthrow it. That's a tall order. What's the possible prize? Well, when Kelsier tells his crew that's the job and all of them go, what? He lets them know, if we win, we get all of the atium. Remember atium, the one that lets you see in the future? This is kind of genuine, decent comparison. If I told the Ocean's 11 crew, we're gonna overthrow the United States government, but don't worry, at the end, we get access to the Federal Reserve.
Will that work?
And of course, people start mentioning problems with this plan immediately, left, right, up, and down. One, the Emperor has massive armies of Koloss. What are those? Think Urukai, but bigger and blue with massive gut swords. I wouldn't want to mess with him either. Which Kelsier says, hey, we're going to act in a way where he doesn't even call those in. Eventually, though, every one of the crew says, yes, yes, no, yes, yes. Well, Eden hired them, so he's an infinite yes. But wait, why did Clubs say no? Well, he actually leaves, then comes back, and was like, I just want to make sure that none of you are emotionally manipulating me. So yeah, I'm down. And I think that's funny. Yeah, good job. His actual final reasoning, though, is we're all gonna die. Might as well doing it, giving the finger. Good man, Clubs. We also learned of a few important bits of information from small talk that happens during all of this while people are kind of breaking up. One, a woman named Mare was Kelsier's wife who died at the pits of Hath Sin. And there might be a little bit of an implication that she betrayed him. Ooh, that's dark. But don't worry about that. Kelsier also plans on turning the noble houses against each other. And in fact, that night, he starts getting moving on that plan. And also, he's a part of a heist crew, does do a heist, but solo, because he's awesome. Under the cover of night, as ash falls from the sky, he goes and attacks the Manor of Venture. That's right. The powerful house from before, he's going in now, lands, sees a bunch of Ska who have become guards to help feed their families and goes, fine, murder. And he doesn't just kill people quick. There's he shoves people with his magic so hard in the wall, they just crack and die and bleed out, seizing and stuff. It's awful. What Kelsier does to these people. And he hits this estate so hard, so fast, that they even have haze killers, who are people who are trained to not wear any metal. Actually, I'm wearing metal right now because this is Nerd Forge merch and there's metal on it. I would die. But they also have just wooden weapons so that Kelsier actually has to just manually take them down. But he's burning pewter, so it's Andre the Giant fighting me on a strength scale. But as he finds a room with a safe in it, he's able to use his powers to rip it out of the wall, open it, and he gets his score. A bunch of atium from House Venture. Important thing to know. Atium is essentially hoarded by the Lord Ruler and distributed a small amount to the noble houses who have their own Mistborns they employ, and they all squabble amongst the scraps that the Lord Ruler leaves for them. But hoarding most himself keeps them in line. Okay, I'm the Lord Ruler, I'm a God King. Don't think it's suspicious that I have to hoard the most powerful weapon. I'm a God King. Well, Kelsier's out doing this, just feeling the warm spray of noble blood on his face. Vin has been brought to a hideout they use that Clubs owns, and she's so full of anxiety, it is similar energy to when you bring in a street dog off the street and you have to earn its trust. So everyone's just going about the house, doing their regular business, and Vin is just creeping, crawling. What's happening behind me on the board right now? Her energy, pretty much, just trying to not be noticed while she's taking scraps of food and running back to her room. And she is noticed. Even Doxson at one point, when she's nearby, goes, hey, do you want to take a bath? You are a homeless person we just brought in off the street. And she does. And she does not like the perfume because she thinks if she tries to sneak around, people will smell her. Vin, they were smelling you already. But after Kelsier gets back, they decide to have a real sit down to hammer out the details of what exactly they need to do to get this done. And turns out there's some pretty good weak points that if they squeeze and shatter like a shield in the wheel of time that's been tied off, reference to my other summary, bam, they might just pull this off. Now, there is a massive garrison of soldiers within Luthadel, the capital city where the Emperor lives, and they need to get that out of the city. If they have someone attack the pits of Hathsin that are nearby, they're actually surprisingly close to the main city, then the garrison would likely be called on to go help with whatever's going on. But that requires an army and training. Well, wouldn't you look at that? Eden already has his how many people? 300. That is not much of a rebellion. So they're going to have to do some recruiting based off of Kelsier's legacy. But then they have to arm and train them, to which Kelsier says, don't worry, I did a little bit of a prequel book myself, and what I ended up doing was killing Lord Runeau, and I've replaced him with someone. Don't ask who or how or why. We'll get into it much later. So we'll use his noble estate and our access to his treasury to spend it to arm our populace and smuggle them weapons. Okay, but what about the atium? Well, if we attack the pits of Hathsin and we keep stealing it from noble houses, we'll have our own to be able to fight with. That works, and we'll be disrupting the flow into the Empire. This brings up the problem of, well, who's going to take on the Lord Ruler? The God King? To which Kelsier says, oh, I have that planned out. Me? I have found the 11th metal, and he holds up a bag. This is totally a real thing and not fake, and just something I'm using to get everyone on board for my revenge mission. That's kind of the suspicion the reader has a little bit at this point, just saying. And with this, I shall kill the Lord Ruler. And then the very good question is asked of, what about Yeden's bad attitude? And there's no solution to that. He does have a bad attitude for the rebellion leader. But this leaves a final, big, huge problem. The Ministries, the Steel Inquisitors, they have spies everywhere, networks. We need to get in and see what they're doing. To which Kelsier says, Marsh is going to handle that. To which Marsh, who just walked into the back of the room, goes, the f*** I am? Who's Marsh? Well, Vin turns around and goes, wow, he looks a lot like Kelsier. That's your brother. And it's his brother. And everyone clears the room to give them privacy, except for Vin, who just sits right by the wall and listens. She's just listening. And there's a lot of disagreement between these two brothers. It's hinted at there might be some complex conflict in their past, but Marsh keeps confronting Kelsier about, you were rich, you were a thief, you were doing all this stuff. Are you just in this to make yourself even wealthier than before? Or are you trying to become more famous than you were wealthy? I don't believe you actually care. To which Kelsier says, I care now. I lost Mare. The Pits of Hatsin, I care. But for this to work, Marsh, you need to be willing to become an obligator. And Marsh is, my God, dude, you want me to apply to join one of the ministries to become an obligator so that I can get involved in the spy networks and help you out from the inside. That is crazy dangerous. Probably gonna do it. But we've been waiting long enough. It's time for the training montage. Except in Mistborn, it's not a montage, and it's detailed, because Sanderson likes his hard magic systems. Yeah! Come on, get off. Kelsier actually hands Vin her own Mistborn cloak. Kelsier's been wearing a cloak, and it actually does kind of look like this spaghetti noodleage you see on my whiteboard, but here's an actual depiction of what a Mistborn cloak is. If you're flying through the air in the ash rains, it's pretty good camouflage. But more importantly, it looks so badass. Oh.
Kelsier returned a moment later, carrying his pack and a small cloth bundle. Fen regarded the bundle with curiosity, and he handed it to her with a present. The cloth was slick and soft in Vin's fingers. She quickly realized what it was. She let the gray material unroll in her fingers, revealing a Mistborn cloak, like the garment Kelsier had worn the night before. It was tailored completely from separate, ribbon-like strips of cloth. You look surprised, Kelsier noted. I had assumed that I'd have to earn this somehow. What's there to earn? Kelsier said, pulling out his own cloak. This is who you are, Vin. Hesitantly, she threw the cloak over her shoulders and tied it on. It felt different, thick and heavy on her shoulders, but light and unconstraining around her arms and legs. The ribbons were sewn together at the top, allowing her to pull it tight by the mantle if she wished. She felt enveloped, protected. How does it feel? Kelsier asked. Good, Vin said simply. Kelsier nodded, pulling out several glass vials. He handed two to her. Drink one, keep the other in case you need it. I'll show you how to mix new vials later. Vin nodded, donning the first vial and tucking the second into her belt. I'm having some new clothing tailored for you, Kelsier said. You want to get in the habit of wearing things that don't have any metal on them. Belts with no buckles. Shoes that slip on and off. Trousers without clasps. Perhaps later, if you're feeling daring, we'll get you some women's clothing. Vin flushed slightly. Kelsier laughed. I'm just teasing you. However, you're entering a new world now. You may find that there are situations where it'll be to your advantage to look less like a crew thief and more like a young lady. Vin nodded, following Kelsier as he walked to the shop's front door. He pushed the portal open, revealing a wall of darkly shifting mists. He stepped out into them. Taking a deep breath, Vin followed.
And so he's telling her about tin and pewter and all these different abilities she'll be able to have. And Vin tries to feel some of her own powers in her head on her own and accidentally has a nail just fly at her head, which Kelsier has to stop from hitting her. And she's like, did that metal I just burned bring it to life? And he's like, no, you pulled it. You can also push and shoot yourself into the air. Mistborn can't fly. They can rise and fall with grace. As long as metal is around, they do boing, 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 from place to place. And in this first night, Vin's already showing some real aptness. For example, Kelsier takes her high up into a wall after having her push herself up, and then he says, jump off, to which she's, are you crazy? All right, fine, I'll do it. And she does, and Kelsier notes, I had to be pushed off my first time. Cool. But they start actually going out from the main city of Luthadel and come across a mist wraith, which is the first step in a 2-Pokevolve system for this creature that just absorbs corpses in a sentient, thoughtless way, moving around and just with dead bodies, which in this world, there are a plethora of. And so it's got arms and faces, legs, ribs, and spines sticking out. And of course, Vin is, but Kelsier says, they're harmless. Which, Kelsier, that's not really the problem. In terms of just something I want to be around, bottom of the list, that is a biohazard. I'm a germ freak, sorry. That's where my mind immediately goes. But they're harmless, and Kelsier thinks they're cool. Part of the reason why Ska are so afraid to go out in the mists at night is there are creatures like this, but they're not something you really gotta worry about. Basically, whenever a Mistborn video game is made, these are gonna be the XP sponges that you just go up to and whack, 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 and get free XP or loot or items from without much care of death. But eventually he leads Vin to a carriage where Sazed is waiting for them, and he is a chronicler monk. What a fun class to play in D&D. And the vibes of Sazed immediately make Vin's guard go down just a little bit because he's so dope. But in this carriage, Vin, being the skittish person she is just and trying to make herself as small and non-observable as possible, which Kelsier's like sitting across from her like, man, you really have some anxiety issues. You can leave. I'm not forcing you to stay here. No one on my crew is here without wanting to be here. And Vin does not believe him and says like, I have no money, no metal, so I'd be, nothing. And he's like, fine, here's your 3,000 boxings. Here is some medals, and here, turn around the carriage. Let's go back to Luthadel. And they sit for a moment, and Vin's like, okay, I kind of want to learn to train to be a badass Mistborn. Can we turn it back around and go wherever we're going? And it turns out they're going to a small town outside of Luthadel where Lord Renew, the one who's been replaced by Kelsier's, estate is. And once they arrive, Vin has a moment alone with Sazed, and there's some back and forth, but the real important thing is she asks him about Kelsier, and Sazed, who has a very soft demeanor, tells her that, yeah, Kelsier's a complicated guy, but importantly, he's a good man.
Start getting a reservation at Dorking now, you stupid brat!
But out in this town, when they get to the estate, Vin notices like it's pretty well kept up, but the Ska are happy and being taken care of because Lord Renew is not actually an abusive noble anymore. She meets Lord Renew, and he's playing the part perfectly though, just not abusing his Ska. Did you kill this? Who is this? What's happening? This looks exactly like the guy it's supposed to look like. Kelsier, don't worry about it. But the big plan at this point is they're going to train Vin to act like a young noble lass who's going to be one of Lord Renew's distant relatives, so she can go to balls within the city and help Kelsier spy on nobles and plant rumors to sow division. Espionage. In the meantime, though, Kelsier's going to train her to kick ass. This is going to take time. So 12 weeks go by where Vin is learning how to eat and walk and all these things like a noble woman during the day, and at night her and Kelsier just fire coins and knives at each other as they fly through the cities. Fun fact, I was actually thinking of trying to do a kill count as a part of Mistborn, where I was going to try and keep track of exactly how much blood is spilled by our protagonists, because it's higher than most books. But this sequence broke it because we get here and we just hear that during these 12 months, frequently, often, so many times, Kelsier is going out to attack other noble houses like he did the Venture estate. And you just have to assume people die every time he does. A small fortune of guards gone. And so I was keeping track, and then it just went kaput. But the backdrop to that, simultaneously, Vin keeps hanging out with the crew and the people, and she's her nervous little self with the earring her mom gave her and a tragic backstory, and everyone's just, we want to love you, you're such a good girl, and we want to raise you like a pack of dads. Just here to take you to your first day of school with Sazed.
The revolution will not be televised.
But she's also having interesting conversations with said Sazed, where he's bringing up weird philosophical things to her, asking if the Lord Ruler really is God. He dictates what's right and wrong. Does that make us evil? And, Ben's like, you kind of blew my mind. Kelsier's response to this, I'll kill your God. Lord Ruler. It's a philosophical take there, my friend. We also see some of these meetings that Kelsier is going to with trusted Ska to try and join the rebellion to send them out to the caves where Eden is keeping his people, and he's having a really good return rate. Granted, he's emotionally manipulating these people with the help of Breeze, and that's kind of like pressing people into service against their will, in a way. There's some morally questionable stuff going on here, but it's for the greater good.
I guess that makes it all right.
Also in this meeting, Sazed is giving Vin a little bit of a lesson about various religions, and when he comes on into the conversation, Kelsier asks about, is there a religion where one of the holy duties is killing nobles? We get it. We get it's your favorite thing.
We get it.
Unfortunately, though, this meeting ends with one of the people who works for the members of Kelsier's crew, because they all have their own little squads, coming in and letting them know, hey, that group that Vin was with, it turns out the Steel Inquisitors were still somehow on their tail, because that layer got hit and everybody did. So they go to check out the crime scene, and the Steel Inquisitors seem to have had some fun. Like rib cages have been ripped open, xenomorph style, and worse, they were embracing the torture vibes to try and figure out where Vin may have gone. The Steel Inquisition is very curious about this possible Mistborn who was saved by another Mistborn.
Kelsier paused in the doorway, blocking Vin's view. She stooped down, trying to peek past him into the lair, but too many people were in the way. She could only tell that the door hung at an angle, the upper hinge torn free. Kelsier stood for a long moment. Finally, he turned, looking past Doxson toward her. Ham is right, Vin. You may not want to see this. Vin stood where she was, looking at him resolutely. Kelsier sighed. Stepping into the room, Doxson followed, and Vin could finally see what they had been blocking. The floor was scattered with corpses, their twisted limbs shadowed and haunting in the light of Doxson's solitary lantern. They weren't rotting yet. The attack had happened only this morning, but there was still a smell of death about the room, the scent of blood drying slowly, the scent of misery and terror. Vin remained in the doorway. She'd seen death before, seen it often on the streets. Knifings in alleys, beatings in layers, children dead of starvation. She'd once seen an old woman's neck snapped by the backhand of an annoyed lord. The body had lain in the street for 3 days before a ska corpse crew had finally come for it. Yet none of those incidents had the same air of an intentional butchery that she saw in Kammen's lair. These men hadn't simply been killed. They had been torn apart. Limbs lay separate from torsos, broken chairs, and tables impaled chests. There were only a few patches of floor that were not covered in sticky, dark blood. Kelsier glanced at her, obviously expecting some sort of reaction. She stood, looking over the death, feeling numb. What should her reaction be? These were the men who had mistreated her, stolen from her, beaten her, and yet these were the men who had sheltered her, included her, and fed her when others might have simply given her to the whoremasters. Reen probably would have berated her for the traitorous sadness she felt at the sight. Of course, he had always been angry. As a child, she'd cried as they left one town for another, not wanting to leave the people she'd grown to know, no matter how cruel or indifferent they were. Apparently, she hadn't gotten over that weakness. She stepped into the room, not shedding any tears for these men, yet, at the same time, wishing that they had not come to such an end. In addition, the gore was disturbing. She tried to force herself to maintain a stiff face in front of the others, but she found herself cringing occasionally, glancing away from mangled corpses. The ones who had performed the attack had been quite thorough. This seems extreme even for the Ministry, she thought. What kind of person would do something like this? Inquisitor, Doxson said softly, kneeling by a corpse. Kelsier nodded. Behind Vin, Sazed stepped into the room, careful to keep his robes clear of the blood. Vin turned toward the terraceman, letting his actions distract her from a particularly grisly corpse. Kelsier was a Mistborn, and Doxson was supposedly a capable warrior. Ham and his men were securing the area. However, others, Breeze, Eden, and Clubs, would stay behind. The area was too dangerous. Kelsier had even resisted Vin's desire to come, yet he had brought Sazed without apparent hesitation. The move, subtle though it was, made Vin regard the steward with a new curiosity. Why would it be too dangerous for Mistings, yet safe for a Terraceman steward? Was Sazed a warrior? How would he have learned to fight? Terracemen were supposedly raised from birth by careful trainers. Sazed's smooth step and calm face gave her few clues, but he didn't appear shocked by the carnage.
But none of these people could have really known anything compromising. It's just a bad sign. We know this to be the exact situation, though, because they actually find Kammen, who was kicked out of the group and is now just a beggar in the street, murdered in such a way by the Steel Inquisition that only happens to those who were messing around with Mistings or Mistborn when they shouldn't have been. So, specific crime, kind of like crucifixion was a specific crime, to inform us through the narrative and the plot that, yeah, they are on your ass. But after all this training and time, Vin can no longer avoid it. She must go to a noble ball, put on a dress, and try and mingle with not the masses, the exclusive VIP. And it goes okay, pretty okay. She shows up at this ball, And Sazed is going to be her escort. And her alias during this time is Lady Valette. Oh, I think I'm supposed to put another L in there. Lady Valette, not Lady Vlette. Don't worry though, Sazed's gonna be there as her escort, and Kelsier's gonna be buzzing around, like outside, distantly, doing Mistborn stuff. She is introduced, oh no, it's 2 T's, not 2 L's, damn it. Dyslexia. Now this ball gets a little bit awkward for Vin because across the room she sees her real dad, who her abusive brother took to see at some point and pointed out to her. And so she's not sure what to do. She's already turning down men who want to ask her to dance because she's saying like, I'm nervous, I can't dance today. But to get away from all this, she decides to go upstairs to see some glass artwork that's depicting
the deepness.
What's the deepness? Well, the Lord Ruler keeps his population scared by letting them know I defeated a great existential threat that is beyond your comprehension. Truly Lovecraftian. Reference you don't get, commenter, don't worry. And it's a pretty scary monster thing. Just this deep darkness of infinite black awful. Ah. But sitting by it, getting some fresh air, a nobleman returns with a glass of wine and goes, oh, you're in my reading spot. And then there's room for 2. And so he just, okay, comes and sits by her, opens his book, and yeah, the light's good for reading, so maybe he's not full of crap. And we learned that this man's name is Elend, and Vin kind of just is able to talk to him pretty smoothly. He's focusing on his book though, not the pretty girl with the badass superpowers he doesn't know about, but the book. And this makes Vin, you're not just gonna hit on me? And yep, we're going there.
It was love at first sight.
It's time for her to leave the ball though. On the way out, she swings by Sazed and lets him know, like, I saw my dad, that's nuts, and I met Elend, and Sazed goes, Elend Venture, the heir to the most powerful house? Ha! And they go back with Kelsier, and Kelsier's like, wait, who's your dad? And she goes, that obligator over there. Oh, that's like the obligator. Top dog. That's your dad? Whoa! Whoa! Big revelations at these balls. After the debrief though, Vin feigns to be really tired because she can tell Kelsier's about to go out and do Mistborn stuff. So she runs on up to her room, throws on her Mistborn cloak, kicks open her window, flies on out and starts tailing Kelsier through the city, trying to figure out what he's gonna do. He's leaving the estate. He's actually flying on, what, metal rods stuck in the ground? It's a highway for Mistborns. He's able to just bounce off metal rods put between this village the estate's at and Luthadel all the way back to the city. So cool. Oh my God. Spider-Manning it, just pew, pew, pew. But not in an urban environment. They can put the metal out in the nature. That's not polluting if it's useful, right? But Kelsier, being who he is aware that Vin's following him, sets a trap, lands by her. He did a thing where he like sent his metal supply ahead that Vin was tracking, and then when she went after it, bam, I got you. What are you doing? You can't follow me. I'm doing something really dangerous tonight. I'm gonna follow you. We as a reader are like, I wonder where this is going. And Kelsier says, you can't follow me. I'm doing something that wildly outside your league. To which Vin says, then you're gonna need backup. And he goes, I don't need you as backup. And she says, it sounds like you might need me as backup. What are you doing? It's fine. I'm going to the place that me and Mare went when we were caught and I got sent to the pit of Hath Sin. Okay? Before I was even a Mistborn. Because I got activated to be a Mistborn because I have to be activated through a traumatic event. I was activated at the pits of Hath Sin, so we went in, broke in, and I'm going back with all my powers to try and figure out what's in that keep. Keep Critic Shaw, which I always remember in my head as Keep Crinshaw. The Lord Ruler goes in there for 3 hours every few days, and I need to figure out what's in there. What about the 11th metal? Don't worry, the 11th metal is important. It's good. It's going to do good stuff, but I need to know what's in there. Okay, if you're going to come with me, here's some atium. And he really walks her through using this ability to see into the future in a fight. Crazy. But Kelsier tells Vin some more information about his previous attempt to come in here, where he did come with Mare after meticulously planning it out. And there's only one other guy that knew, and he died in the process, so he wasn't the one who betrayed them. He got targeted. And when the Lord Ruler came in the room, he thanked Mare for betraying me. And she wasn't sent to the pits with Kelsier right away. She came weeks later and begged Kelsier to believe her, and he wanted to. A lot of complicated emotions there, but that's why he's just going on a random day, Tuesday, just coming, because that way he can't have planned it out. No one could have betrayed him, except now he does have backup, Vin. And so they arrive at the keep, and they just start, of course, fountaining blood everywhere as they go through. And Vin gets her first kills. She kills 4 dudes pretty quickly and thinks to herself, like, oh, wow, that didn't feel great. Didn't hate it.
This better not awaken anything in me.
Here we go, Kelsier whispered, his voice carrying to her tin-enhanced ears. He turned, dashing directly towards a squat, bunker-linked section of the palace. As they approached, Vin saw a pair of guards standing by an ornate, gate-like door. Kelsier was on the men in a flash, cutting down with slashing knives. The second man tried to cry out, but Kelsier jumped, slamming both feet into the man's chest. Thrown to the side by the inhumanly strong kick, the guard crashed into the wall, then slumped to the ground. Kelsier was on his feet a second later, slamming his weight against the door and pushing it open. Weak lantern light spilled out of a stone corridor within. Kelsier ducked through the door. Vin dimmed her tin, then followed in a crouching dash, her heart pounding. Never in her lifetime as a thief had she done something like this. Hers had been a life of sneaky burglaring and scamming, not raids or muggings. She followed Kelsier down the corridor, their feet in cloaks leaving a wet trail on the smooth stonework. She nervously pulled out a glass dagger, gripping the leather-wrapped handle in a sweaty palm. A man stepped into the hallway right in front of them, exiting what appeared to be some sort of guarded chamber. Kelsier jumped forward and elbowed the soldier in the stomach, then slammed him against the wall. As the guard collapsed, Kelsier ducked into the room. Vin followed, stepping into chaos. Kelsier pulled a metal candelabrum from the corner up into his hands, then began to spin with it, striking down soldier after soldier. Guards cried out, scrambling and grabbing for staves from the side of the room. A table covered in half-eaten meals was thrown to the side as men tried to make room. The soldier turned toward Vin, and she reacted without thinking. She burned steel and threw out a handful of coins. She pushed, and the missiles shot forward, tearing through the guard's flesh and dropping him. She burned iron, pulling the coins back to her hand. She turned with a bloodied fist, spraying the room with metal, dropping 3 soldiers. Kelsier fell the last with his impromptu staff. I just killed 4 men, Vin thought, stunned. Before Reen had always done the killing, there was rustling behind. Vin spun to see another squadron of soldiers entering through a door opposite her. To the side, Kelsier dropped his candelabrum and stepped forward. The room's 4 lanterns suddenly ripped from their moorings, slamming directly toward him. He ducked to the side, letting the lanterns crash together. The room felt dark. Vin burned tin, her eyes adapting to the light from the corridor outside. The guards, however, stumbled to a halt. Kelsier, amid them, a second later, daggers flashing in the darkness, men screaming, then all was silent. Vin stood surrounded by death. Bloodied coins dribbled from her stunned fingers, but she kept a tight grip on her dagger, if only to steady her quivering arm. Kelsier laid a hand on her shoulder, and she jumped. These were evil men, Vin, he said. Every Ska knows in his heart that it is the greatest of crimes to take up arms in defense of the final empire. Vin nodded numbly. She felt wrong. Maybe it was the death, but now that she was actually within the building, she swore that she could feel the Lord Ruler's power. Something seemed to push her emotions, making her more depressed, despite her copper. Come. Time is short. Kelsier took off again, hopping lithely over corpses, and Vin felt herself following. I made him bring me, she thought. I want to fight like him. I'm going to have to get used to this.
As they're making their way through this keep, though, Vin notices that there are like soothing effects that are hitting her from the Lord Ruler, despite the fact that she's activating a copper cloud, which should not be possible. Unfortunately, though, right when they finally make it to the big old mysterious what's behind that door, Steel Inquisitors come. Hi. And there's 3 of them. And 2 go for Vin, 1 for Kelsier. Kelsier tries to run off, tells Vin to go. She's running as well, and she gets stabbed in the gut bad. But she manages to break away again, bashes open a door, sees a window to the outside, leaps through it, and just starts bounding as fast and far away as she can, but knows the Steel Inquisitors are hot on her trail. So she tries a trick to send her metal supply one way and shoot herself off in a random direction, hits against the tower, falls down, bleeding out, burning pewter, trying to stay alive because her guts are in her hand. Oh my god. But there's another thud above her. Oh no. And the Steel Inquisitors coming as she's fading, and then there's commotion, and suddenly she's embraced by warm monk chronicling arms. Sazed got up here fast, followed her somehow. You're not a malomancer. What's going on? Anyway, pass out. Cut back to Kelsier, who gets to Cloud's hideout in rough shape, bursts open a door. Ven, has anyone seen Ven? They're just figuring she's probably dead, trying to find anything that they can do, but not too long after, Sazed shows up, and he's carrying a severely wounded Ven. They drop her down, emergency surgery, pouring pewter in her mouth for her to burn it to be stronger, and take her away. They almost lost her, but she lives. But Sazed picks up a leather book that Ven had grabbed in her flight. What's this? Starts reading through it. Oh, it's the Lord Ruler's diary from before he was the Lord Ruler. Oh, wow. Whoa, whoa. I'm going to translate this, give everybody copies. We're going to start reading through this guy's private thoughts, because in one of the rare instances of this being morally justified, he's a dictator. So, yeah, you could read Mussolini's diary and not feel bad. Yeah, that guy. After 2 full weeks, Vin wakes up. Question right here. In these times before they had IVs and stuff, I always want to know, how are they not dead? Like, you're pouring water in their mouth, rubbing, like, what? How are you keeping someone alive in that situation? A lot of fantasy books, magic, I just go magic, whatever. But in, like, the real, like, more grounded fictional stuff I read, every now and then, like, wouldn't you not just die if you were completely unconscious for 2 weeks back then? I get keeping someone alive, whatever, moving on. There's an interesting beat where Vin is recovering and she's taken back to the estate outside the city and notices that Sazed's reading with glasses, which he doesn't normally need. Sazed, why are there weird things happening around you? You're a monk. Maybe something more. But Vin does learn that Sazed is a eunuch and also someone who's dedicated to preserving knowledge at all costs and wants to help. Once when the Lord Ruler has fallen, everyone find their old religions and such. So that's actually really noble and makes you like Sazed even more. After some longer recovery, I think roughly 2 weeks, Vin's finally able to go back to a ball, which she has to keep up her disguise as Lady Valette. And when she sits down at a table, Ellen comes, puts down a pile of books, sits down next to her, and starts reading.
You got game.
And again, there's just some back and forth where these two are chemistry sparks. Oh my lord, maybe they're gonna be in love one day. I don't know what that, sorry. But Vin is asked to dance by some other nobles that she smiles at, who are actually intimidated by Lord Venture just because of his status in society. And when she goes off to dance with them, she asks about him. She says that he's just like her mentor, someone looking after her, so they're able to like talk about it a little more freely, but I'm sure those guys are still not feeling great. This overall positive ball, though, is ruined because as Vin is leaving, waiting for her carriage to arrive, she sees a soldier walking a ska boy away. Oh god, he was begging by the carriages. Yeah, I guess you can't do that. Oh, he just slits the boy's throat, where people can see. And the other nobles don't act that bothered. Oh! Whoa, I'm surrounded by monsters! Ah! But at the same ball, we see Kelsier is meeting up with an informant he pays named Hoyd. And if you've never read any other Cosmere books, just ignore that. It's not important. Don't worry at all. Hoyd's not a name that you shouldn't stick in your head in any way, shape, or form. Hoyd says some stuff like, I don't have great eyesight and other things. And Kelsier actually turns around, pretends to be an informant, talks to a noble to spread derision with rumors of like double dealing and spiked prices, and actually steals a couple of Hoyd's rather good lines. Man, that Hoyd fella, don't remember anything about him, but what a smart, wise Tom Bombadil type. Anyway. Really, the important thing learned from all these interactions is that the legend of the survivor of Hathsin is exploding to the point where the Ska have a hero and the nobles have taken notice and do not like it. So he is the most wanted man. Which is brewing distrust with his brother, not distrust, but anger with Marsh, his brother, who still is just, hey, Kelsier, are you just trying to make yourself famous, or do you actually give a shit? Because these are two very different important things when you're trying to lead a rebellion, and you can get a lot of people killed if you misstep. Marsh says this because he comes and visits the estate. And also, trust is a very, very heavy theme in this book, in a good way. Vin, obviously at the start with her anxiety, is trusting nobody, but seeds are planted, especially with the help of softer individuals like Sazed, to allow her to feel a little bit better, a little bit more okay. And by the time she's done all this training with Kelsier and had people save her life and really show up for her, that seed is beginning to sprout, and she's starting to relax a little bit more and enjoy wearing the dresses. Okay, she's most natural in a Mistborn cloak. We can all agree. Vin, best Mistborn cloak. That's best Vin. It's become clear, though, through these interactions, that Marsh and Kelsier both loved Mare. Bit of the tension between these brothers explained. Kelsier says, we need to go visit the mines, to which Vin says, no, I have to go to these balls that I totally don't like going to which Kelsier says, do you like going to the balls, Squidward? Don't worry, Vin, and by we, I mean me and Yeadon are gonna check it out. Don't worry, yeah, you're staying here to go into the balls. So he does head on off to go check out his cave system holding his army. And it's going pretty well. They don't have 10,000 men, but more showing up every day. Meanwhile, Vin is getting a lesson from Marsh about bronze and how it's not such a useless metal as some people think.
You know a lot about the metals, but you're just a misting, right? Marsh nodded. He didn't look like he intended to respond, though. Let's try something then, Vin thought. Extinguishing her bronze, she lightly began burning copper to mask her allomancy. Marsh didn't react, instead continuing to look down at Kelsier and the caravan. I should be invisible to his senses, she thought, carefully burning both zinc and brass. She reached, as Breeze had been training her to do, and subtly touched Marsh's emotions. She suppressed his suspicions and inhibitions, while at the same time bringing about his sense of wistfulness. Theoretically, that would make him more likely to talk. You must have learned somewhere, Vin asked carefully. He'll see what I did for sure. He's going to get angry and... I snapped when I was very young, Marsh said. I've had a long time to practice. So have a lot of people, Vin said. I had reasons. They're hard to explain. They always are, Vin said, slightly increasing her allomantic pressure. You know how Kelsier feels about the nobility? Marsh asked, turning toward her, his eyes like ice. Iron eyes, she thought. Like they said. She nodded to his question. Well, I feel the same way about the obligators, he said, turning away. I'll do anything to hurt them. They took our mother. That's when I snapped, and that's when I vowed to destroy them. So I joined the rebellion and started learning all that I could about allomancy. Inquisitors use it, so I had to understand it, understand everything I could, be as good as I could. Are you soothing me? Vin started, abruptly extinguishing her metals. Marsh turned back toward her again, his expression cold. Run, Vin thought. She almost did. It was nice to know that the old instincts were still there, if a bit buried. Yes, she said meekly. You are good, Marsh said. I'd have never known if I hadn't started rambling. Stop it. I already have. Good, Marsh said. That's the second time you've altered my emotions. Never do it again. Vin nodded. Second time? The first time was in my shop 8 months ago. That's right. Why do I remember him? I'm sorry. Marsh shook his head, finally turning away. You're Mistborn. That's what you do. He does the same thing. He was looking down at Kelsier. They sat quietly for a few moments. Marsh, Vin asked, how did you know I was Mistborn? I only knew how to soothe back then. That's not the case, he said. You knew the other metals instinctively. You were also burning pewter and tin that day. Just a tiny bit, barely noticeable. You probably got the metals from water and dining utensils. Did you ever wonder why you survived when so many others died? Vin mulled that over. I did live through a lot of beatings, a lot of days with no food, nights spent in alleys during rain or ash falls. Marsh nodded. Few people, even Mistborn, are so in tune to allomancy that they burn metals instinctively. That's what caught my interest. That's why I kept track of you and told Doxson where to find you. And are you pushing my emotions again? Vin shook her head. I promise. Marsh frowned, studying her with one of his stony gazes. So stern, Vin said softly. Like my brother. Were you close? I hated him, Vin whispered. Marsh's eyes lingered on Vin. Then he turned away. I see. Do you hate Kelsier? Marsh shook his head. No, I don't hate him. He's frivolous and self-important, but he's my brother. And that's enough, Vin asked. Marsh nodded. I have trouble understanding that, Vin said honestly, looking out over the field of ska, boxes, and sacks. Your brother didn't treat you well, I presume, Vin shook her head. What about your parents? Marsh said. One was a nobleman, the other, mad, Vin said. She heard voices. It got so bad that my brother was afraid to leave us alone with her, but of course, he didn't have a choice. Marsh sat quietly, not speaking. How did this get turned back on me? Vin thought. He's no soother, yet he's getting as much out of me as I'm getting out of him. Still, it was good to speak it finally. She reached up, idly fingering her earring. I don't remember it, she said, but Reen said that he came home one day and found my mother covered in blood. She'd killed my baby sister, messily. Me, however, she hadn't touched, except to give me an earring. Reen said... He said she was holding me on her lap, babbling and proclaiming me queen, my sister's corpse at her feet. He took me from my mother, and she fled. He saved my life, probably. That's part of why I stayed with him, I guess, even though it was bad. She glanced over at Marsh. Still, you don't know how lucky you are having Kelsier as a brother. I suppose, Marsh said. I just wish he wouldn't treat people like playthings. I've been known to kill obligators, but killing men merely because they're noble. Marsh shook his head. And that's not all. He likes people to fawn over him. He had a point. However, Ben also detected something in his voice. Jealousy? You're the older brother, Marsh. You were the responsible one. You joined the rebellion instead of working with thieves. It must have hurt that Kelsier was the one everybody liked. Still, Marsh said, he's getting better. The pits changed him. Her death changed him. What's this? Finn thought, perking up slightly. There was definitely something here too. Hurt, deep hurt. More than a man should feel for his sister-in-law. So that's it. It wasn't everyone who liked Kelsier more. It was one person in particular. Someone you loved. Anyway, Marsh said, his voice growing firm, the arrogance of the past is behind him. This plan of his is so insane, I'm sure he's partially doing it to enrich himself, but, well, he didn't have to go to the rebellion. He's trying to do something good. That will probably get him killed. Why go along if you're so sure he'll fail? Because he's going to get me into the ministry, Marsh said. The information I gather there will help the rebellion for centuries, after Kelsier and I are dead. Vin nodded, glancing down at the courtyard. She spoke hesitantly. Marsh, I don't think it's all behind him. The way he's setting himself up with the ska, the way they're starting to look at him. I know, Marsh said. It started with the 11th metal scheme of his. I don't know that we have to worry. This is just Kel playing his usual games. It makes me wonder why he's leaving on this trip, Vin said. He'll be away from the action for a good month. Marsh shook his head. He'll have an entire army of men to perform for. Besides, he needs to get out of the city. His reputation is growing too unwieldy. The nobility is becoming too interested in the survivor. If rumors go out that a man with scars on his arms is staying with Lord Renew, Finn nodded, understanding. Right now, Marsh said, he's playing the part of one of Renew's distant relatives. That man has to leave before someone connects him to the survivor. When Kel gets back, he'll have to keep a low profile, sneaking into the mansion instead of walking up the steps, keeping his hood up when he's in Luthadel. Marsh trailed off, then stood. Anyway, I've given you the basics. Now you need to practice. Whenever you're with Mistings, have them burn for you and focus on their allomantic pulses. If we meet again, I'll show you more, but there's nothing else I can do until you've practiced. Vin nodded, and Marsh walked out the door without any other farewell. A few moments later, she saw him approach Kelsier and Renew again. They really don't hate each other, Vin thought, resting with both arms crossed atop the railing. What would that be like? After some thought, she decided that the concept of loving siblings was a little like the allomantic pulse lengths she was supposed to be looking for.
Within these caves, though, Kelsier does have a little bit more manipulation to do to his soldiers. He's giving this speech, and he notices there's definitely a guy back there, he's actually been told, that is not quite as down as he should be, and could be a problem. So he riots his emotions to the point where the guy stands up and starts making a stink, saying how Kelsier's going to get everyone killed. And Kelsier, manipulating someone else's emotions, gets a guy to agree to duel him to the death. Ha! And if you kill this guy, who's actually much smaller than you and you're an accomplished fighter, then you can leave. Otherwise, you die. And the guy agrees. And then Kelsier uses his push and pull and stuff to manipulate the fight so that his guy wins, and it looks like he somehow transmuted his power to this other individual that he did not. And he even tries to riot the guy into actually finishing and killing the person wanting to leave, but does rethink it, stop. Jesus, Kelsier.
Do it.
Hammond, for many obvious reasons, not a fan of this. Vin, back at the estate though, is waking up after watching a child murdered, and Spook is a member of the crew I have not mentioned yet. Oops, 16-year-old boy, Vin's turned 17. Spook's age is on screen, and he gives Vin a handkerchief and runs off, to which Vin goes to Sazed and says, excuse me, why was I handed a snot rag? And Sazed says, oh, that's how in noble culture you tell someone you want to court them, and I would like everyone watching this to know, under no circumstances do I want your snot rag. But Sazed has been getting further into the Lord Ruler's diary, and at this point I need to let you know, throughout the actual Mistborn book, we are getting these entries from the diary from the start, and with this revelation, which is pretty overt if you're reading it, we now know exactly what the diary we've been reading is. The words of the Lord Ruler. And it is super casual and just seeming to come from a regular guy who was scared at the responsibility he's taking on. Very different than the Lord Ruler we're seeing in charge of this society, who's let it be monstrous for eternity. Not eternity, thousands of years. But we get one of my favorite Sazed scenes here, and it informs us about the crew and how a whole bunch of them actually have families. They just aren't bringing their wives and stuff around here because of how dangerous it is. But everyone here has something very serious they are fighting for. But beyond that, he also lets her know all the secrets of Ferrochemy, another magic system. That's right, you thought Allomancy was it? Nope. Let's cut to Ferrochemy.
The men in the logbook and said, They're keepers? Sazed nodded. What we now call keepers were far more common back then, perhaps more common than mistings are among modern nobility. Our art is called ferrochemy, and it grants the ability to store certain physical attributes inside bits of metal. Finn frowned. You burn metals too? No, mistress, Sazed said with a shake of his head. Ferrochemists aren't like allomancers. We don't burn away our metals. We use them as storage. Each piece of metal, dependent upon size and alloy, can store a certain physical quality. The ferrochemists save up an attribute, then draw upon that reserve at a later time. Attribute? Finn asked. Like strength? Sazed nodded. And the terrace packmen make themselves weaker during the evening, storing up strength in their bracelets for use on the next day. Finn studied Sazed's face. That's why you wear so many earrings. Yes, mistress, he said, reaching over to pull up his sleeves. Underneath his robes, he wore thick iron bracers around his upper arms. I keep some of my reserves hidden, but wearing many rings, earrings, and other items of jewelry has always been a part of terrace culture. The Lord Ruler once tried to enforce a ban upon terracemen touching or owning any metal. In fact, he tried to make wearing metal a noble privilege rather than a ska one. Finn frowned. That's odd, she said. One would think that the nobility wouldn't want to wear metal, because that would make them vulnerable to allomancy. Indeed, Sazed said. However, it has long been imperial fashion to accent one's wardrobe with metal. It began, I suspect, with the Lord Ruler's desire to deny the terracemen the right to touch metal. He himself began wearing metal rings and bracelets, and the nobility always follows him in fashion. Nowadays, the most wealthy often wear metal as a symbol of power and pride. Sounds foolish, Finn said. Fashion often is, mistress, Sazed said. Regardless, the ploy failed. Many of the nobility only wear wood painted to look like metal, and the terrace managed to weather the Lord Ruler's discontent in this area. It was simply too impractical to never let stewards handle metal. That hasn't stopped the Lord Ruler from trying to exterminate the keepers, however. He fears you. He hates us. Not just ferrochemists, but all terracemen. Sazed laid a hand on the still untranslated portion of the text. I hope to find the secrets in here as well. No one remembers why the Lord Ruler persecutes the terrace people, but I suspect that it has something to do with those packmen. Their leader, Rashik, appears to be a very contrary man. The Lord Ruler often speaks of him in the narrative. You mentioned religion, Finn said. The terrace religion. Something about prophecies? Sazed shook his head. I cannot answer that question, mistress, for I don't know any more of the terrace religion than you do. But you collect religions, Finn said. You don't know about your own? I do not, Sazed said solemnly. You see, mistress, this is why the keepers were formed. Centuries ago, my people hid away the last few terrace ferrochemists. The Lord Ruler's purges of the terrace people were growing quite violent. This was before he began the breeding program. Back then, we weren't stewards or servants. We weren't even ska. We were something to be destroyed. Yet something kept the Lord Ruler from wiping us completely. I don't know why. Perhaps he thought the genocide too kind a punishment. Anyway, he successfully destroyed our religion during the first 2 centuries of his rule. The organization of keepers was formed during the next century. Its members, intent upon discovering that which had been lost, then remembering for the future. With ferrochemy? Sazed nodded, rubbing his fingers across the bracers on his right arm. This one is made of copper. It allows for the storage of memories and thoughts. Each keeper carries several bracers like this, filled with knowledge, songs, stories, prayers, histories, and languages. Many keepers have a particular area of interest. Mine is religion. But we all remember the entire collection. If just one of us survives until the death of the Lord Ruler, then the world's people will be able to recover all that they have lost. He paused. Then he pulled down his sleeves. Well, not all that was lost. There are still things we are missing. Your own religion, Finn said quietly. You never found it, did you? Sazed shook his head. The Lord Ruler implies in his logbook that it was our prophets who led him to the Well of Ascension. But even this is new information for us. What did we believe? What or whom did we worship? Where did the terrace prophets come from, and how did they predict the future? I'm sorry. We continue to look, mistress. We will find our answers eventually, I think. Even if we do not, we will still have provided an invaluable service for mankind. Other people call us docile and servile. We have fought him in our own way. Finn nodded. So what other things can you store? Strength, memories, anything else? Sazed eyed her. I have said too much already, I think. You understand the mechanics of what we do. If the Lord Ruler mentions these things in his texts, you will not be confused. Sight, Vin said, perking up. That's why you wore glasses for a few weeks after you rescued me. You needed to be able to see better that night when you saved me, so you used up your storage. Then you spent a few weeks with weak vision so you could refill it. Sazed didn't respond to the comment. He picked up his pen, obviously intending to turn back to his translation. Was there anything else, mistress?
From there, though, she actually goes and talks to Doxin, and she is, going to these balls, meeting these nobles, but asks Doxin, wait, you were a plantation ska? And he tells her this story about how he was on a plantation with a lord who wasn't as cruel as most of the other ones, and he was actually in love with this other ska girl. They would sneak out at night, and even the whole community kind of got involved and would encourage them to sneak out, even in the mists, which kind of added a romantic danger angle to it. And everything was going great until the lord that we served decided he was interested in the woman I loved and bedded her, and then afterward had her killed. Bedded her's the wrong word, but YouTube, demonetization. And Vin is just in shock about this, and Doxin really tries to emphasize to her, this is what all the nobles are like. All of them. They're bastards. Each and every single one. And Vin's not Ellen Venture. Is he? I don't know. We'll see. Rather quickly, though, because she's going to go back to a ball. Now, I have not mentioned her yet because I hate her so much. I don't even want to say her name. But there's a noble at these balls named Shan, who was once betrothed to Ellen Venture. They kind of never formally ended it, but the marriage didn't happen. And now she is trying to get Vin, because Ellen isn't paying as much attention to her as he once did, to betray Ellen Venture and play schemes. But the whole time she's just insulting Vin, calling her ugly, short, dumb, and she soothes people. Oh, she's a misting. And that's how she's able to bully the crap out of everybody and get her way. Shan sucks. Vin decides to go and speak to Ellen, and when she sees him, emotions overwhelm her, and she says, have you done it? Have you bed a ska woman and had them killed? Again, bed, not the right word. YouTube, big fat demonetization. To which Ellen says, when I was 13, my father forced me to do it to be a man, and I've never done it since. And if that is not just the icing on top of this very dark cake, I don't know what is. And he's never done it since. He feels absolutely horrible about it. And Vin rightfully says, that's not your fault. You were 13. That's your dad, whose, by the way, name is Straff Venture. He's a straff to be around. And seeing how upset Vin is, Ellen Venture gives her his handkerchief. She's dabbing it, tries to give it back. And he's like, no, you should keep that. Oh, what did we just learn about the snot rags?
You got game.
But they really open up to each other, and Vin wants to be honest with Ellen about why she's there and what she's doing, because Ellen's asked her questions, because she's, with her cover story, been around ska more, about whether or not they are really smart and like real people, and to maintain her cover, she's like, no? Yeah? And she goes back, and actually, Kelsier knows she's picking up these feelings, and what's the one thing I'd like someone in the audience to tell me Kelsier likes to do more than anything else? Anyone want?
We kill them all.
Yep, you got it. And so she's falling in love with a noble. Kelsier not happy about that and maintains, definitely still like all the rest. This conversation's even happening between them when Vin followed Ellen to a meeting with his friends and hears him talking about how they're not happy with the Lord Ruler. And his friends are also reading rebellious texts. Maybe some nobles are good? The only good noble is a dead noble.
The only good bug is a dead bug.
Now, he's been continuing his training with Vin, but she's also gone off and spoken to all the individual mistings within the crew as well about their specialities. Kelsier is an amazing generalist, but if you spend your whole life as a misting with just one power, you're going to know that power better than all the others. And this has helped her kind of gain an edge. But they're back at Clubs' mansion. Kelsier's going over the plan, and Vin really realizes, hey, that seed of trust that was kind of spreading out its little green veins, blossoming into a beautiful flower that she's never seen before, because Ash. But she's loving this life. She's not necessarily here for the cause, but she's here for the people. This crew is a family, and it's really the closest thing to a family she has ever had. But those individual lessons are continuing when Vin goes off with Ham to get a specialization lesson about pewter. And he's telling her kind of like a boxer strategy where it's like, not all haymakers at first, right? You want to kind of dole out your pewter intelligently, really work down your opponent and be strategic about it. But they're actually on their way to the garrison within the city because Hammond's cover allows him to be real close to the Emperor's soldiers. Except one of the soldiers comes up to him and says, hey, we're actually gearing up and ready to head out. We found a Ska rebellion in the caves.
Oh, shit!
And the soldier asks Hammond, do you want to come? I'll make you an officer right away. To which Hammond says, yes, absolutely. Then go back. Wait, how did they find out about the Ska rebellion? Turns out, Yeadon decided to get big for his britches? I'm not even sure why you'd think to do this. It's quite frankly the stupidest thing anyone does in this entire book, but he just decided to take their group that had swelled to about 7,000 total and attack a nearby garrison that's not in the main city. They won! They did a good job! And then backup came, and so Kelsier and Vin panicked, go to try and help last minute. All they can do is arrive and see the last stragglers of their force massacred. Go! That's bad. Okay, we need to go back to the caves to see if anyone's there and try and save and protect them. So they go back to the caves as quickly as they can, and they find about 2,000 soldiers who refuse to go. And these were the smart ones who saw this as a side mission. They're mostly old. That's not the best thing to have for your army, but one of them is actually a Ska from the plantation at the start. And he has a conversation with Kelsier where he says, you know, you gave us some victories here. 5,000 of us died, but we defeated one garrison, so that's the best victory any Ska's had in centuries. And Kelsier internally is just, we're so conditioned for failure that you think that's a great victory. I'm not gonna let that be okay. That's not a thing. We're going hard. We're gonna go big mode. They regroup at Clubs's, are trying to talk about strategies going forward, but Spook interrupts the meeting to let them know there's a gathering happening in the center of town, and they go to check out what's going on, and it's mass executions of Ska. Not even necessarily prisoners of war taken on the battlefield, just to punish the Ska. And Vin and the crew go to a rooftop to watch, and she uses Tin to see Elend amongst the nobles there to witness. A lot of the nobles seem to be enjoying it, but not Elend. Not Elend and his friends. They're just disapproving silently, the most rebellious they can be. Kelsier, though, gives a very intense speech as the Lord Ruler is there, and they all feel his like oppressing soothing on them because he just has this aura to oppress like the entire crowd that's gathered of like 100,000 Ska. The guy is a god. But Kelsier says, you can leave if you want, but this is in game now. We're in it for the big win, and if you're staying, you're obeying everything I say without question. And the crew locks in. It's lock-in time. Okay, this is driving me nuts, and I might drive you all nuts too. I can't remember what I drew that for. That is absolutely driving me bonkers. What was this little vial going up with the markings for? I don't know. They receive a message from Marsh at this point requesting a meeting with Kelsier. He actually walks Vin through burning gold for the first time. Nice. She's really working her way through all the stuff here. And seeing those little fades of the past, because that's what you are able to do with gold, seems useless, but as is true in all of Sanderson's magic systems, something that's presented as useless at first is likely going to turn around to be mega awesome before the story's done. But when they meet with Marsh, he's been made up to look like an obligator, which is like this. So, you know, no foreshadowing there for his future. And he tells them of soothing stations that have actually been positioned throughout Luthadel to constantly oppress the Ska. Literal oppression, actually just putting down and dampening their emotions. And that's part of the reason the Lord Ruler has been able to dominate for so long without substantial pushback. There's been some scuffles here and there, but not the level you'd think for this level of brutality. And oh yeah, that makes sense. How evil is that? It's been too long since we've been to a ball, so let's do two pretty soon back to back. Vin heads to a ball, meets up with Ellen Venture, who tells her about, hey, the reason my family's actually so powerful and important to the Lord Ruler and above the other noble houses in a lot of ways is because we actually handle the Atium. You know, the 90% that goes to the nobles and 10% to the Lord Ruler. We're like the administration. We manage the mines, you know, the pits of Hath Sin, so that's why I'm a super noble. And Vin takes this information internally and Oh boy, Kelsier would sure love to know that, but he also plans on definitely killing this guy. Ellen's also trying to convince Vin to leave the city. Kelsier's actions of brutally killing people at random times within the noble houses, still no one's figuring out who's doing that, while Vin spreads rumors, as she did at this party, is fully taking effect. And it looks like maybe a new noble house war is on the horizon. She runs to Sean, though, who tries to get her to look through Ellen Venture's books. Vin has actually looked in those before and seen the rebellious text, so she has to absolutely not do that, but does want to learn what Sean's plan is. This actually brings us to Ellen's POV, and we see he meets with his father, who is just finishing up talking with Tensoon, a Khandra, a what? Don't worry about it, in the bones of a Hastings servant. Just hold on. After that Khandra leaves, Strathventure talks to his son, and Strathventure, if you thought he couldn't get worse, surprise, he openly says he wishes Ellen would die because Ellen's not a real man for not betting more women and ska and stuff since the horrible things that Strathventure did. Strathventure. Straff to be around. He even wants Ellen to meet up with another noble woman for a date. Ellen's not down for that. Basically, a lot of the stuff Ellen's been doing during this whole book, like reading during balls and talking to lower status nobles, has been to piss off his father. If I was in his shoes, I'd do the same. But one of his servants has noticed that Vin, Valette to him, leaves her carriage early, and this brings enough suspicion in Ellen to actually put spies on her tail that he gets from his father in exchange for going on this date. Vin has a conversation with Sazed where he actually explains Farakimi in even more detail. He takes one of his pewter mines and allows Vin to burn it, and she does feel like a nugget of his power in there, but she can't access it in the same way that another ferrochemist with his pewter mine couldn't access in it. So that's one of the big distinguishing things between allomancy. Any metal Vin drinks, that's right, she can burn. It's got to be specific to the ferrochemist. Oh, but the reason that Vin has come to see Sazed is she finished what she thought was the last entry in the diary and goes up to him like, there has to be more. And he goes, no, that's it. And that's such an unsatisfying ending to this book. There's no oomph. There's no, oh, I then become the Lord Ruler. It just stops, to which Sazed responds, you mean he became immortal, so chronicling your life when you're immortal kind of seems redundant. I a little bit disagree with that. Maybe? I'm not sure. But Vin makes the statement that she might not ever become a reader if this is what most books are like, and I have to tell you, Vin, it's very important for me that you become a reader. But this takes Vin to her last ball.
Thank God for that.
Because she arrives at one and no one's talking. Not a good time. Bad vibe. Very bad vibe.
This is a terrible party.
Everyone's just talking to their closest friends. Vin tries to talk to some people. They like walk away, goes to another group, and they just don't speak much. So she goes up to Ellen Venture, who goes from like advising her to leave the city because it's dangerous to just telling her like, I can't mess with you anymore. I'm out. I got more important stuff to do with my house. Bye. And we can just tell as the reader is actually afraid for her. And also a little bit of distrust. Why are you getting out of the carriage early? That's weird. But Vin runs into one of the gossips that she's been spreading house intrigue with, who calls her out for spreading false rumors, but also apparently has some information Vin might want. It involves Ellen. So Vin pays with a necklace. The woman won't tell her everything. So Vin actually uses her riot powers on her to make her afraid and finds out that there's an assassin sent after Ellen tonight. Uh-oh. So Vin strips off her dress, puts on her Mistborn cloak, darts out of the ball, Batman style, shoots up to where Ellen's meeting's happening with his friends, and finds Sean, the bitch, and another. They're both Mistborns. Sean's not a Misting, she's a Mistborn. Oh, and they see me.
It's time to die.
Time for blood. And so Vin starts burning atium and everything she has, and so does Sean, who has atium. Crap. Battle occurs. It becomes clear to Vin that Sean has more atium than her, so Vin switches it up and just goes fully on the offensive.
Vin scrambled backward, keeping an eye on Sean. The noblewoman stalked forward, her phantoms forming in an insane bubble of translucent motion around her. She seemed calm, secure. She has plenty of atium, Vin thought, feeling her own storage burn away. I need to get away. A shadowy length of wood suddenly shot through Vin's chest. She ducked to the side as the real arrow, apparently made with no arrowhead, passed through where she had been standing. She glanced toward the gatehouse, where several soldiers were raising bows. She cursed, glancing to the side, into the mists. As she did so, she caught a smile from Sean. She's waiting for my atium to burn out. She wants me to run. She knows she can't chase me down. There was only one other option: attack. Sean frowned in surprise as Vin dashed forward, phantom arrows snapping against the stones just before their real counterparts arrived. Vin dodged between the two arrows, her ATM-enhanced mind knowing exactly how to move, passing so close that she could feel the missiles in the air to either side of her. Sean swung her daggers and Vin twisted to the side, dodging one slice and blocking the other with her forearm, earning a deep gash. Her own blood flew in the air as she spun, each droplet tossing out a translucent ATM image and a flared pewter, punching Sean square in the stomach. Sean grunted in pain, bending slightly, but she didn't fall. ATM's almost gone, Vin thought desperately. Only a few seconds left. So she extinguished her ATM, exposing herself. Sean smiled wickedly, coming up from her crouch, right-hand dagger swinging confidently. She assumed that Vin had run out of ATM, and therefore that she was exposed, vulnerable. At that moment, Vin burned her last bit of ATM. Sean paused briefly in confusion, giving Vin an opening as a phantom arrow streaked through the mists overhead. Vin caught the real arrow as it followed, the grady wood burning her fingers, then rammed it down into Sean's chest. The shaft snapped in Vin's hand, leaving an inch protruding from Sean's body. The woman stumbled backward, but stayed on her feet. Damn pewter, Vin thought, ripping a sword from his sheath beside the unconscious soldier at her feet. She jumped forward, gritting her teeth in determination, and Sean, still dazed, raised a hand to push against the sword. Vin let the weapon go. It was merely a distraction, as she slammed the second half of the broken arrow into Sean's chest beside its counterpart. This time, Sean dropped. She tried to rise, but one of the shafts must have done some serious damage to her heart, for her face paled. She struggled for a moment, then fell lifeless to the stones. Vin stood breathing deeply as she wiped the blood from her cheek, only to realize that her bloody arm was just making her face worse. Beside her, the soldiers called out, knocking more arrows. Vin glanced back toward the keep, bidding farewell to Elend, and pushed herself out into the night.
Overwhelms Sean, kills her. The second Mistborn was accidentally launched into Elend's meeting. And so Elend's, the assassination attempt, guards pour in, everything. It's disrupted. Who sent this assassination attempt? His dad? His dad sent his ex-fiancée a Mistborn to kill him. He was serious when he said he didn't want Elend taking over anymore. Uh-oh. But that's been subverted, so that dinner is going to be great. Elend doesn't actually realize this assassination attempt at first. He thinks this is just a spy that's been dropped in on him. And he learns later it's an assassination attempt, and he's shocked. Not as much as you'd think, though. But Vin did get beat to hell during this. She stumbles back to Clubs' safe house, and the crew sees her cut up and starts... They were actually having a really cheerful conversation, but they're stitching her, and Kelsier gives her crap for stopping the assassination attempt of Elend, and she just snaps at this point and says, "You guys think you're ska? Look at you right now, standing around, drinking your bourbon, rich, having servants take you stuff. You're nobles. You're absolutely nobles." Right there to the whole crew, "I'm going to go sit on the roof in a very sad, somber state." And Kelsier, he puts on his dad hat, and he goes up to sit by Vin, and the vibe between these two has been father-daughter the whole time. And he apologizes, acknowledges she might be right, and even says some things along the lines eventually to Vin about how him and Mare wanted to have kids, and basically just reading between the lines, "I really wish you were my daughter. I love you. I'm like your daddy. And you be my daughter, and we're not setting up anything tragic to happen at all."
She accepted the cloak, then wrapped it around her shoulders. "What happened tonight?" he asked. "What really happened?" "Elend told me that he didn't want to be with me anymore." "Ah," Kelsier said, moving over to sit by her. "Was this before or after you killed his former fiancée?" "Before," Vin said. "And you still protected him?" Vin nodded, sniffing quietly. "I know, I'm an idiot. No more than the rest of us," Kelsier said with a sigh. He looked up into the mists. "I loved Mare too, even after she betrayed me. Nothing could change how I felt. And that's why it hurts so much," Vin said, remembering what Kelsier had said before. "I think I finally understand. You don't stop loving someone just because they hurt you," he said. "It would certainly make things easier if you did." She started to sniffle again, and he put a fatherly arm around her. She pulled close, trying to use his warmth to push away the pain. "I loved him, Kelsier," she whispered. "Elend?" "No, not Elend," Vin said. "Reen. He beat me over and over and over. He swore at me, he yelled at me, he told me he'd betray me every day. I thought about how much I hated him. And I loved him. I still do. It hurts so much to think that he's gone, even though he's always told me he would leave. Oh, child, Kelsier said, pulling her close. I'm so sorry. Everyone leaves me, she whispered. I can barely remember my mother. She tried to kill me, you know. She heard voices in her head, and they made her kill my baby sister. She was going to kill me next, but Reen stopped her. Either way, she left me. After that, I clung to Reen. He left too. I love Elend, but he doesn't want me anymore. She looked up at Kelsier. When are you going to go? When will you leave me? Kelsier looked sorrowful. Vin, I don't know. This job, the plan. She searched his eyes, looking for the secrets therein. What are you hiding from me, Kelsier? Something that dangerous. She wiped her eyes, again pulling away from him, feeling foolish. He looked down, shaking his head. Look, now you got blood all over my nice, dirty, pretend informant's clothing. Vin smiled. At least some of it is noble blood. I got Sean pretty good. Kelsier chuckled. You're probably right about me, you know. I don't give the nobility much of a chance, do I? Vin flushed. Kelsier, I shouldn't have said those things. You're good people, and this plan of yours, well, I realize what you're trying to do for the Ska. No, Vin, Kelsier said, shaking his head. What you said was true. We're not really Ska. But that's good, Vin said. If you were ordinary Ska, you wouldn't have the experience or courage to plan something like this. They might lack experience, Kelsier said, but not courage. Our army lost, true, but they were willing, with minimal training, to charge a superior force. No, the Ska don't lack courage, just opportunity. Then it's your position as half Ska, half nobleman, that has given you opportunity, Kelsier, and you've chosen to use that opportunity to help your Ska half. That makes you worthy of being Ska if anything does. Kelsier smiled. Worthy to be a Ska. I like the sound of that. Regardless, perhaps I need to spend a little less time worrying about which nobleman to kill and a little more worrying about which peasants to help. Vin nodded, pulling the cloak close as she stared up into the mists. They protect us, give us power, hide us. She hadn't felt like she needed to hide in a long time, but now, after the things she said below, she almost wished that she could burrow away like a wisp of mist. I need to tell him. It could mean the plan's success or failure. She took a deep breath. House Venture has a weakness, Kelsier. He perked up. It does? Vin nodded. ATM. They make certain the metal is harvested and delivered. It's the source of their wealth. Kelsier drew in a sharp breath. Of course! That's how they can pay the taxes. That's why they're so powerful. He would need someone to handle things for him. Kelsier? Vin asked. He didn't look back at her. Don't do anything unless you have to, all right? Kelsier frowned. I don't know that I can promise anything, Vin. I'll try to think of another way, but as things stand now, Venture has to fall. I understand. I'm glad you told me, though. She nodded. And now I've betrayed Ellen, too. But there was a peace in knowing that she hadn't done it out of spite. Kelsier was right. House Venture was a power that needed to be toppled. Oddly, her mention of the house seemed to bother Kelsier more than it did her. He sat staring into the mist, strangely melancholy. He reached down, casually scratching his arm. The scars, Finn thought. It isn't House Venture he's thinking about. It's the pits. Her. Kelsier, she said. Yes? His eyes still looked a little bit absent as he watched the mist. I don't think Mare betrayed you. He smiled. I'm glad you feel that way. No, I mean it, Finn said. The Inquisitors were waiting for you when you got to the center of the palace, right? Kelsier nodded. They were waiting for us too. Kelsier shook his head. You and I fought some guards, made some noise. When Mare and I went in, we were quiet. We planned for a year. We were stealthy, secretive, and very careful. Someone set a trap for us. Mare was an Allomancer, right? Vin asked. They could have sensed you coming. Kelsier shook his head. We had a smoker with us. Red was his name. The Inquisitor killed him straight off. I've wondered if he was the traitor, but that doesn't work. Red didn't know about the infiltration until that night. When we went and got him, only Mare knew enough, dates, times, objectives, to have betrayed us. Besides, there's a Lord Ruler's comment. You didn't see him, Vin. Smiling as he thanked Mare. There was honesty in his eyes. They say the Lord Ruler doesn't lie. Why would he need to? Vin sat quietly for a moment, mulling it over. Kelsier, she said slowly. I think that Inquisitors can sense your allomancy when you're burning copper. Impossible. I did it tonight. I punctured Sean's copper cloud to locate her and the other assassins. That's how I got to Ellen's in time. Kelsier frowned. You've got to be mistaken. It happened before too, Vin said. I can feel the Lord Ruler's touch on my emotions, even when I'm burning copper. And I swear that when I was hiding from the Inquisitor, who was hunting me. He found me when he shouldn't have been able to. Kelsier, what if it's possible? What if hiding yourself by smoking isn't a simple matter of whether or not your copper is on? What if it depends on how strong you are? Kelsier sat thoughtfully. It could be possible, I suppose. Then Mare wouldn't have had to betray you, Ben said eagerly. Inquisitors are extremely powerful, the ones who are waiting for you. Maybe they just felt you burning metals. They knew that an Allomancer was trying to sneak into the palace. Then the Lord Ruler thanked her because she was the one who gave you away. She was the Allomancer burning tin that led them to you. Kelsier's face took on a troubled expression. He turned, sitting so he was directly in front of her. Do it now, then. Tell me what metal I'm burning.
That's my girl.
But this explains how the Lord Ruler, and potentially also the Steel Inquisitors, have been so effective at tracking and finding them. They can see beyond what's just typical for Mistborns. Spies Ellen hired, though, speaking of people seeing things they shouldn't, are able to bring Ellen to the safe house, and he sees that Valette is definitely a part of a ska thieving crew, and he's relieved. He's like, great, she's not one of these nobles that I detest being around all the time, to which his friends say, are you out of your goddamn... Are you high? It's okay if you are, man. You can ask for help. But Ellen's just that tired of his own people and into Vin. He got half the truth. She is a part of a thieving crew. She's not there to steal from you. Although he also susses that out because Vin never asked for any gifts. And a really sweet moment, though, before we get into the climax. Spook is sitting on a roof, and Vin goes up and like gently lets him down. Asks to keep the snot rag, though, which is a nice gesture. And he gives her a lesson on 10 and says it's not about the fact that you can hear everything. It's about what you can ignore and focus on. Keep that in mind. But they get another meeting request to see Marsh. Ignore that. And on the way, Kelsier stops by one of the ska houses they've been putting up some of the people who are working with the men. And it's just like, okay, Kelsier's fully being deified. He's being referred to as the Lord of the Mists. And Vin sees like the full conclusion of this trust thing, that Kelsier is not actually here for his own gain or his own fame. Instead, he sees himself as the noble these people should have had. Yes, he's magic-blooded and special and powerful. That means he should look out for and be there. He's not the noble they need, but the noble they deserve. He's both the noble they need, deserve, and good Batman. But arriving at the meeting with Marsh, in Marsh's chair, they find a skinned corpse. Vin sees Kelsier immediately in shock and grieving, seeing his brother this way. Finds a note from Marsh that reads about how he thinks he's starting to be suspected. Snaps Kelsier out of it. They dip and get back to the safe house. And if they tortured Marsh as bad as it looks, he would have revealed everything. So he knew everything about House Renew, about Clubs' place. They need to go to their backup safety stuff immediately. So Kelsier orders House Renew to be evacuated and for Clubs' spot to be abandoned, and they'll go to a place that even Marsh didn't know about. Kelsier's not going to be a part of it. They hit him in one of the last places he could actually be hit. And so he decides to hit him back. And to do that, he has to face his demon. And so we see Kelsier goes to the pits of Hath Sin and plunges back into them. And we don't see what happens within, which I hate. Oh my God, I wish we could see what happens in there. Really? He comes back to the crew, though, once they've moved to the secondary safe house, which is just like a dingy 3-room setup, and tells them, I went to the pits of Hath Sin, and I destroyed the crystals that made atium. So I've crippled the Empire's atium supply for hundreds of years. Question. I get you were afraid of them. Can we not do that from the start? You know what? I'm going to leave it. That's fine. Yeah, awesome. Glad you did that. I'm going to take my questions, leave them in my pocket, and accept this was badass. I'm very excited to say, though, this takes us to the climax board. Let's go! Because in the wake of his atium supply being disrupted, you don't think the Lord Ruler is gonna let some ska get away with that without bloodshed, do ya? So they're evacuating House Renew, but it's not Spook that shows up to warn them about something happening, and instead, it's just one of the assistants who replaced Spook. They go to see there's a commotion happening in Cinder Square, and there's a bunch of prisoner carriages carrying people from House Renew, including Spook. And Kelsier, okay, I let the prisoners get killed last time.
Maximum effort.
Kelsier launches himself at the prisoner caravans, rips off one of the doors. Go, go, go! Steel Inquisitor lands on top of it. It's maximum effort time. You guys have kicked my ass before. I've run away. This time we're going to the end. And we get to see what Kelsier is capable of when he's fully committed. And it's a lot. He is able to like make rods twirl to deflect arrows from other guards that are showing up because this is a full-on trap. This is a full-on trap. There's soldiers pouring into the streets, but there's also ska showing up in large amounts, kind of getting in the way. So not immediately overrun, and also they kind of give him an arena made of armor to fight the Steel Inquisitor because the guards are like, I'm not going to take on a Mistborn, let the Steel Inquisitor do it. But Kelsier used that advantage, pushing off their metal plates, pulling on their weapons so much. While he's trying to free more of the prisoners from the carriage, we also see Ellen Venture arrives, hearing that people from House Renew have been rounded up, thinking, Villette's in there.
This is my moment.
Kelsier has a moment where one of the Steel Inquisitors is actually going to strike Ellen, and Kelsier saves Ellen Venture. It's like, I just saved a noble. Villette's not here. You can go. And so Ellen is taken away by his guards, and Kelsier keeps fighting the Steel Inquisitor. Lord Renew, though, does have that Steel Inquisitor's axe embedded in his back. Kelsier needs revenge, takes the axe, and says, don't worry, he might be able to survive that. What? What is it? What is Lord Renew? What did you replace him with? But he takes that axe, turns around, and manages to have the Steel Inquisitor, you know how there's spikes coming out of the back of his head? He makes those spikes get embedded into one of the carriages that got knocked over during the fight, takes the axe, and decapitates him. They're hard to kill. You know what always kills stuff that's hard to kill? Decapitation. It works 90% of the time, every time. And it's a massive rise of victory. The Lord of the Mists has killed a Steel Inquisitor. He has grown into the myth, the legend. Why is there another carriage coming over the hill? And why does everyone here suddenly feel really soothed? We're feeling soothed. Okay, I feel really, really good right now. Oh, that's the Lord Ruler's carriage. Okay, Kelsier, it's not time to run. And instead, he stands his ground. Lord Ruler carriage pulls up. Lord Ruler gets out with flowing black locks of hair, trying to stare down Kelsier, the survivor of the pits of Hatsin and Lord of the Myths.
He hates me. I like that.
And I will read you the fight between the Lord of the Mists and the Lord Ruler.
The Lord Ruler stopped a few feet away, one of the spears nearly touching Kelsier's chest. Black ash fell lightly around the two men, bits of it curling and blowing in the faint wind. The square fell horribly silent. Even the Inquisitor stopped his gruesome work, then leaned forward, clinging precariously to the rough brickwork. Do something, Kelsier. Use the metal. The Lord Ruler glanced at the Inquisitor that Kelsier had killed. Those are very hard to replace. His accident voice carried easily to Vin's tin-enhanced ears. Even from a distance, she could see Kelsier smile. I killed you once, the Lord Ruler said, turning back to Kelsier. You tried, Kelsier replied, his voice loud and firm, carrying across the square. But you can't kill me, Lord Tyrant. I represent that thing you've never been able to kill, no matter how hard you try. I am hope, the Lord Ruler snorted in disdain. He raised a casual arm, then backhanded Kelsier with a blow so powerful that Vin could hear the crack resounding through the square. Kelsier launched and spun, spraying blood as he fell. No! Vin screamed.
Is that all you got?
The Lord Ruler ripped one of the spears from his own body, then slammed it down through Kelsier's chest. Let the executions begin, he said, turning toward his carriage, and ripping out the second spear, then tossing it aside. Chaos followed. Prompted by the Inquisitor, the soldiers turned and attacked the crowd. Other Inquisitors appeared from the square above, riding black horses, ebony axes glistening in the afternoon light. Vin ignored it all. Kelsier! She screamed. His body lay where it had fallen, spear jutting from his chest, scarlet blood pooling around him. No, no, no! She jumped from the building, pushing against some people and throwing herself over the massacre. She landed in the center of the oddly empty square. Lord Ruler gone. Inquisitors busy killing Ska. She scrambled to Kelsier. There was almost nothing remaining of the left side of his face. The right side, however, it still smiled faintly. Single, dead-eyed, staring into the red-black sky. Flakes of ash settled softly on his face. Kelsier, no, she said, tears streaming down her face. She prodded his body, feeling for a pulse. There was none. You said you couldn't be killed, she cried. What of your plans? What of the 11th metal? What of me? He didn't move. Finn had trouble seeing through the tears. It's impossible. He always said we weren't invincible, but that meant me, not him, not Kelsier. He was invincible. He should have been. Someone grabbed her arm and she squirmed, crying out. Time to go, kid, Ham said. His eyes examined Kelsier one last time, as if to quash any lingering hope that his friend's broken body still retained a spark of life. Then he towed her away. Finn continued to struggle weakly, but she was growing numb. In the back of her mind, she heard Reen's voice. See? I told you he would leave you. I warned you. I promised you.
Yeah, that wasn't much of a fight. And then, rightfully, what about the 11th metal? Everything. Oh my God. They flee. They run back to their safe house and the crew meets and they're trying to figure out, do we get any victory out of this? Kind of. There's going to be a noble house war. Hundreds of powerful nobles will die. That's a plus, I guess. It's not. It's a Pyrrhic defeat? No, wait, what's that noise outside? And they start seeing ska rallying in the streets, pitchforks and torches, Simpsons movie style. Really not done. And one of them is saying, Kelsier came to me after his fight with the Lord Ruler and talked to me. Wait. Is Kelsier actually a god? Guys, no. They go to a warehouse where Kelsier held his meetings and they meet a Kandra. Remember how I said the Mistwraiths can poke-evolve? This is a mature Mistwraith. They gain sentience, intelligence, and they can consume someone's bones and then look like them. Kelsier employed one with a payment of atium to take on his form after he died, and then start talking to Ska to spread his myth as him come back to life. And it has additional orders. We still have all these weapons stockpiled. See that mob out there? Arm them. There's been assassins sent to kill all these suppression pits that keep people from being upset. The garrison's actually also still out of the city dealing with what we did at the Pits of Hathsin. So it's time. Do it. And in the final Sidious do it moment of the book, the Kandra also hands Vin a pouch. Inside is a depiction of a flower that Mare loved, showing that Kelsier still loved Mare to this day. Aw. Some atium. Nice. And that bar of the 11th metal.
Holy shit, it's real.
Vin arms up and prepares to take on the Lord Ruler. And she knows exactly where she needs to be. She's heading straight on to the mystery door, barrels her way through so fast, not even the Steel Inquisitors can stop her, kicks open the door. Flah! Let's go, Lord Ruler! Why is there a 70-year-old man here? That's an old man. What the hell is happening right now? And a Steel Inquisitor, who she actually was able to get past because she just went so fast, catches up to her, grabs her. Crap! Bad. She tries burning the 11th metal and sees that old man is the Lord Ruler? What? And she's pulled by a Steel Inquisitor, defeated, and taken into a cell where she's thrown and starts doing all kinds of math in her head, trying to figure out how the 11th metal, gold, anything can lead her to be able to take down the Lord Ruler. What is the answer here? How can we do it? She is actually pulled out from this cell because one of the Steel Inquisitors said something really interesting. It's why she wasn't killed right away to the Lord Ruler, that they need to use Ven. Why would they need to use Ven? It's actually very well justified in the text. She is brought before the Lord Ruler, and so is her father, the head obligator. And the Steel Inquisitor who's been hunting her makes an accusation. Hey man, isn't this your daughter? To which, no, I wouldn't break that law. Hey man, is this your daughter?
Nope.
It sure seems like she has a noble father.
Yeah, that is weird.
And guess what? Mori opens the envelope. You are the father. And the Steel Inquisitors use this as leverage to get the Lord Ruler to put the Steel Inquisitors in charge of the ministry, not men. So they will now be in charge of the Lord Ruler's eyes and ears. That's somehow scarier. Everything is scarier now. We cut to Ellen Venture, who's actually, during this Ska uprising happening in Luthadel, ordering his people, don't go out and attack, defend. buckle down. We're just going to keep our keep safe. Give me your 5 best men. I need to go out on a mission. My dad? Oh, he left. I actually thought he would, because maybe he loved me a little bit, try and get me to leave the super dangerous city. But when I said I didn't want to leave, he just went good, spat on me, and flipped me off. Not quite that bad, but Strafincher did actually be like, maybe you'll die here. Great. Bye. Elend, though, is brought to Doxon, because remember, he knows where their hideout is. And he says, do not attack the noble houses. They suck. I understand they suck. But if you focus on just all your forces pressing at the Lord Ruler, you'll have a way better shot, and all the noble houses are too busy defending themselves. And Doxon thinks that's a good idea. So we cut to Ven, and wouldn't you know who is on her tail trying to save her again? Sazed. But this time he's dragged in by Steel Inquisitors who caught him and thrown in a cell, and they tell Ven, we'll torture the hell out of him when we get back. So you might want to just get used to that idea and tell us all the information we want to know now. Bye, and leave her. And I just want to point out, Steel Inquisitors, leave a guard in the room. Maybe 5. Just a thought. Fantasy villains and keeping prisoners. They're bad at that. And Sazed actually does something pretty interesting. He says, hey, Ven, I actually took a page out of your book. And she's, what do you mean? I took my pewter mines that I normally just keep like embedded in my body, and I swallowed them so they wouldn't find it. And then he all of a sudden hulks out. He straight up starts growing huge, and James McAvoyan Split pulls open the bars, and they're freed. Says it. Best monk ever. Best monk. They bust out of their cell, fighting in the halls. Ven finds a chest of all the stuff they took off her, like a video game nearby when that, when you're arrested in a game and they put your stuff in the cell chest right there. She gets it all back, has her medals, and also a rescue party arrives with Elend Venture and some ska rebels and stuff. Oh, he's on our side. It's all come complete. She gets smoochy time with Elend, drinks down her medals, and has the full gambit ready to go. Round 2 with the Lord Ruler. Let's flip the climax board. Then barrels into the room that contains the Lord Ruler, flies past the Steel Inquisitor, and starts slashing at the apparition of where he was, thinking, this is it, this is the key, nothing's happening, fuck! Vin burned the 11th medal. The Lord Ruler's past self appeared as it had before, forming as if out of mist to stand on the dais beside the throne. Vin ignored the Inquisitor. The creature fortunately reacted slowly. She was halfway up the dais steps before it thought to chase her. The Lord Ruler sat silently, watching her with barely an interested expression. 2 spears through the chest didn't bother him, Vin thought, as she leapt the last bit of distance up to the top of the dais. He has nothing to fear from my daggers, which is why she didn't intend to attack him with them. Instead, she raised her weapon and plunged it directly toward the past self's heart. Her daggers hit and passed right through the man, as if he weren't there. Vin stumbled forward, skidding through the image, nearly slipping off the dais. She spun, slicing at the image again. Once more, her daggers passed through it harmlessly. It didn't even waver or distort. My gold image, she thought in frustration. I was able to touch that. Why can't I touch this? It obviously didn't work the same way. The shadow stood still, completely oblivious to her attacks. She thought that maybe if she killed the past vision of the Lord Ruler, his current form would die as well. Unfortunately, the past self appeared to just be as insubstantial as an ATM shadow. She had failed. Car crashed into her powerful Inquisitor's grip, grabbing her at the shoulders, his momentum carrying her off the dais. They tumbled down the back steps. Vin grunted, flaring pewter. I'm not the same powerless girl you held prisoner a short time ago, Car, she thought with determination, kicking him upward as they hit the ground behind the throne. The Inquisitor grunted, her kick tossing him into the air and ripping his grip free of her shoulders. Her mistcloak came off in his hands, but she flipped to her feet and scrambled away. Inquisitors, the Lord Ruler bellowed, standing. Come to me, Vin cried out, the powerful voice striking pain in her tin-enhanced ears. I have to get out of here, she thought, stumbling. I'll need to come up with a different way to kill him. Carr tackled her again from behind. This time, he got his arms wrapped completely around her, and he squeezed. Vin cried out in pain, flaring her pewter, pushing back, but Carr forced her to her feet. He dexterously wrapped one arm around her throat, while pinning her own arms behind her back with his other. She fought angrily, squirming and struggling, but his grip was tight. She tried throwing them both back with a sudden steel push against the door latch, but the anchor was too weak, and Carr barely stumbled. His grip held. The Lord Ruler chuckled as he sat back down on his throne. You'll have little success against Carr, child.
He was a soldier many years ago. He knows how to hold a person so that they can't break his grip no matter how strong they may be. Vin continued to struggle, gasping for breath. The Lord Ruler's words proved true, however. She tried ramming her head back against cars, but he was ready for this. She could hear him in her ear, his quick breath almost passionate as he choked her. In the reflection on the window, she could see the door open behind them. Another Inquisitor strode into the room, his spikes gleaming in the distorted reflection, his dark robe ruffling. That's it, she thought in a surreal moment, watching the mist on the ground before her creeping through the shattered window wall, flowing across the floor. Oddly, they didn't curl around her as they usually did, as if something were pushing them away. To Vin, it seemed a final testament to her defeat. I'm sorry, Kelsier. I failed you. The second Inquisitor stepped up beside his companion. Then he reached out and grabbed something at Car's back. There was a ripping sound.
How do we do it? How do we kill the Lord Ruler? She's grabbed by the Steel Inquisitor again, taken. No! The Lord Ruler's calling for more Steel Inquisitors. The door opens, another walks in, and he looks familiar. Why is it only one Steel Inquisitor and not many? Why do you look like Marsh? It was a skinned corpse. We couldn't identify it. It's Marsh. They took the obligator Marsh and turned him into a Steel Inquisitor, which usually destroys your mind. But Marsh, Will checked the shit out of it. And while the other Steel Inquisitors were sleeping, he learned how to kill them, went up and pulled the spines from their backs, which when you pull them out, they die. You don't always have to go for the decapitation. Sometimes a back spike pull, also a KO, depending on what you're fighting. In this case, it works. And the Steel Inquisitor holding Vin is unaware of this. And so Marsh moseys on up, looking more ugly than he ever has in his entire life, and pulls him on out, leaving Vin and Marsh alone with the Lord Ruler. And he then tries his attack on the Lord Ruler, tries to rip off his shirt, go for the spikes he suspects are on his back, and there's no spikes. Man, how do you kill this guy? How? What do you do to kill the Lord Ruler? Son of a gun! And the Lord Ruler shoots everyone away from him in a blast of power that's even powerful enough to tear out Vin's earring, and suddenly Vin's feeling stronger and more herself. Don't worry about that right now, though. That's something that's going to be important later. Just enjoy the fact that her ear is bleeding. Ow. And the Lord Ruler starts talking about, how dare you, with everything I do to keep this land safe. Do, actively, as in now. Keep that in mind. But something good did come out of Marsh trying to rip off the Lord Ruler's shirt. It exposed bracers that are embedded in his flesh, and Vin decides to risk it for the biscuit.
How dare you, the Lord Ruler demanded. After what I gave you, I made you superior to ordinary men. I made you dominant. Vin's head snapped up. Through the haze of pain and hopelessness, something triggered a memory within her. He keeps saying that his people should be dominant. She reached within, feeling her last bit of the 11th metal reserve. She burned it, looking through tear-stained eyes as the Lord Ruler held Marsh in a one-handed grip. The Lord Ruler's past self appeared next to him, a man in a fur cloak and heavy boots, a man with a full beard and strong muscles, not an aristocrat or a tyrant, not a hero or even a warrior, a man dressed for life in the cold mountains, a herdsman, or perhaps a pack-man. Rashik, Vin whispered. The Lord Ruler spun toward her in startlement. Rashik, Vin said again. That's your name, isn't it? You aren't the man who wrote the logbook. You're not the hero that was sent to protect the people. You're his servant, the pack-man who hated him. She shook her head. You killed him, she whispered. That's what happened that night. That's why the logbook stopped so suddenly. You killed the hero and took his place. You went into the cavern in his stead and you claimed the power for yourself, but instead of saving the world, you took control of it. You know nothing, he bellowed, still holding Marsh's limp body in one hand. You know nothing of that. You hated him, Vin said. You thought that a terroristman should have been the hero. You couldn't stand the fact that he, a man from the country that had oppressed yours, was fulfilling your own legends. The Lord Ruler lifted a hand, and Vin suddenly felt an impossible weight press against her, allomancy pushing the metals in her stomach and in her body, threatening to crush her back against the pillar. She cried out, flaring her last bit of pewter, struggling to remain conscious. Mists curled around her, creeping through the broken windows and across the floor. Outside, through the broken window, she could hear something ringing faintly in the air. It sounded like cheering, yes, yells of joy, thousands in chorus.
It sounded almost as if they were cheering her on. What does it matter, she thought. I know the Lord Ruler's secret, but what does it tell me? That he was a packman, a servant, a terraceman, a ferrochemist. She looked through dazed eyes and again saw the pair of bracelets glittering on the Lord Ruler's upper arms. Bracelets made of metal, bracelets that pierced his skin in places so that they couldn't be affected by allomancy. Why do that? He supposedly wore metal as a sign of bravado. He wasn't worried about people pulling or pushing against his metals, or that was what he claimed. But what if all the other metals he wore, the rings, the bracelets, the fashion that had made its way to the nobility, were simply a distraction? A distraction to keep people from focusing on this one pair of bands twisting around the upper arms. Could it really be that easy? She thought, as the Lord Ruler's weight threatened to crush her. Her pewter was nearly gone. She could barely think, yet she burned iron. The Lord Ruler could pierce copper clouds. She could too. They were the same somehow. If he could affect metals inside a person's body, then she could as well. She flared iron. Blue lines appeared, pointing to the Lord Ruler's rings and bracelets. All of them but one on his upper arms, puncturing his skin. Ven stoked her iron, concentrating, pushing it as hard as she could. She kept her pewter flared, struggling to keep from being crushed, but she could feel that she was no longer breathing. The force pushing against her was too strong. She couldn't get her chest to go up and down. Mist spun around, dancing because of her allomancy. She was dying. She knew it. She could barely feel the pain anymore. She was being crushed, suffocated. She drew upon the mists. 2 new lines appeared. She screamed, pulling with a strength that she had never known before. She flared her iron higher and higher, the Lord Ruler's own push giving her the leverage she needed to pull against his bracelets. Anger, desperation, and agony mixed within her, and the pull became her only focus. Her pewter ran out. He killed Kelsier. The bracelets ripped free. The Lord Ruler cried out in pain, a faint, distant sound to Ven's ears. The weight suddenly released her body, and she dropped to the floor. Gasping, her vision swimming, the bloody bracelets hit the ground, released from her grip, skidding across the marble to land before her. She looked up, using tin to clear her vision. The Lord Ruler stood where he had been before, his eyes widening with terror, his arms bloodied. He dropped Marsh to the ground, rushing toward her and the mangled bracelets. However, with their last bit of strength, pewter gone, Ven pushed on the bracelets, shooting them past the Lord Ruler. He spun in horror, watching the bracelets fly out the broken window. In the distance, the sun broke on the horizon. The bracelets dropped in front of its red light, sparkling for a moment before plunging down in the city. No! The Lord Ruler screamed, stepping toward the window. His muscles grew limp, deflating as Sazed's had.
Gotta go!
He turned back toward Ven, angry, but his face was no longer that of a young man. He was middle-aged, his youthful features matured. He stepped toward the window, his hair grayed, and wrinkles formed around his eyes like tiny webs. His next step was feeble. He began to shake with the burden of old age, his back stooping, his skin sagging, his hair going limp. Then he collapsed to the floor. Ven leaned back, her mind fuzzing from the pain. She lay there for a time. She couldn't think. "Mistress," a voice called, and then Sazed was at her side, his brow wet with sweat. He reached over and poured something down her throat, and she swallowed. Her body knew what to do. She reflexively flared pewter, strengthening her body. She flared tin, and the sudden increase of sensitivity shocked her awake. She gasped, looking up at Sazed's concerned face. "Careful, mistress," he said, inspecting her leg. "The bone is fractured, though it appears only in one place." "Marsh," she said, exhausted. "See to Marsh." "Marsh?" Sazed asked. Then he saw the Inquisitor stirring slightly on the floor, a distance away. "By the forgotten gods," Sazed said, moving to Marsh's side. Marsh groaned, sitting up. He cradled his stomach with one arm. "What is that?" Ven glanced at the withered form on the ground a short distance away. "It's him. The Lord Ruler. He's dead." Sazed frowned, curiously, standing. He wore a brown robe, and he brought a simple wooden spear with him. Ven shook her head at the thought. At such a pitiful weapon, facing the creature that had nearly killed her and Marsh. In a way, we were all just as useless. We should be dead, not the Lord Ruler. I pulled his bracelets off. Why? Why can I do things like he can? Why am I different? "Mistress," Sazed said slowly. "He's not dead, I think. He's still alive." "What?" Ven asked, frowning. She could barely think at the moment. There would be time to sort out her questions later. Sazed was right. The aged figure wasn't dead. Actually, it was moving pitifully on the floor, crawling toward the broken window. toward where his bracelets had gone. Marsh stumbled to his feet, waving away his administrations. I will heal quickly. See to the girl. Help me up, Vin said. Mistress, Sazed said disapprovingly. Please, Sazed, he sighed, handing her the wooden spear. Here, lean on this. She took it, and he helped her to her feet. Vin leaned on the shaft, hobbling with Marsh and Sazed toward the Lord Ruler. The crawling figure reached the edge of the room, overlooking the city through the shattered window. Vin's footsteps crackled on broken glass. People cheered again below, but she couldn't see them, nor see what they were cheering about. Listen, Sazed said. Listen, he who would be our God. Do you hear them cheering? Those cheers aren't for you. These people never cheered for you. They have found a new leader this evening, a new pride. My obligators, the Lord Ruler whispered. Your obligators will forget you, Marsh said. I will see to that. The other inquisitors are dead, slain by my own hand, yet the gathered prelanes saw you transfer power to the Canton of Inquisition. I am the only inquisitor left in Luthadel. I rule your church now. No, the Lord Ruler whispered. Marsh, Vin, and Sazed stopped in a ragged group, looking down at the old man. In the morning light, Vin could see a massive collection of people standing before a large podium, holding up their weapons in a sign of respect. The Lord Ruler cast his eyes down on the crowd. The final realization of his failure seemed to hit. He looked back up at the ring of people who had defeated him. You don't understand, he whispered. You don't know what I do for mankind. I was your god. Even if you couldn't see it, by killing me, you have doomed yourselves. Ben glanced at Marsh and Sazed. Slowly, each of them nodded. The Lord Ruler had begun coughing, and he seemed to be aging even further. Ben leaned on Sazed, her teeth gritted against the pain of her broken leg. I bring you a message from a friend of ours, she said quietly. He wanted you to know that he's not dead. He can't be killed. He is hope. And she raised the spear and rammed it directly into the Lord Ruler's heart.
But he does give this last warning of doom. I was the protector, not the villain. What was he doing? What's Cthulhu doing here? Why are you here, Cthulhu? And why could Vin pull on the mists? Well, to get those answers, you gotta keep watching the video, doofus. Look at this beautiful big board for Well of Ascension. Do you want to miss that? But the book ends with us seeing a conversation happening between Marsh, Sazed, and Vin, where they explain what a Khandra is to her. And it turns out that Vin actually has an extended contract with one of these Khandra because Kelsier paid it in advance. And it told it to pass the contract to Vin when he died. And she's like, I do not want whatever that thing is. Also, Marsh, how did you become a Steel Inquisitor? Are you in pain? And he says, absolutely. I don't want to go over it. It's not a pleasant memory. And I think we can all understand that. There's also a nice moment where Sazed comments, I can record that the Lord Ruler was killed by one of the Ska he oppresses with a wooden stick. And Vin's like, whoa, I don't want like too many books written about me. I want to be made famous. Definitely don't want like a full trilogy. Okay, that would be too much. Don't call it Mistborn. But eventually their conversation turns to the deepness and what exactly that implies coming around the bend. Okay, Vin wants to go see Elend, and she goes to see now King Elend Venture, who has managed to get a lot of the houses in line. And he's writing in his notebooks, taking on kingly duties, really caring, trying to establish a new codified law system that'll be fair to the people. And Vin realizes, did he know me? Or did he only know Valette? Did the crew really know me? And she turns and starts walking away to fly as a Mistborn free in the town. But she actually learned something while she was prisoner. The Steel Inquisitor kind of tried to taunt her and say, yeah, we actually took your brother and tortured him to death to try and find you. And that means he didn't give her up. And he didn't abandon her. And so Vin turns back around and jumps into Elend's study and tells him, you have a problem of reading too many books. And Elend stands up and gives her a hug. And we fade to black with Vin just saying she wants to be held by someone she loves. That's really sweet. That was book 1 of Mistborn, the final empire. Let me know what you think of it, and now let us continue on to answer a whole bunch of these mysteries that were set up in this book but not explained with Book 2, The Well of Ascension. Now, The Well of Ascension picks up about a year after the events of Book 1. And we see that we are now following King Elend Venture as he's scrambling together an entire new government, which is a really difficult part of, the rebellion process that not a lot of fiction focuses on. And I appreciate that the Well of Ascension actually does pay close attention to just how much strife this is going to cause. Oopsie daisy, there's also some straff going on. Because Elend's father is also camped outside the city with 50,000 men, wanting to take it from his son, who he also tried to have killed. Remember how great of a dad Straff Venture is? And Elend is talking with Ham about how they only have 20,000 men guarding the city, and yeah, Luthadell's like a big city, but more than double our size, and basically we could have like a bunch of peasants we've handled weapons to. This is a bad spot to be in. But actually, we see Vin is also out in the mists on patrol, looking for assassins, and the mists, they be acting weird. It's almost as if someone got rid of a guardian that was keeping something bigger and darker away. Was the Lord Ruler telling the truth?
Boy, I hope not.
But going even more in the spooky direction, Vin realizes she's being watched in the mists. We're going big on spooky mists in Book 2. And this individual actually ends up watching Vin take on 8 mistings sent to assassinate her and or Elend. And she ends up taking them all out, but this watcher actually saves her from one of them. Is he not one of the assassins?
Who the fuck was that?
Why is the weird watcher stopping these mistings from killing Vin? Well, we later learn that this watcher is a part of Straff Venture's group, and these mistings sent to assassinify people was a part of a different group, and so interference was run.
Personal foul, defense number 55, 15-yard penalty.
No one's gonna kill you but me if my motivation is to kill you. Subterfuge. But Vin is in an extra bad spot because she's having to burn the last of her atium in these fights, and they have not managed to find where the Lord Ruler was keeping all of the massive wealth of atium he'd been building up as said Lord Ruler. And with what Kelsier did in the last book, which we didn't get to see, going into the pits of and destroying the last bit of the atium generators we know about, that means they're in an extra bad spot, and atium is a more valuable resource than ever. But this is not the end of Vin's headaches, because there's also mist coming out during the day, which is crazy. But finally, Vin also sees not the Watcher, but an actual individual composed of mist form in the mist.
Return the slab.
What the hell is even that?
Again, spooky mist time, and it's even happening during the daytime, and we see this with Sazed, because he's out and amongst the Ska people, helping them learn from his mines of knowledge how to properly farm and build themselves up as a freed people. But not only are the Ska having to deal with the mist suddenly being around during the day, but the mist just grabs one of them and kills him. A guy dies from mist.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And so Sazed, no, he's not dead, but he's helping dig a grave. It's a bad world right now, but all of the emotional weight is risen up a bit, though, by seeing that Vin and Elend are still in love, still together, and supporting one another. She's his badass Mistborn, patrolling the city, keeping the streets safe like Batman, and he is her new thought leader, writing down essentially like their Declaration of Independence, Constitution. Oh, what was the French document?
Oh, this one.
But the dynamic in the city is high pressure for Vindelin, Her name's Vin. I don't know why I call her Vindalin. Because she is essentially operating in the aura left over from Kelsier. He may have died, but he did so in a way where he's essentially been deified, and she's known as his pupil. So now Vin has the weight on her shoulders to be the savior of the people, trained by the man who set her up to kill the Lord Ruler, and she killed the Lord Ruler. So whenever the Ska see her, there's big like Zack Snyder Superman vibes where they're like, ah, we love you. But if you remember, Kelsier also left her a Kandra to be her companion. This is the one who consumed Kelsier's corpse and was helping spread his myth as someone come back from the dead. He's no longer in Kelsier's body because you can't keep up that centrifuge for too long. And he's kind of just running around the city with Vin, being her support Kandra. But him being in this guy's body is a bit strange because it's like, who's this person just hanging around Vin? People are confused. So Vin goes to a person who is selling dogs. And this is going where you think it's going. And at first the guy's like, here, little girl I don't recognize as the savior of the people. Not little girl as in age, little girl as in Vin Schmoll. And he tries to sell her a cute little puppy that he's like, it's the best behaved puppy in the whole pack. And Vin goes, I want a nasty dog. Give me a big, mean dog. And the guy's, okay, that's strange. And he takes her to this hound, and Vin in front of this guy burning pewter is like, thanks. The dog's going nuts, and she just murders the dog. And it's like, ah, 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 dog murder.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
But she then takes that back to her Kandra and is like, here, become a dog. And the Kandra or Seer, not happy about that. Doesn't want to be a dog. Maybe he learns to like being a dog. We'll see. Immediately, though, the next time they go out into the mists, Orseer is running alongside Vin, and so much faster in dog form, able to keep up a bit better. And she's even at some point like, how are you going to be able to carry my metals if you're a dog? I didn't think about that. And he just opens part of his flesh, and he's like, tuck it in. Put it in my flesh, and then grows it. The Conjure gross. Orseer says it's not gross, don't worry. No, that's gross. There's nothing not gross about that. You can't open your chest cavity the Thing style, place a vial in there, and then go, no, don't worry. That's normal. Yeah, just go ahead and put it right in there. Perfect. There is a building dynamic pretty early on, though, in Vin's head, where she is wondering how much Ellen really grew to love her, how much she can really be entirely with him when part of her is like free and out in the mist, and he can never understand what it's like to be a Mistborn, setting up conflict for Well of Ascension. But we get some pretty banger lines from Elend in this book about how, you know, good men don't need to become legends, and he's actually not just on paper saying he wants to be like an idealistically good leader. If you watch Elend Venture's actions throughout this book, he's well grown beyond just a guy looking to piss off his dad, and he embodies not only an intelligent leader, but a pretty politically savvy one at times. And I have to say, it was already this early on in my reread of Well of Ascension that I was enjoying it more than I did my first time through. I think I wasn't huge on this book the first time I read it. Maybe better on reread. But there's more discussion around the 11th metal, and if you remember how we had our science magic system man come in and explain how allomancy work, there's always these like balance, right? You have the push, then the pull. You have the detect allomancy and the hide allomancy. Well, if there's this 11th metal, there needs to be an opposite to it, right? And now we need to explain the 11th and 12th metals.
Greetings, everyone! I am Professor Lake of Silverlight. Though many of you probably know me as Eric from 17 Shard, which you can look up over here. There you go. I'm both an out-of-world arcanist and an in-world arcanist. Haha! And I'm here to tell you about the allomancy in Well of Ascension. I have my Silverlight approved silly hat. I know it's very distracting, but please, this is prestigious, okay? This is not a pillowcase. This is This is academic. At the end of the last book, we saw an Inquisitor give Vin a metal to burn. And that got rid of all of her other metal reserves. That, along with the strange 11th metal, showed that there are more metals than just the 8 basic metals and the 2 high metals of atium and gold. We learned that the 11th metal is malatium, an alloy of atium, but this mystery metal that Vin had is really aluminum. And that's a very special metal in the Cosmere, which we're not going to get really into, but it does just burn away any other metal stores. Since aluminum's a pure metal, that means with allomancy, there will be an alloy. And so Vin gets a metallurgist to go look into this, and they do find one metal that doesn't make her sick, and they call that duralumin. Duralumin doesn't do anything by itself, but when a Mistborn burns it and another metal, that other metal gets used up all at once, making the effects far more than any allomancer could normally produce. And Vin uses this to great effect. With duralumin and steel, Vin launches herself into the sky like an anime protagonist. And it can be so powerful, she needs pewter to withstand it. And with brass, the soothing is so powerful that it basically makes the target go completely void of all emotions.
That's right. Every book, we're going to be learning more about metal and swallowing it. Don't do that. Do not try that at home. You will die or go to the hospital at minimum. And if you're American, that's expensive. But what's the crew getting up to, I hear you ask? Well, Clubs is actually acting as a general for the army that they're building behind the walls. We then have Spook, who basically he's just grown up and doing some espionage. He shows up wearing a beard at one point. It's not a real one, so that's the thing. And Ham is training Vin because he can burn pewter. They're just going ham with each other. Didn't even mean that, but Vin is improving so much that Ham quickly states he can't even beat her. There's even a fun scene where Ellen puts money down to try and like get closer with some of the crew that Vin can't beat Ham, and he's like, I probably shouldn't bet against my girlfriend, but hey, I gotta partake with the boys. And Vin ends up beating Ham, and so he's just proud. But now we need to get back to that mystery with Sazed where we have lethal miss because he's hanging out with the peasants, and the peasants start freaking out, justifiably so, because a Steel Inquisitor showed up.
We are all going to die.
But why would a Steel Inquisitor be showing up at this random place where Sazed is? Turns out because it's not just any Steel Inquisitor, it's Marsh. You know, our guy who survived a will check and is in always pain. Just, that's Marsh inside. But he tells Sazed, abandon your people, come with me. We have mysteries to study because there are daytime mists. And spooky, it's all gonna be bad. So Sazed and Marsh teaming up to be our Scooby-Doo detectives. But once again, we cut to Vin on patrol, and that Watcher, he be looking at her again. And they actually end up getting in like a bit of a duel and going back and forth. Vin chases him down. It's not like trying to kill each other though, it's just feeling out probes, and he disappears, but Vin, able to pierce copper clouds, which people still don't know and is a secret, tails him, knows where he hides, and is just thinking, should I do this right now? Well, why don't I burn this new duralium that I've not actually fully tested, and sure, let's just field test it. Turns out duralium enhances whatever other metal you're burning at the time is. So she was burning tin, and like the sound of a heartbeat became an explosion in her mind. Don't do that. Oh my God. I've been in a car crash, and I imagine that instant of just pure sensory overload that happens in a bad car crash is essentially what happens when you burn duralium. The Watcher actually comes and sees Vin and asks a very, actually quite frankly, fair question that I would likely ask if I was in his same situation. After telling her he's insane,
I'm sorry, what?
He asks, did you really kill the Lord Ruler? And when Vin's like, yeah, he's dope. And he leaves. But now we cut back to Elend, who's having a very hard time being king, because it turns out being a king and also trying to implement a system where there's checks and balances and people can vote against your actions and set limits to your power is tricky. And in a city where there's a whole lot of people grabbing for power, well, Elend is idealistic. He also needs to be politically savvy, and he's yet to fully get there. His whole arc in this book, getting there. Because a lot of the people within his assembly just want to surrender to Strathventure and say, let's throw ourselves on the sword of mercy. That'll go great. To which Elend internally is like, my dad's gonna kill me. But externally is like, we're not gonna surrender and just go back to someone who's probably gonna treat the Ska just as bad as the Lord Ruler did. Have some principles. I don't want my dad to kill me. And he also has a conservative senior noble within the assembly named Penrod who backs him up. And Penrod, cool dude. Not actually going for something alternative here. Just a good guy. He's like, hey, Elend, I see what you're trying to do. Maybe you're a little too progressive. I'm a little bit old school, but we can do this together. They agree to let Elend Venture at least meet with his father so that he can have some attempt to mitigate the siege that's waiting right outside. But did the situation just get a lot better or worse? Because guards push through the room and Ellen's like, oh no, is Strathventure attacking? And they say, but a second army got here. It doesn't look friendly, but also not friendly to Strathventure. So that's good. And it turns out it's another noble from the northern part of the empire named Set. And he wants the Atium that theoretically is within the capital city of the Lord Ruler, Luthadel. And so Elend and his crew are on top of the wall overlooking this second army. And they're seeing that, hey, Strathventure putting up patrols and guards to stop fight with Set. That's good, right? Okay, the two armies are going to be looking at each other. We're now player 3. That's player 1. That's player 2. They got to figure out how to fight each other before invading the city. Maybe this is good, right? Why is there a guy on horseback desperately running from Set's army? That's Breeze. And they're chasing him with arrows. Ven, with a Duralium experiment, just burns a coin shot, but does the Duralium with it and fires like a rocket from the wall out to where Breeze is with these arrows being shot at him and saves him from this like 24 cavalry archers. Also burns Duralium with a push at one point and just full on the movie push. Everyone back. You know what? I think a better movie clip to represent would be from Chronicle. Let's put the Chronicle clip. There you go. A girl arrives from Set's camp, though, and it turns out to be one of Set's daughters.
Don't tell me she has a crush on you.
Well, it turns out Breeze wasn't running from Set's army because Set somehow figured out exactly what was going on with Breeze's manipulation, but potentially he was betting one of Set's daughters who's now arrived. And Vin, not a fan of what she describes as a puff of a girl, not to be trusted. And she is obsessed with Breeze, turns out to also be a misting who can do what Breeze does. A little bit of emotional manipulation. Why was Breeze with them? Well, it turns out he was actually trying to get this army to arrive here in time to create this exact stalemate, manipulating his way into Set's inner circle. Badass Breeze. Okay, wow. Okay, we have big external threat going on. There's mysteries happening in the mist. This book is chock full of events and high stakes. Why is there a random dead body found? There's another thing happening. Yes, pile of bones found, and Orsir. By the way, those are like eaten bones from a Khandra. A Khandra ate somebody and left those bones behind when it took on a new form. That's my perfect impression of the sound a Khandra makes when it shapes from one bones to the next.
Yes, that is exactly canonically what it sounds like.
And what that means is someone within their circle has likely been replaced by a Khandra to be a spy. There's actually, this book is so many more events happening than I remember. Good God. And now Vin has to have this exercise of paranoia, trying to figure out who near her is no longer trustworthy, which actually is like a good counter arc to her arc in the first book of learning to trust everyone. I actually really like that. Marsh takes Sazed, though, to a place where the Steel Inquisitors used to have like a fort. It's not even a place that looks like it needs to be defended. It's actually positioned poorly, but who the fuck would attack the Steel Inquisitors base? And so they go in and find just oceans of dead bodies and more evidence of bad mist stuff.
He moved forward, trying to ignore the dried blood at his feet, and entered a chamber that didn't seem to match the rest of the conventicle's daunting architecture. It was cut directly into the stone and twisted down into a very small stairwell. Curious, Zazid walked down a set of worn stone steps. For the first time since entering the building, he felt cramped, and he had to stoop as he reached the bottom of the stairwell and entered a small chamber. He stood up straight and held up his lamp to reveal a wall. The room ended abruptly, and his light sparkled off the wall. It held a steel plate, like those above. This one was a good 5 feet across and nearly as tall, and it bore writing. Suddenly interested, Zazid set down his pack and stepped forward, raising his lamp to read the top words on the wall. The text was in Terrace. It was an old dialect, certainly, but one Zazid could make out, even without his language coppermind. His hand trembled as he read the words. I write these words in steel, for anything not set in metal cannot be trusted. I have begun to wonder if I am the only sane man left. Can the others not see? They have been waiting so long for their hero to come, the one spoken of in Terrace prophecy, that they quickly jump to conclusions, presuming that each story and legend applies to this one man. My brethren ignore the rest of the facts. They cannot connect the other strange things that are happening. They are deaf to my objections and blind to my discoveries. Perhaps they are right. Perhaps I am mad, or jealous, or simply daft. My name is Kwan, philosopher, scholar, traitor. I am the one who discovered Alindi. I am the one who first proclaimed him the hero of ages. I am the one who started all this, and I am the one who betrayed him, for I now know that he must never be allowed to complete his quest. Zazid! He jumped, nearly dropping the lamp. Marsh stood in the doorway behind him, imperious, discomforting, and so dark. He fit this place, with its lines and hardness. The upstairs quarters are empty, Marsh said. This trip has been a waste. My brethren took anything of use with them. Not a waste, Marsh said, turning back to the plate of text. He hadn't read all of it. He hadn't even gotten close. The script was written in tight, cramped hands, its etching coating the wall. The steel had preserved the words, despite their obvious age. Zazid's heart beat a little faster. This was a fragment of text from before the Lord Ruler's reign, a fragment written by a Terrace philosopher, a holy man. Despite 10 centuries of searching, the Keepers had never fulfilled the original goal of their creation. They had never discovered their own Terrace religion. The Lord Ruler, himself of Terrace, had quashed their religious teachings soon after his rise to power. His persecution of his own people had been the most complete of his long reign, and the Keepers had never found more than in vague fragments regarding what their people had once believed. I have to copy this down, Marsh, Zazid said, reaching for his pack. Taking a visual memory wouldn't work. No man could stare at a wall of so much text and then remember the words. He could perhaps read them into his copper mind, but he wanted physical records, one that perfectly preserved the structure of the lines and punctuation. Marsh shook his head. We will not stay here. We do not think we should even have come. Zazid considered, looking up. Then he pulled several large sheets of paper from his pack. Very well, then he said, I'll take a rubbing. That will be better anyway, I think. It will let me see the text exactly as it was written. Marsh nodded, and Zazid got out his charcoal. This discovery, he thought with excitement. This will be like Rashek's logbook. We're getting close. Even as he began the rubbing, his hands moving carefully and precisely, another thought occurred to him. With a text like this in his possession, his sense of duty would no longer let him wander the villages. He had to return to the north, to share what he had found, lest he die and this text be lost. He had to go to Terrace, or to Luthadel. From there he could send messages north. He held a valid excuse to get back to the center of the action, to see the other crew members again. Why did that make him feel even more guilty?
Zazid does find a bunch of things that need translating again, and we get so much ripe fuel for additional interesting narrative splices between chapters within the Well of Ascension. Good boy, Zazid. It's prophecies and historical texts. Ha! More on that later. After talking with Marsh, Zazid knows he needs to go back to Luthadel, meet up with the crew, and let him know exactly what he's found and going on here. There's also more information about the real Lord Ruler and this phony replacement on this tablet and book. And so the same narrative device we had in the Final Empire, where we're getting these recountings from the Lord Ruler, is now going to be happening, except from the POV of the motherfucker that killed him. And so we get the other side of that story. It's a little flip-flop. Once again, Vin, out in the mist, sees spoopy apparitions appearing within the fog, Courage the Cowardly Dog style.
Return the slab.
No, seriously, what is that?
And then we cut to Ellen Venture, who's meeting with the crew and their plan to try and continue on Kelsier's vision. And they put forward to him, like, give up, right? Surrender to Set or somebody, because there's no way we're going to win. But Ellen goes, hey, this is a heist crew, goddammit. And we're not done scamming and heisting. What we're gonna do is play these two armies off each other, cause them to fight, make them think we're agreeing with both sides to ally, and then once they're done dealing with each other, we'll be the strongest player left in the game, sweep away the remnants. We can pull it off.
Boom, baby!
Kelsier's crew respects the ambition, because these are the same guys who agreed to overthrow a millennia-long old empire, so it fits. These are some ambitious folk. But a new player enters the game at this point, because we've had our terraceman Sazed, the best character, arguably, of the side characters. Now it's time for us to meet our terrace woman, Tindwyl. She comes, immediately gets past all of Ellen's guards. Well, actually, she's found eavesdropping, brought into a room with them, and essentially says, like, oh, leave me alone with your king. And the guards are like, no. And Ellen's like, do it, I guess. I don't know. We trust everyone. All right, sure. And so the guards leave. She breaks free because she has the same powers that Sazed does and tells him, don't worry, I could kill you before you could call the guards back in. What is security, right? There's 2 enemy armies. What are we doing? What? Anyway, Vin's around, so it's somewhat safe, but she is also someone who stores knowledge and wants to actually train up, basically discipline Ellen.
You lack discipline.
Whip him into shape, yeah, style, so that everyone else will start respecting his authority. And so she's going to shape Ellen from the idealistic boy into the authoritative man. And she is damn good at her job. I mean, she's a terrace woman, right? Sazed's good at his religious research, info dumps that are fascinating. She's going to be that skilled at this one specific task. What I don't like at this point, though, is Vin tells Ellen Venture about, like, hey, I've been seeing these apparitions in the mist, and his response is like, you're seeing stuff. Ellen, what? What? Really? After everything, right? Vin's like, I'm seeing spooky, and you're going,
I don't believe you.
Vin is feeling this distant thrum throughout the book, though, in the distance. So there's this like, like pulling her out that way. And she's ignoring it. We got 2 armies to deal with. Can't worry about that right now. Later. Cutting back to Sazed, though, we see Marsh has left him, and he's just making his way towards Luthadel. I gotta go catch up with my friends. And he comes across a horrific sight where there's a ton of ska in this village who locked themselves all inside because the mist was so aggressively attacking and killing them. They hid for so long, they ran out of food. He finds signs of cannibalism. There's one dude left alive pretending to be dead, who's basically insane. Sazed ends up dragging him outside to see, like, look, the sun's here, the mist stopped, it's not gonna kill you. And the man just kind of, his whole thing just reiterates, like, the ska suffering, bad, deepness, problems, existential, external universe crisis, what's going down? Don't worry about that right now, though. Armies. Speaking of rogue players, we got another one, because Sazed, on his walk to Luthadel, just keeps running into odd stuff. And so he now comes across an army of tens of thousands of Koloss. Remember them? The giant blue guys with gut swords that have loose skin because they keep bodily growing, but their skin doesn't grow proportionally with it. It's gross. Turns out they have a new leader now that the Lord Ruler is dead, and it's one of Ellen's old friends who he met with these meetings. And he's basically the worst version of Ellen because he went to his country in the South and tried to implement these ideas he'd been discussing with Ellen, and his whole family was murdered by other nobles in this power grab that happened. And so he's gone a bit mad, came across the Koloss armies, and somehow took control with his own small group of men. And so Sazed walks into this, and initially, this guy tries to tell Sazed to be his servant. Sazed says, hey, sorry, now the Lord Ruler's dead. We aren't doing that no more. And he's afraid the guy's going to be mad at him, but instead he's kind of embarrassed. Okay. His name's Jestez, and he's going to be player 4 the threat on the horizon slowly marching, because it turns out moving Kolos across the nation, slow. But there's 2 armies sieging Luthadel. He's going to be the 3rd, because now he wants it. He's not in a great, strong mental state, though, so Sazed, being smart, is able to manipulate his way out of the camp and says he'll deliver a message to Elend from Jastel for him, and so he's able to leave, but he's just on his way out. Good God. By the way, the Kolos as scary as promised, because we see one of them murder one of their own compatriots, and when Sazed asks, why'd you just brutally murder this Kolos, the other Kolos says, I did not like him. Which, you know, fair answer. As a part of his whole getting whipped into shape, you're a bad boy for not being more disciplined. We see that Elend gets a whole makeover like Vin did. Equality. Even ends up getting his hair cut to be shorter and learns how to walk and stand like a real king, which involves putting your hand on a dueling king. Also begins getting lessons with swords and canes. But Vin independently is doing her own research, getting texts to try and figure out more things on her own about the myths and all these mysteries. Proud of her for taking the initiative. So she starts pulling apart books, because it turns out, Vin, the way she reads a book, because it's how her brain works, is she starts tearing out the pages and scattering them with the information she wants. And like, you know how I said in the last video, it's very important to me, Vin, that you become a reader? I take it back. Don't ever touch a book again. But this is interrupted, though, because there is someone sent from Strathventure's Cant, and it turns out to be the Watcher, who introduces himself as Zane. This is the mysterious Watcher who helped her against the assassins. So I took that eye and I made him a Cyclops. He doesn't have one eye. That's just my way to distinguish him on the board. Zane, 2 eyes in reality, 1 eye on the board. Now you know. And he's essentially extending an invitation from Strathventure to give up and come on in to be my prisoner, son.
I'll kill you.
And Elend, relying on his training, gives a pretty firm reply of, I will send a message when I decide what to do. Good. I like that he's not doing this whole wiffle-waffly. He's being firm. Pretty quickly, though, Vin goes out into the mist and once again meets up with Zane. We now know his name. And he just has vibes of you belong with me the whole time. That is creepy as hell. Tells her that, oh, Mistborn have so much power, yet we always end up acting like slaves for other people. And Vin has the thought that he gives Kelsier energy in a way. And I don't see it. I'm going to be real. I don't entirely see what she's talking about, but who am I to say that? We actually cut to Zane's perspective, though, at this point, as he's headed back to Strathventure's camp, and we learn a bunch of stuff, including the fact that he hears what he thinks is the voice of God in his head all the time, just telling him to kill essentially everyone he walks by. He walks by a guard, kill him. Walks by another guard, kill him. It goes from being an intense, psychologically traumatizing thing to kind of like the Aflac duck, just every time he walks by, kill him! But we learn that Zane is actually Elend's f***ing brother. Turns out Strathventure knows that his offspring are likely to, well, have a chance to be Mistings or Mistborn. So he doesn't have a sex with a whole lot of women just because he's a bit of a, well, with what happens to Scott. You know, it's complicated for all kinds of reasons, but he's not doing it just to satisfy himself. He's a bad man. Bad man, but he's also doing it so that he can breed an army of Mistings and Mistborn. And Zane is his greatest accomplishment, a full-blooded Mistborn. Ooh. And we also learn that Zane is in love with Vin. He thinks she's the best. So, Elend's bastard creep brother, who's also insane and constantly thinks he hears the voice of God telling him to kill people in his head, loves the same woman. It's a heck of a triangle. It's what everyone loves, right? The romance triangles. Anyway, he starts talking to Strathventure. Apparently he tried to poison Strathventure. Strathventure knew it, drinks the tea anyway, and quickly has someone make him an antidote after Zane leaves. But during their conversation still happening, he's drinking the tea to intimidate his Mistborn son. And Zane is so hearing God's voice to tell him to kill, he starts cutting himself with a knife to lessen the voice. Straff has a lot of red flags as a father.
What did you do to that boy?
But in this perspective, we clearly see from Zane that it's not a ploy or some kind of weird game. He has an obsession with Vin. He really wants to kill his dad, but he's not going to just straight up do it with his own powers because of these odd mental blocks. Just a rogue player. Back with Elend and her crew, they've reached a point where they need to start implementing some momentum to their plans. And so Elend agrees to go have dinner with his dad in his camp. And he's going to bring Vin. Because he's convinced if anyone can manipulate Straff Venture, it's me. I like the confidence, just gotta deliver on it. We also learned during this time, apparently he had proposed to Vin in between books, and Vin said no, not because she didn't love him. There's just some mental blocks Vin has about thinking she's not good enough for him, but we also constantly see from Ellen's POV, he thinks she's not good enough for her, and young love. Orsir and Vin kind of have it out because this whole time, Vin has not been the best master, for lack of a better word, to Orsir, who's under contract to serve her. And Orsir asks Vin straight up, why do you hate me? Not a good indication of your behavior if someone asks you that, to which Vin says, I don't. And Orsir's like, sure. And Vin kind of has a come to terms with herself moment where she admits, it's because you knew Kelsier was going to die and you didn't warn us or tell anyone. And he's like, I was under contract. I can't. And Vin and him start bonding. They start getting over that and talking to each other, and also realize that they've both been super abused by this world because Vin was being able to be beaten by her crew bosses because of her pewter far beyond what most people's beatings they could survive, and her brother, and just everyone in her life abusing her before the crew. And Orsir, very similar experience. Again, people say Mistborn's not dark, but there is some stuff that I would argue it gets there. But at this time, Sazed does show up. He's back. He debriefs everyone on what's going on. And now Elend feels a bit of a fool for ignoring Vin earlier saying she saw stuff in the mist, because Sazed shows up and he says, there's something in the mist!
Something in the mist! Something in the mist!
Death, blood, murder, bad. And the conversation around what exactly the deepness is grows. But Vin runs into Zane again out in the mists. You would not believe how often this happens. And he starts telling her, are you just going to be his assassin? Are you just going to end up being Ellen's blade? Or does he actually love you? Setting up conflict. But then Vin actually goes out shopping with the new girl who arrived from Set's army that she describes as a puff, but also Ellen's tutor terrace woman, Tindwyl. And she takes the same authoritative lack of discipline mentality to Vin and tells her to get married to Ellen. Damn it, you guys love each other. And Vin admits her insecurities, and yeah, that's then communicated back to Elend through this terrace woman and their trajectory, love. But all this is cut short because the alarms and gongs start sounding. Holy shit. Even though the dinner Vin and Elend are supposed to have with Straff Venture is scheduled for tomorrow, Straff's army just attacks. It's a test, they just probe. A little bit of a push. And how did their army perform on the walls? They barely got a volley of arrows off. The only reason like this even test didn't break the defenses is because Vin showed up and was like single-handedly enough to push off some people attacking. And it's just, guys, we've been trading for over a year. Bad luck. But after talking with the crew and figuring out why exactly this is done, it seems like the exact kind of move that Straff Venture would pull, because he wants to just right before we have this meeting show you, I could take this city anytime I want. And after that performance, he could. He doesn't, because Set's army's there, and he doesn't want to get pinned between two armies. That'd be even worse, but you know, bad. But now it is time for said introducing your girlfriend to your dad dinner time under not strange circumstances, because they end up taking a carriage to Straff Venture's tent. Straff Venture is almost immediately like, Elend, I'm just going to have you killed, to which Elend smooth talks it. It's like, hey, don't you want to meet Vin? This is this prophet badass.
Me.
But Elend, with his training, is actually able to position himself in a way and kind of stand up to his dad to the point where his dad doesn't kill him. And I want to commend the writing of the manipulation that happens during this dinner, because I think it's actually really well done. Vin starts acting like she's trying to be tougher, but underselling herself in the performance, saying things like, I'm a noble to Straff Venture, when we know internally she would never say that. She's proudly ska. She tries to soothe Straff Venture, but does it deliberately clumsy enough for him to feel it done. And he's just like, no, Ellen, I'm not going to join with you to fight Set. I'm not going to conquer him together. You're going to open the gates tomorrow and let me into the city. And then maybe I won't kill you because you've managed to get this cool partner. Also, have your partner leave. Get out now. I'm just going to have a one-on-one with my son. And Vin even does a little bit of a performance and that leaves. And that's when Strathventure kind of actually just twists it down. He's like, actually, Ellen, I think I am going to kill you. I'm just going to take the city. I'm actually going to bed your woman. Whoa, gross. And we even see later on Strathventure starts deliberately bedding someone that looks like Vin. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. But Ellen manages to flip this around as well, because when Straff is threatening him, he goes, you fucking idiot. We got you. You let me get Vin next to you. This is the killer of the Lord Ruler. You bought her performance too. She's been playing your emotions this whole time just so smoothly you couldn't even feel it. And this is when Vin from outside just starts blasting Strathventure's emotions, just showing him, I'm so powerful. And Zane comes up behind Vin during this time, and he's like, I should fight you, because that's what Strathventure would want, but you belong with me. Why don't you love me like you love my brother? He's a pathetic guy. But Ellen's just saying, hey, Vin could massacre you. She could kill your generals. She could kill your captains, your Mistborns, everybody, unless you let us out right now. He's even able to throw down a trump card at this point that definitely veers Strathventure's plans of, did you not know about the Koloss army coming? That's right. I did. I knew. You didn't. Stupid. Dumb dad. And it works. Vin is scary enough that Strathventure's just like, fine, I'll fight you for the city then. Leave. But we see he does this for a reason. After Ellen and Vin leave, he gives the order to Zane to get all of your siblings that I've spawned with my breeding program and kill Vin. Gross. But we are riding on top. Ellen and Vin get back to Luthadel, get out of the carriage, high-fiving the crew. Yeah, the approach that worked with my dad was this right there, because Vin's awesome. And Vin not feeling great about this. She feels like Ellen did kind of position her as this, like, holier-than-thou figure, bigger than life, and it's uncomfortable. Understandably so. And also what Zane put in her head about being just his knife kind of is eaten at her, which she's young enough that I feel like, okay, yeah, I believe that could bother her, because like as a 30-year-old now, no, nothing could like that would get in my head. But if I was like 17, sure. 17 and had all that pressure on my shoulder, yeah. But just when they're riding high, Ellen gets a letter from the assembly who were meeting while he was gone, which he knew about, that's fine. And they voted him out of office. He's no longer king. Okay. And immediately the crew are telling him, all right, we got to get the army together. We're going to just lock up all the assemblymen. You're still going to be king. Don't worry. And Ellen's, no. I will not hold them all captive with my authority through just raw brute strength. They voted me out. I am no longer king. But there's a clause to this vote out where if they can't elect a new ruler in 1 week, I get put back in as king. And so let's make it so that happens. And it's time for him to politically show up. He's a man of his word. They're not going to be meeting for a little bit, though. So in the meantime, Vin ends up even having a conversation with Orsur, who straight up calls her out, rightfully so. Why are you meeting with Zane? Why are you talking with this creep? Why are you listening to anything he says? And this is when we, the reader, realize that Orsur might be a Kandra, but also good friend. And he is quickly becoming debatably Vin's best friend. Because it's a dog that can talk. If you see a dog that can talk, you make that your best friend. That's like a law. If you don't, you're a bad person. But she offers Orsur, like, hey, there are more dead bodies you could potentially take. You can get out of the dog form. And to which Orsur says, I kind of like being a dog. And I knew you would. It's awesome being a dog. But Vin goes to see Sazed because she's smart. Anyone who goes to see Sazed ever is doing a smart thing. And asks him about what if the deepness is the mists? Thinks this is a hyper original idea she got from her research, and Sazed says, no, yeah, people have thought of that before. And she's like, ow. But she sticks to her guns and thinks, I think it is directly tied into the mists and has a part of it because of all the weird misty stuff that's happening. But there has been theorizing of a billion different sorts of what exactly the deepness is and where that's going to land, we don't entirely know. Although it's probably because of Vin's research going to have something to do with the mist. But we cut to a new perspective of Phylin, who is a merchant within the assembly who clearly has some ulterior motives, doesn't want Ellen to be king, and it turns out while he was gone having the awkwardest dinner of fantasy, orchestrated the vote to remove him from office. And he knows that at this next assembly meeting that Ellen Venture is going to come, and he's ready to make a fool of Ellen Venture as he begs for the crown back. But then we cut to Ellen's POV, who comes and instead of addressing the fact that he's been deposed, just starts dealing with the fact that there are armies outside the cities, the news of Kolos coming, all of this.
I was cool, calm, and collected the whole time.
And this, of course, with Ellen's new terrace woman taught ways, it throws off Phylin and everyone who's been plotting against Ellen. And it looks like he's just assuming a really good position of control. And he even kind of makes these people look a fool because he's like, okay, who's the chairman now? And they're like, what do you mean? Well, if we propose a king, you have to put a chairman. Did you not load the law? All right, I nominate Penrod, this noble who's been working with Ellen quite well, to be the new chairman. So Penrod becomes it. He's like, gosh, guys, you really need to be on top of stuff. Ellen looking good. But they also need to, during this meeting, set up people who could possibly be voted in as the new king. And so those votes are brought forward. And someone from the assembly nominates Penrod because he's respected. And Penrod stands up and nominates Ellen Venture, which Ellen gets mad props for from the crew because with him appointing Penrod as chairman, it just looks like Penrod's being nice and gracious back to Ellen. But at the same time, it also optics-wise makes it look like Penrod saying, yeah, Ellen might actually be the guy for this job, not me. Well done. That is good.
Check out the big brain on
Ellen. But things go wrong because Phylin stands up and says, I nominate Set, who actually stands up from the crowd. This is a public forum with like ska in attendance, and says, yeah, if you want me to stop sieging your city, nominate me king. Haha, and he's just protected by people, badass, holy shit. The guy who's sieging the city is just here. And to Set's credit, while he treats Scott terribly and is a bag of shit, he's direct. And he's just telling people, I'm going to bribe you, I'm going to threaten, I'm going to not burn you and kill you if you join my side, vote for me. And it's like I don't hate him as much as Venture. Oh yeah, Zane's watching this all as well from the crowd we see. But you've probably completely forgotten about the mysterious pile of bones. Who could have been replaced? This whole time, Vin has been questioning and asking constantly, trying to figure out who it is. And she has a pretty strong suspicion it might be Doxson because it's most likely not going to be someone who's a misting because Kandra can't fake that, right? So Doxson's a person in the crew who's not. She goes, has a conversation with him, asked him about the very secret conversation they had about Kelsier and Doxson's killing of nobles and how they feel about it. And he remembers it perfectly. It's definitely not Doxson. Shoot! And she also even tells Doxson during this conversation that, hey, I think Kelsier was changing towards the end because he saved Ellen's life. And Doxson goes, couldn't even realize what he was doing. And Vin's like, no, he definitely did. And, Doxson has to internalize that. Okay. Because he feels guilty about working with Ellen and now knowing that Ellen saved him. All right. But Vin then sees Demu. Who's that? The Ska Kelsier made fight for him in the caves, helping him with his powers. Remember that? Who's now working as a guard within the palace, acting suspiciously, and convinces herself, that's gotta be it. It's Demu. Demu's the Contra, because it'd be perfect. Not someone so close I'd notice a slight change in behavior, but someone close enough to have access. Definitely Demu, 100%. It's absolutely Demu. I really want it to be Demu.
Please be you.
Vin finds out that Demu went off out in the city on his own, in a suspicious patrol, and she decides it's definitely him. Now's the time. Rockets off after Demu, finds him meeting up with a bunch of Ska, preaching about how she's the savior and everyone should ignore Set and not follow Venture or fall under his tyranny. Okay, so he's definitely not the Kandra because the Kondra's working for one of those two, and oh, he is like a friend you just found out got your name tattooed on him when you don't have that level of friendship. And so he also starts talking about how Vin's going to bring the sun back. Vin is, we the reader think Demu, kind of right, kind of awesome. We see the potential in you, Vin. She confronts him. It's kind of cute. He's like, don't tell the crew. She's like, I gotta tell Ellen, but I won't tell the crew. Vin tries to have a sit-down conversation with Ellen, and a byproduct of a lot of his new training, though, is he's not the goofy guy, the lanky fella that Vin fell in love with necessarily all the time. He's a little bit more authoritative, masculine, and direct. And so she's trying to get his attention, put some ideas by him, and he's more dismissive or just not handling it in the way she exactly feels. And so she ends up feeling
I've neglected her disgracefully.
Out in the mist, she runs into Zane again, who reveals the fact that he's Ellen's brother to her. She has a mild reaction to that. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm with her on it. It's not that big a deal.
I don't really give a shit.
But then he asks her to like, run away with me, baby. And she's just, no. Okay. But on a more positive, healthy relationship note, Orsir and Vin really do lock down their friendship. Goodest boy. And then for a second awkward dinner, Vin and Ellen go have dinner with Set in a mansion he has established himself in within Luthadel. Yeah, he's sieging the city, but he's also now living within it under guard because he's involved in an election. Fun. During this dinner, we realize he super sucks. That's one of the big takeaways. Awful guy. Really looking to take over and just honest about his intentions. Sazed, though, still out amongst the people, seeing how unhappy they are. There's people sick and dying. Prices for food are through the roof. We cut to seeing Breeze is doing his best to actually relieve people's suffering. He's walking by some maids that are at their work, and he just emotionally manipulates them so it's easier to get through their shift. Is that morally questionable? Don't ask that. And he ends up meeting with Clubs, the one person he can't emotionally manipulate. And we actually see what a burden this like compulsive emotional manipulation that Breeze does is to himself, because he's so trained to do it, he basically never stops. And so he's like, I don't know if someone loves me or not, because I'm just constantly fiddling with their internals. The only person I can't do it to is Clubs, because of what he can do. And so it's like the one person he truly can just be around. And that's an odd dynamic, but it's one that I, for some reason, adore. We also see that Sazed meets up with Ellen's, I'll call it, disciplinarian terrace woman, and the sparks chemistry flying between him and Tindwyl. They are going to be terrace boning.
Met a woman in a bar. Told her I was hard to get to know. About impossible to forget.
Vin also didn't like her at first, and then Sazed was like, oh, she was forced to be in the Lord Ruler's breeding program and has had a harder life than like all of us, and Vin felt real shitty about that. And Ellen's character growth comes to a zenith when he's with the crew and he finally just says, you know what, I've doubted myself, I've felt bad, I felt like maybe I shouldn't be in charge, damn it, I want to be king!
I just can't wait to be king.
And we even hear that Set's army and Straff Venture's army have been fighting it out a little bit in skirmishes outside the city. Good sign. Yeah, you escalate that conflict. Fight each other, not the city. But it's finally time for Election Day. And as a 30-year-old who can't remember a single joyful election day in my lifetime, that's like a foreign concept to me. I get the stress that everyone feels, but the day starts with Ellen apologizing to Vin with what he's about to do, and she just gets a pit in her stomach. What? What do you mean? No, what? Bad. And he gets up to deliver his vote for me speech, and he declares he is now a part of the religion that's formed around Vin and supports it, which then gets the Ska Assembly people on his side and is likely enough to at least secure him enough votes to lock up the election and prevent anyone else from winning, meaning he will default back to being the king. It's good scheming, Ellen, but maybe run it by Vin first.
Last I checked, communication is key.
We don't really have time to see the outcome of that, though, because all of a sudden, misting assassins spring up from within the assembly. Oh, who sent off a bunch of assassins earlier that might actually be related to Ellen? That's awkward. And they start trying to kill Ellen Venture. Vin, of course, downs some metals, jumps in, and also, so does Orsir. Just leap into action. Big doggo. And so he has badass bodyguards. It's those 3 versus 6 mistings, and it looks good at first until we end up with a situation where Orsir has been punched in the skull by a thug, so he's Ellen can't really actually contribute much against a thug because Pewter, and he's just a fella who's been training for a couple of months, and Vin is currently being pinned down and choked out. But she has some duralium and a little bit of Pewter, and so she burns the duralium and just goes for the headbutt and explodes his head onto her own face.
You want from me? Why don't you run from me? What are you wondering? What do you know?
And Elend, who's never seen this kind of violence, just... Oh! She is soaked in not just blood, brain matter in her, like, coronaries. And Elend cannot look at her right, which is just adding into all the, ooh, is he using me energy going on? Oh! And that's the end of this whiteboard. Well of Ascension. It's a 2 whiteboard book. I didn't think it would be when I started this, but hot damn. Let's go ahead and snap to 3 days from now, and I'll be back from my Christmas vacation. Well, I finished rereading the book, and I am going to say something possibly a bit controversial. Having reread The Final Empire and The Well of Ascension back to back, at the end of finishing the first Mistborn book, I thought that was clean. I get why it's so popular. Heck of a modern fantasy book. But after finishing Well of Ascension, I like it more. I remember specifically thinking this is my least favorite of the original Mistborn Era 1 books, but with so much going on and so much of it actually landing pretty damn well thematically, I definitely now like it more than the first Mistborn book, and I didn't expect that. Huh. You change as a reader when you get older, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, let's get into a far more morally complicated story than I remember it being on first reread, because we're going to pick on up over here, because after the assassination attempt, they don't just abandon the idea of having an election, and in Penrod's own chamber keep place, by the way, bit of a hostile ground to be holding a vote, everyone gets back together and starts throwing their votes, and Elend's pretty confident, hey, because I'm going to have the ska people with me, I'm still at least going to lock it on up. But after he does get the locking vote, some people who still voted for Set, which is only like 2 dudes, have a question where they're like, well, now that my vote doesn't count because I voted for Set, can we do like a ranked choice voting version where I change my vote? And everyone turns to Elend, who wrote the laws, and Elend can just say no, and he'll get the crown back, but decides, I'm an honest individual. And he tells the truth that they change their votes, and Penrod gets elected, and we very quickly find out that he's actually working with Strap Fincher. Penrod, I trusted you! He is getting ready to hand over the city and everything. That's right, it's a double fake where you think that Set's the only third-party player coming into this organization plot line, but on top of that, Straff has his own work as well. And Penrod, who used to kind of just be a lowly noble, is going to use this to propel himself into a higher position and potentially even be left in charge of the city, because Straff Fincher doesn't necessarily want to stay here making money moves. From here, though, we learn of poisonings happening amongst the army. Oh no, someone's breaking into the city and dropping some Assassin's Creed style poisonings in wells, causing all of their forces that are already in rough shape to be in worse, so they gotta figure that on out. Then ends up waking up from her push myself too hard state to Elend being by her side, and unfortunately, even though they're really trying to connect and trust each other and be adult with their relationship, they're both still young and dumb. And so when Vin reaches for Elend and he flinches because he just saw her put her head through a guy, she takes that as, oh, he's learned to fear me and never going to be a part of this. Also, wait, earlier we saw Orsir tackle a guy and save Vin. Doesn't that breach contract where Contra are not allowed to hurt people? Orsir insists no, because he didn't kill him. But Vin's kind of putting forward, well, theoretically, you hit him hard. He could have fallen and died. And Orsir goes, but he didn't. Not gonna argue that. Okay, moving on. Now it's time for another Zane scene. Oh, I know, you're so, like, eager for that to happen and occur again. Every reader of this book loves the Zane scenes because he is just straight up asking Vin, come with me. You know the look in his eyes. No, it wasn't Straff Venture who sent those assassins that all had a weird familial resemblance to Ellen Venture and my siblings. No, because obviously they couldn't figure that out. Though Vin does look at one of them and go, God, you look familiar, because, you know, familial features. Planting more seeds of doubt in Vin, this conversation ends, and Vin walks off to have another conversation with Ur-Sur, who talks about the fact that the Kandra were a creation of the Lord Ruler once he absorbed the powers of the Well of Ascension, and they were made to serve. Although they have their own, like, fantasies, I guess is the way to put it, that one day humanity will destroy itself and they will be free. And I hope that's true for the Kandra. As someone living in the end of 2025 right now, entering 2026, yeah, maybe like give dolphins a shot, you know?
So long, and thanks for all the fish.
But this is just re-emphasizing the Well of Ascension, and there's also this feeling of a ticking clock element occurring, and Vin's taking this all in, and she's like, man, the Lord Ruler always had these like safety switches in his creations, like the Steel Inquisitors. So what if I just like emotionally reach out and start pulling on Ur-Sur's emotion, and he just screeches in pain, and she's found a weakness of the Kandra that are known to be basically unkillable, and it's an awkward moment, accidentally causes a ton of pain of this person she's been trauma bonding with about their past beatings, so Ur-Sur just swallows that down. Okay. More of these writings from Quan that Sazed discovered are being gone through, and we see there's a plot to kill Elendil, and what we're just really having is mixed messaging. So much of the prophecy of the Hero of the Ages and the Well of Ascension just makes no goddamn sense, and Sazed and Tindwyl are just racking their brains researching together all the time, trying to figure out what this stuff means.
I don't think I wrote that. You definitely wrote this one, Charlie. Who else would have written this? I'm not remembering that. I don't think I wrote that one. Of course you did!
And it kind of feels like to them, they might be masters of none issues, or because they're so broad topically researched and absorbing all this information from all these different spaces, like Sazed has a million religions in his head. Maybe they haven't dove in deep enough in one to understand. Just anything to make sense of all the contradictions and strangeness occurring. Like sometimes it's talking about being a big guy, little guy. It's going to be a man or an it. And then cutting to Ellen, we see he's definitely feeling like a failure. Though he's not entirely giving up all of his training he received from Tindwyl, and he's trying to, okay, we're going to have an internal battle here. His ideals versus what actually has to happen in the real world. And this is actually a really nicely played with theme throughout Hero of Ages, where Elend on paper, yes, is someone who seems like they'd be a wonderful person to be in charge. But as, I don't want to get too real world, but some people have seen, if you assume that everyone's going to play fair and obey laws and be respectful, you're a bit of an idiot. And that's kind of Ellen's lesson he needs to learn, where you can have great ideals, but in practice, you need to learn to slap back when someone slaps you. And so this will be his development. Also, the Steel Inquisitors, what's going on? Why are they acting so funny? What's going on with them? This is important because one of them has been spotted in Luthadel. And look, hey, we have an army of Koloss, we have an army from Straff Venture, and we have an army from Set. It's spelled C-E-T-T in the book, but I put it S-E-T on the board because my dyslexic ass needs to be reminded how to pronounce it. But there's already enough problems. Back off! Too much going on! But he is taking residence up in the city and not actually bouncing, and there's been this assassination attempt and all this pressure where it really seems he's all in. And the more we actually learn about the situation back in Set's homeland he left behind, he doesn't really have another choice because his power has been eaten away and the place he came from is in turmoil. He basically was someone clinging to power who gathered up all of his armies and went, I'll try my luck over here. And that's how he came to Luthadel. And so Elend, needing a win, decides that he's going to go see Laches, the former friend of his that's leading the Koloss, and see if he can either get him to go away or help them, something. Goes into the Koloss camp. Elend, badass move, alone, like he's getting in there. And he realizes this guy is putting everyone at extreme danger. There's already been a slaughter of a village by these Koloss, and he's so mad at his friend that he pulls a knife, stabs him in the shoulder, puts him down on the table, and just tells him, like,
Look at what you've done!
he understands that Gestes has been through a lot, but he's putting, you know, everyone at incredible peril with this army of Koloss he doesn't really control. Ellen then takes his friend hostage till he's out of the human camp at the middle, back in the Koloss camp, kicks him forward because he knows the humans won't come into the Koloss camp. Real good sign of trust amongst these people, and then bounces out escorted by Koloss. Except on the way out, he realizes the way the Koloss are being controlled is these little pouches that they have. They're fighting each other over even. And he's wondering what the hell are... what could possibly be controlling these guys? Risk it for the biscuit. So he pulls a knife and decides to murder one of the Koloss in front of all the rest. And because the Koloss are so brutish and violence oriented, they're just looking at this like, wow, I guess he really hated that guy. I have no inclination to defend my friend. And so Ellen manages to kill the smallest of the Koloss around him, takes his bag, and finds a bunch of carved wooden coins. They're being tricked with fake money because they're what? But Vin, in a very bad emotional state, is out amongst the city and once again meets up with our favorite person on the page, Zane. And he's again whispering to her like, Demu's the Contra. And, ooh, yes, Set is the person who sent the assassins. And Set's also a secret Mistborn, so we should go fight him now. And Vin agrees to this, and they attack the keep that Set is staying in and brutalize, quite literally, hundreds of guards fighting together. Vin has had regrets over how much murder and death she's caused, but for some reason tonight with Zane, she decides to go full-on Homelander and is just bathing in blood, working with the worst man in her life to stain the walls crimson. They fight all the way to Set, who's with his son, and Vin is like, it's going to be one of you two that's the secret Mistborn, because we haven't fought a Mistborn yet. All right, fight me. And she's pushing Set around, and she's pushing his son around, and both of them are very weak and pathetic. Neither of them's Mistborn, and that's when Zane comes out. Neither of them are Mistborn. I just wanted to show you what we're both actually capable of. And he's about to kill Set and his son, to which Vin goes, no, don't kill these nobles that have created a terrible situation that's going to result in thousands of people dying after we just killed hundreds of innocent guards who were trying to be employed. No! What? Okay, anyway, I get the line, I get the distinction, but goddamn. But what we do also learn here is that Set's clinging to power was so fragile because he had no more Mistborn. He actually was desperately trying to take the city and its ATM so he could potentially hire some people who were Mistborn because his bloodline was so pathetic. Those first assassins that came before the Election Day assassins, those were the last ones he possibly had any control over, trying to take out Vin before his army even arrived. And it's been nothing since that. So he was in a much weaker position, just posturing to be a big dog. Zane agrees and leaves, but this means that Set and his boy gotta get out of the city. Once they do, though, it actually seems that Set's army starts retreating and heading away from Luthadel because, you know, Vin just scared the shit out of him. He had hundreds of guards in this city feeling like the cock of the walk. Ha ha ha, no one will dare touch me. I'm so powerful, I can live in the city I'm sieging, and oh, this makes problems worse because the 3-player dynamic, 4-player dynamic now that was set up was kind of maintaining a balance. But with Set's army retreating, now they are just staring down Strathfincher and an army of Koloss, and that's a different dynamic. And the crew is wondering, why? Why would Vin do something like this that's so
violent and psychopathic?
And Clubs makes the observation that the real big threat now is going to be the Koloss, but Ellen sticks by Vin, saying there has to be good reason for what she's done, and Orsir even takes Ellen to where Vin has gone into hiding, a depression stupor at an old hideout you might recognize. It's the one she was at when she was a criminal. Throughout a conversation where Vin puts forth the idea of just leaving and really just appearing to want to not be a part of all this politicking going on, Ellen supports her every single step of the way. And this actually does a good amount as he's trying to cuddle her, even though she's being stiff, of putting some reaffirming inside Vin that Ellen loves me, right? And I deserve to be happy, right? We cut to super research time with Sazed and Tindwyl, where we actually get the reveal that Sazed believes in the hero of ages, and Tindwyl chews him out, kind of telling him, like, you can't be buying into the own religions that you're supposed to be storing. This is ludicrous, but there's an aura here, especially around Vin, possibly being Jesus Christ. Ignore all the dead, but Jesus Christ, if Jesus, murked the sinners, not even sinners, people on employment of the sinners, and then spared the sinners. What? But they have a disturbing realization because they've been translating all of these sacred, important texts, and a corner of paper from every translation they've done from this one text is constantly being torn out and removed. And neither of them have left their research for long enough for this to have been done. Spooky? Crazy? What? Just as this is reaching maximum what going on potential, knock, knock, knock comes to the door, and Vin wanders in, asking Sazed if he really thinks that she belongs with Elend, because there's potentially another guy out there that's more like her. And Sazed doesn't really feel like he's in a position to step in and say what she should or shouldn't do with her romantic life, but Elend's a really good guy and treats you right, and it sounds like this other person might not necessarily be in the exact right mindset that's healthy for you. Side note, you should not necessarily date someone who's exactly like you. The best relationships are often people who are actually quite different wavelengths that are complementary, That's a good, healthy balance sometimes. Not that you can't be with someone you're also a lot like. It just depends on your own personal preference, but that's not narratively, thematically what needs to be discussed. But she's just afraid that her and Elend are too different, but after this reassurance and some wise words from Sazed, she decides to bounce, right after which Elend arrives and comes knocking on the door. Sazed lets him in. Dude, do you think Vin and I are just too different to and Sazed internally is like, what? What's happening right now? And he reaffirms Elend that you two are not so different after all, but has a realization after reaffirming they both should spend more time with each other and love each other more. And that's that this city is gonna lose. There's an army of 20,000 Kolos coming, and Strath Venture, so much it's gonna fall. People will die. And so he starts writing the other crew members, and they come to have a meeting with him, and he tells them, we need to accept the fact that we're all going to die in this city, right? There's like a 1% chance that we could make it out. The two who need to be able to continue on to tomorrow and actually continue fighting for a better day are Vin and Elend. And we need an excuse to get them out of the city. And there's some jokes from, Breeze and everybody, but they all do end up siding with Sazed, saying that, yeah, we'll do our best to become martyrs the way Kelsier did, and we will allow Elend and his ideas and Vin and her power to fight when there's more stable ground, essentially. During this time, we see Vin is drawn to Critic Shaw again, just not sure why she's brought there. There's just this thrum, 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 thrum. I feel like I should be here. Why? And then we cut to Zane's POV, where he actually just destroys a bunch of assassins sent to kill him in his tent, fires coin shots recklessly, counter to how Vin actually really avoids using coin shot in crowds and stuff, hurting people who weren't even there to assassinate him, and then goes to see Strath Venture, who's terrified. He's like, oh no, I tried to kill my boy, and now he killed the assassins, and he's coming to kill me. But Zane steps up, tells him, I will make sure that Vin is not in the city, and it will be years, but I'm leaving, and so is she. And he's very much so believing, like, I'm going to get the girl and be out of here. And we, the reader, are like,
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
But as he's about to leave, Strath asks Zane, why won't you kill me? And Zane says, because a boy shouldn't kill his father, and I love you, Daddy. Zane's mental state is so bizarre, but also about to be explained, because Vin decides that she needs to go find the Well of Ascension. There is so much functionally happening around this idea of the source of power that allowed the Lord Ruler to create things like Kandra and Kolos and define the Ska-Noble relationship. And so if things are going to be fixed, we need to go back to the Well of Ascension. And while she's deciding to do this, Zane returns to her and says, it's time for you to leave with me. It's time for us to go. And at first, Vin is going with him, but then when she moves a vial of metal and it causes Zane to react, she remembers how Elend, he flinched when she was soaked in blood. But in general, Elend tells her, I trust you. I'll do what you think is best and follow your instincts, while Zane is kind of always insidiously whispering in her ear, trying to turn her to the dark side. And so she tells him no. And then the most disturbing, toxic ass words of his entire life come out of Zane's mouth, which is, you could have saved me. Important thing here. If anyone watching this video feels like they need saving, you don't put that on someone else's shoulders unless they very much so adamantly want to help you, and instead, you help yourself. Take support if it's offered, but do not take the toxic ass stance of you gotta fix me. And then Zane attacks Vin. Not one of their sparring sessions, not them dancing through the mists, but a all-out vicious beating that at first sends Vin back into years prior when she didn't know how to fight back, but she recoups, stands up, and despite him having ATM and her not, she begins to fight back and gives a signal to Osur to come around and do he's not obeying. He's just... And that's when Zane says, come here, Tensoon. Remember the Kandra that Straff Venture had? Remember how there's a who left the Kandra bones and replaced someone? In what I consider a actually genius twist in this book. It's so well delivered, especially on a first read, and enjoyable to see set up and subtly shadowed throughout a second read. Osur is shown to be the one that was replaced because, of course, in your head, the Kandra that's telling Vin about how a Kandra is infiltrating her party isn't going to be who you suspect. And all of a sudden, this person we've been calling Osur this whole time, but never really got to know that well, is actually a Kandra we saw from earlier, who we again didn't know very well, and so it could swap the personalities no problem. And Vin didn't know Osur super well, and Tensoon was the one who built this friendship with her. And even told her these are fresh, when in reality, not super fresh. And so she's been stabbed in the back. My only big criticism of this scene, because it's also a really intense like beating slash fight scene between these two going at each other, Neo, Agent Smith style, is there's a monologue from Zane that essentially allows Vin to just get over so much of her hesitation with Elend, because he says things like, oh, setting up these assassins and making sure that you saw the look in Elend's eyes when he saw you soaked in blood was so hard to pull off, and now it's all for nothing because you won't save me. Thanks. Appreciate you undoing all that for Vin. After this monologue, though, he forcefully kisses Vin. Ew. Before Tensoon, not Osur, starts strangely warning Zane, hey, watch out! She knows the secret of the Kandra! She knows how to hurt us! Zane? Vin, are you listening? Zane! And that's when Vin goes, oh, right, and does the pull that she only did for a moment on Tensoon before, but to a greater degree, which actually allows her to take control of the Kandra. And there's been this hidden secret weakness of the Kandra where they fear Mistborn for some reason, and this is why they can be dominated by them.
And so here, in this climactic battle with Zane, Vin uses derailment with Brass on Tensoon. And that broke through something, letting her perceive through him and control him completely. He's just a puppet, basically.
And so she uses this for a momentary relief, attacking Zane with Tensoon, and then has to fight him wounded once again while he's burning atium, and she has none. He actually did give her a bead earlier of atium as like a sign of trust. Turns out very thin coat of atium, mostly lead. Bad. But Vin finds a way. Finds a way to what, Daniel? Overcome the ability for her opponent to see in the future. I know, insane.
My brother said I shouldn't trust anyone, she mumbled. He said anyone would betray me. He was a wise man, Zane said quietly, standing chest deep in the mist. He was a paranoid fool, Vin said. He kept me alive, but he left me broken. Then he did you a favor. Vin glanced towards Tensoon's mangled, bleeding form. He was in pain. She could see it in his eyes. In the distance, she could hear thumping. She turned her bronze back on. She looked up slowly. Zane was walking toward her, confident. You've been playing with me, she said. You drove a wedge between me and Elend. You made me think he feared me, made me think he was using me. He was, Zane said. Yes, Vin said. But it doesn't matter. Not the way you made it seem. Elend uses me. Kelsier used me. We use each other for love, for support, for trust. Trust I will kill you, he said. Then, it is better to die. I trusted you, he said, stopping before her, and you betrayed me. No, Vin said, raising her dagger. I'm going to save you, just like you want. She snapped forward and struck, but her hope that he'd run out of ATM was in vain. He sidestepped, indifferent. He let her dagger come within an inch of striking, but he was never really in danger. Vin spun to attack, but her blade cut only air, skimming along the top of the rising mists. Zane moved ahead of her next attack, dodging even before she knew what she was doing. Her dagger stabbed the place where he had been standing. He's too fast, she thought, side burning, mind thumping. Or was that the Well of Ascension? Zane stopped right in front of her. I can't hit him, she thought with frustration. Not when he knows where I'll strike before I do. Vin hesitated. Before I do. Zane stepped away, to a place near the center of the room. Then he kicked a fallen dagger into the air and caught it. He turned back toward her, mist trailing from the weapon in his hand, jaw set, eyes dark. He knows where I'll strike before I do. Vin raised her dagger, blood trickling down her face and side. Thunderous drum beats booming in her mind. The mist was nearly up to her chin. She cleared her mind. She didn't plan an attack. She didn't react to Zane as he ran toward her, dagger raised. She loosened her muscles and closed her eyes, listening to his footsteps. She felt the mist rise around her, churned by Zane's advent. She snapped her eyes open. He had the dagger raised. It glittered, it swung, then prepared to attack, but didn't think about the strike. She simply let her body react, and she watched Zane very, very carefully. He flinched slightly to the left, open hand moving upward, as if to grab something. There, Ben thought, immediately wrenching herself to the right, forcing her instinctive attack out of its natural trajectory. She twisted her arm and dagger mid-swing. She had been about to attack left, as Zane's ATM had anticipated, but by reacting, Zane had shown her what she was going to do, let her see the future, and if she could see it, she could change it. They met. Zane's weapon took her in the shoulder, but Vin's knife took him in the neck. His left hand closed on empty air, snatching at a shadow that should have told him where her arm would be. Zane tried to gasp, but her knife had pierced his windpipe. Air sucked through blood around the blade, and Zane stumbled back, eyes wide with shock. He met her eyes, then collapsed into the mist, his body thumping against the wooden floor.
She does do something that you see like high-level boxers do, but to a greater degree with her magic, because she has pewter and other like reflex enhancers, where she looks in Zane's eyes, and as soon as he sees the future of what she's going to do and preemptively reacts to it, she then reacts to that and changes her move. He manages to stab her in the breast. She stabs him in the throat right where he's been talking too much, and I appreciate the choice to get him specifically there, because it also is just kind of nice that he can't monologue anymore, if I'm going to be honest. You belong with me. And so his final words are garbled in blood, but we cut to his POV and hear him thinking to himself, Vin was the one person God didn't tell him to kill. To which we hear God's voice in Zane's head tell him, of course not. Also, you were never insane. And we had also learned that there was a metal spike in Zane's back. Do the clues connect in your head yet? If you read the book, or are you just mystified? Pun intended. But Vin now fully knows the secret of the Kandra, and even though she's bleeding out from a titty wound, has a conversation with Tensoon where she forgives him and says, you were under contract, but I still think we developed a real friendship. And Tensoon's like, thank God, because I really did too, and I gave you that warning because I wanted you to kill that fucking weirdo, and I'm glad you did. Paw fist bump. I gotta go back to my people. My contract's technically void. Sorry, bye. And Vin's like, oh, bye. Could have really used a dog companion for the rest of this book, but all right. And she should go immediately see medical attention because, you know, chest bleeding's not great. But instead, she runs straight to Elend, kicks open his door, falls into his arms and tells him, "I killed your brother Zane," to which Elend's, "What?" Did not know that information. I don't particularly care. And yeah, I don't think he should or would. But these two fail to communicate very basic stuff repeatedly in this book. That was one of them, though, with their relationship in this state. I kind of get it, though there's another example later that's annoying. Sazed's summoned, and he's trying to help her heal, working her over. And Vin tells Sazed, "What's the easiest marriage ceremony you can do right now for Elend and I?" And Elend's, "What?" And Sazed's like, "I know one where if you just say you love each other in front of me, you're married." And Vin says, "I love you, Elend." And Elend's like, "Hell yeah, I'm locking that down. I love you, Vin." And they're married. And that's when the earlier meeting we had where Sazed wanted to send him out of the city, he sees his opportunity and takes it. And he says, "Elend, you're no longer King Vin. You're the hero of ages, maybe. And I think you need to go to the Well of Ascension, and I've found where it is." Lying to them. "It's in the north, in the mountains. So I'm going to say you two should go find the Well of Ascension, that Vin, you're feeling stronger than ever." So he finds a way to get them out of the city, and they agree to go. And he, as they're saying they're going to set out tomorrow, is sitting with his lies, having drawn them a fake map to where he is just placing a random Well of Ascension, and wonders what his legacy will be based on the decisions that Vin and Elend make. Now we're going to quickly cut to some side plot stuff because we're back with Strathventure, who is feeling poisoned. Zane said he wasn't going to kill me, but I am not feeling good. You know when you had 1 or 12 too many drinks and that. And so he says, "Summon the girl who makes my antidotes. Bring her in now." And she's brought in, and he's trying to just stay focused on his She's not making the antidote. I know the pattern of making the antidote. She's not doing that. "What are you doing?" And he approaches her and rips her dress a little bit and sees a scar and goes, "You were sleeping with Zane." Why is that the thing that tells you that? It goes into his cutting earlier. Apparently he's cutting during... And people say Mistborn's not dark. At a reread, disagree. Maybe I've just been reading too much cozy fantasy recently, but damn. But she starts mocking him, saying, "Actually, Zane didn't directly. I did. I got you hooked on a drug, and what you're feeling right now is withdrawal, bitch. You're gonna die from not having a drug." And then he chokes her to death. Maybe, wait longer to unveil your grand plan. And then Strathventure demonstrates incredibly thick plot armor to find an antidote for this, or the drug he's hooked to. He just makes a brew of everything from her chest that's in like the antidote side of stuff, which does also contain things that if you eat it the wrong amount will kill you. Brews it up, chugs it down. One of them was the right drug, and he ODs, but he doesn't die, so... He saves his own life in a way, or even his guards are just, "You were a mess, dog." Now it's time for Vin and Elend, though, to leave Luthadel, and they have a goodbye where the people in the city are staring, judging kind of at them, but also accepting, like, yeah, you're powerful people. You're going to leave us to here, die in these horrible sieges. So, all right. And that makes really Elend sad because he doesn't want them to accept being abandoned so much. Vin even shouts out and promises, "And we're going to be back and save you." And some people believe her because it's Vin, and she's done some dope stuff like killing a god. But as they're just about to leave the city, we see Elrain, I think is how you say your name, the one that Vin kept calling a puff, that Set's daughter who showed up in love with Breeze and has been emotionally manipulating him to have sex with him through her own manipulation, which is all kinds of messed up. But she wants to join them. And after they escape the city and are able to flee from some guards that Strathventure's army sends after them, she goes, "Thanks, guys. Later," and leaves to go reunite with her dad, Set. And we see she actually does make it to Set's army and makes the case they'll have a better chance of survival if he's there to witness the eventual conflict that's coming and seize power. And okay, they turn the army back around and march on Luthadel once again. So we've had 3 armies march on Luthadel, 1 lead, and then come back. And it's gonna happen actually again soon because we see after waking up, Strathventure wants to get his army out of the view of the oncoming Koloss army. So he turns around, takes his army, and leaves, though they're going very slow, just out of view, the Koloss army. Once she's gone, though, and it's just Elend, Vin, and Spook who's with them on the road away from the city towards the north to try and find this mysterious false location of a Well of Ascension, they actually come across Pound Town. Vin and Elend, they find Pound Town. It's a city that a lot of people end up in. It's cool. Good for them, because they're married now. It's married couples in fantasy books heading up in Pound Town. Population 2 a lot of the time. Frequently.
You guys need anything? Some snacks? A condom? Let me know.
Preparing for the slaughter to come, we see Sazed actually have some really great emotional moments because he goes to see Clubs and proposes another religion. It's kind of a thing he'd been doing, proposing religions to Clubs. And Clubs is saying, I don't got time for this, but he says, whoa, Clubs, I figured out the religion for you actually. One that worships artists and art above everything else, because I know you were a woodworker before you got tied into all of this, and you appreciate art forms, and they even thought being an artist was better than being a priest, and Clubs is... All right, yeah, I like that one. It was a good job.
What have I become? My sweetest friend.
Sazed goes to Tindwyl, and they kind of profess their love for each other before this siege begins, but as they're having their nice moment, war drums begin beating. The Koloss army is here. But as the siege begins, we cut to Spook, Elend, and Vin, and they actually come across Yestes, who's supposed to be in charge of this Koloss army. Why are you here? And he tells Elend, oh, I just lost control of my Koloss army. Once they saw Luthadel, it just became too crazy. And so I took my men and left, and now they're just gonna attack Luthadel. And in response to this, Elend decapitates him with his sword. And then he looks at his men and goes, do you think that was wrong? And Yestes's men are like, fair. We didn't like him either. And Elend's, yeah, but then it's Vin's time to...
I'm gonna do this the old-fashioned way, with 2 swords and maximum effort.
But first, she talks with Elend because he feels like he abandoned the people, and she says no, and he's gonna slowly make his way back to Luthadel. She is going to maximum effort it, and she just ends up running into Ska, taking metal horseshoes that she can bounce off the ground, sees that some of them are happier than they were under Lord Ruler, so it's like, yeah, they're all struggling here at the upper levels, but there's not oppression out in the outskirts towns as much, so that's nice. But we need to cut back to the actual invasion because it is really hard to stave off an army of Koloss who are with their own hands taking small trees and trying to beat down the gates. Oh my god. And our crew has strategically scattered themselves throughout the city. Breeze is trying to rile people's courage with his emotions. Clubs is the general in charge. Just basically everyone's doing the best they can, but we focus on Sazed, who's at one of the gates, and he sees that Ska have come to watch. He's like, what are you doing here? You're not soldiers, get out! And they say, we're here to bear witness because we have faith. Put your hands up, do the Christian faith thing. And says, I don't understand, but when the gates start being beaten down, he sees the men failing to fight well and activates his swole form we saw in book 1, charges one of the Koloss and just caves in its face with one punch and tells the men, fight! And they fight. And he actually holds off the gate the best. We hear another gate in the North Falls, but he, with his soldiers, actually manages to at one point even reclose the gate and put an iron bar down. It's not going to hold forever, but it gives him a bit of reprieve. And damn, Sazed, always badass. But through other cutaways, we see not every crew member is as successful. Clubs is taken down by a Koloss, as well as Doxson. And during this time, Strathventure's army has heard the Koloss invasion has begun. He turns his column around and begins marching back on the city. They arrive and see it on fire. Thousands dying every few minutes as the Koloss swarm into the capital city of the former Lord Ruler's empire. And his men say, hey, are we going to now attack the Koloss from behind? And he goes, no. Maybe let's let him actually kill the entire city, right? Let it all burn to the ground. I'll go in, find the ATM, and then I'll just go to the city I care about. This city rejected me. Maybe I'll just build a new city in my honor on top of it. Strathventure. You know what? Not surprising behavior from him. Super in character. Absolutely, let's continue on. Just when all hope seems lost and the only gate that's still standing at all is where Sazed is, Vin arrives on the wall with the sun behind her in all of her exhausted glory of barreling through what should have been days' march in a matter of hours.
You should see me in the crowd. Got no one, there's nothing to help. Watch me make 'em bow.
And she begins her own slaughter. And this is where things get brutal, because Vin is coming across Kolos, picking people up and just slamming them against the wall, splat dead style. Children are dying, and we even see Penrod, who's held up in a keep, doesn't open the gates when Sazed comes with like the remnants of people he's trying to save. And right there, dude, I gave you so much credit earlier. I forgot how shitty Penrod turned out to be. Not a fan. Bad guy. But Vin has pushed herself to the absolute limit, wanting to find the Well of Ascension, hearing it in her head, but unable to do so. And so she just, what can I possibly do? There's tens of thousands of Kolos. They've lost maybe a third of their number, and our army is just completely scattered. And so she finally just lashes out with the last bit of metal she has, and
people began to scream once more. Vin looked up, only to find those she'd just rescued facing down an even larger group of Kolos. No! Vin said, raising a hand, but they'd run far while she'd been fighting. She wouldn't have been able to see them, save for her tin. As it was, she could see painfully well as the creatures began to lay into the small group with their thick-bladed swords. No! Vin screamed again, the death startling her, shocking her, standing as a reminder of all the deaths she'd been unable to prevent. No, no, no! Pewter gone, steel gone, iron gone, she had nothing, or she had one thing. Not even pausing to think on what prompted her to use it, she threw a Duralium-enhanced soothing at the beasts. It was as if her mind slammed into a barrier, and then that barrier shattered. Vin skidded to a halt, shocked. The child, still in her arms, as the Kolos all stopped, frozen in their horrific act of slaughter. What did I do? She thought, tracing through her muddled mind, trying to connect why she had reacted as she had. Was it because she had been frustrated? No. She knew that the Lord Ruler had built the Inquisitors with a weakness, remove a particular spike from their back, and they'd die. He had also built the Kandra with a weakness. The Kolos had to have a weakness too. Tinsoon called the Kolos his cousins, she thought. She stood upright, the dark street suddenly quiet, save for the whimpering ska. The Kolos waited, and she could feel herself in their minds, as if they were an extension of her body, the same thing she had felt when she'd taken control of Tinsoon. Cousins indeed. The Lord Ruler built the Kolos with a weakness, the same one as the Kandra. He had given himself a way to keep them in check, and now she understood how he'd controlled them all those long years.
That's right. The Lord Ruler builds a failsafe into all of his creations. And so Vin arrives at the keep where Penrod is held up, with the Kolos army now under her control. We cut to seeing Straff Venture's army outside of Luthadel slowly start beginning to approach, confident that all the fires within have died, meaning that the, battle's over and the snows have just taken care of the destruction going on and whatever few the Kolos are coming outside the city. Great, wow, there's a lot of them that survived. It's like 2/3 of their original force survived. Well, we have 50,000 men. So why is there human soldiers amongst them? Why is there a arrow being shot out of the army? That's not an arrow, that's a person. That's Vin. Oh my god!
No! Straff yelled. She's supposed to be gone! Vin screamed from the sky in her Duralium-fueled steel jump, massive Kolos sword light in her hands. She hit Straff directly in the head with the sword, then continued on downward, slamming into the ground, tossing up snow and frozen dirt with the power of her impact. The horse fell in 2 pieces, front and back. What remained of the former king slid to the ground with the equine corpse. She looked at the remnants, smiled grimly, and bade Straff farewell. Elend had, after all, warned him what would happen if he attacked the city. Straff generals and attendants stood around her in a stunned circle. Behind her, the Kolos army barreled forward, confusion in Straff's ranks, making the archer volleys ragged and less effective. Vin kept a tight hold on her sword, then pushed outward with a Duralium-enhanced steel push. Riders were thrown, their beasts tripped by their shoes. The soldiers sprayed backward from her in a circle of several dozen yards. Men screamed. She downed another vial, restoring both steel and pewter. Then she jumped, seeking out generals and other officers to attack. As she moved, her Kolos troops struck the front ranks of Straff's army, and the real carnage began.
And the day is won. Now note, Elend Venture, not there. Vin is in charge. And so she gathers up Set, who, by the way, was watching this, and at the last minute was convinced by his daughter to join the fight on the side of Vin's army, because he's the kind of guy who's going to join the winning side. and she gathers Set, the only surviving general from Strathventure's army, and tells them both, you're going to pledge to Ellen Venture or I'll kill everyone. And they're saying Ellen Venture would never, Ellen Venture's not here. Pledge to him, or what happened to Strathventure, everybody. And so they pledge to Ellen Venture, and she goes, great. And she inadvertently just made Ellen Venture an emperor. He was trying to be a democratic king. When he finally does get back to the city, which he's going to soon, he is informed, you're emperor now. You know that whole democratic process thing? Psh, you're just gonna force through your will freedom and democracy on people, and no one can depose you anymore. And Vin is now his empress. But before he gets back, we cut to Ellen Venture, who's in the mist, and he actually has that mist spirit form in front of him and point, go back, north, go back to Luthadel. It points north. And he's trying to figure it out, but Spook returns, and so it vanishes, and he's, oh, okay, Vin was absolutely right. Never not believe Vin about hallucinatory weird stuff again. And then they run into a bunch of terrorist men, Sazed's people, who need help and are refugees. And they start talking about how Tindwyl is like a person they're looking up to, and actually like the default leader with how much they've been through recently. Side note, I forgot to mention, this is really sad. She also died. And Sazed finds her body, and it breaks him. The curious eunuch priest monk we all loved just has all of his passion die, and he's horribly depressed as he picks up her freezing corpse in the battlefield. And I know I should care more about clubs or Doxon dying, but the emotional reaction we get from Sazed's POV at this, complemented by a bunch of refugees talking about how, oh God, and this is why I say when Ellen returns, he gets the crown, but there's tears on this bad boy. It is a dark return, though they've won. And Vin wakes up from several days of being in a coma after exerting herself so much and says it's time. They need to go to Critic Shaw. The Well of Ascension is here, because if the Lord Ruler is able to remake the world, why would he keep the Well of Ascension where it was known to be before? Why wouldn't he move it right here? And oh yeah, great point. And so they go to Critic Shaw. Ellen and Vin find a secret door, and they descend down. Sazed returns to the room that him and Tindwyl were doing all this research in, and he finds all these ripped pages again. He's just, how did that happen? What's this? He goes to the original. Okay, there was a steel plate they were getting all of these off of. You know, you do that rub thing. And for some reason, that's all this information was stored. And on that steel plate, he retakes it down again, and it's different than what his pages said. Somehow, someone was able to modify his original transcribings. And then in this steel plate, it talks about how anything not written in steel can't be trusted. What's happening right now? And then he looks at the final passage.
Sazed sat at the table reading from his book. Something is not right here, he thought. He traced back a few lines, looking at the words, Holy First Witness, again. Why did that line keep bothering him? He sat back, sighing. Even if the prophecies did speak about the future, they wouldn't be things to follow or use as guideposts. Tindwyl was right on that count. His own study had proven them to be unreliable and shadowed. So what was the problem? It simply didn't make sense. But then again, sometimes religion didn't make literal sense. Was that the reason? Or was it his own bias? His growing frustration with the teachings he had memorized and taught, but which had betrayed him in the end? It came down to the scrap of paper on his desk, the torn one. Alendi must not be allowed to reach the Well of Ascension. Someone was standing next to his desk. Sazed gasped, stumbling back, nearly tipping over his chair. It wasn't a person, it was a shadow, formed, it seemed, from streams of mist. They were faint, still trailing through the window that Vin had opened. But the shape was a person. Its head seemed turned toward the table, toward the book, or perhaps the scrap of paper. Sazed felt like running, like scrambling away in fear, but his scholar mind dredged something up to fight the terror. Alendi, he thought. The one everyone thought was the hero of ages. He said he saw a thing made of mist following him. Vin claimed to have seen it as well. What do you want? He asked, trying to remain calm. The spirit didn't move. Could it be her? He wondered with shock. Many religions claimed that the dead continued to walk the world, beyond the view of mortals, but this thing was too short to be Tindwyl. Sazed was sure that he would have recognized her, even in such an amorphous form. Sazed tried to gauge where it was looking. He reached out, a hesitant hand, picking up the scrap of paper. The spirit raised an arm, pointing toward the center of the city. Sazed frowned. I don't understand, he said. The spirit pointed more insistently. Write down for me what you want me to do. It just pointed. Sazed stood for a long moment in the room, with its single candle, then glanced at the open book. The wind flipped its pages, showing his handwriting, then Tyndall's, then his again. Alindi must not reach the Well of Ascension, for he must not be allowed to take the power for himself. Perhaps Quan knew something that nobody else had. Could the power corrupt even the best people? Could that be why he turned against Alindi, trying to stop him? The mist spirit pointed again. If the spirit tore free that sentence, perhaps it was trying to tell me something, but Finn wouldn't take the power for herself. She wouldn't destroy as the Lord Ruler did, would she? And if she didn't have a choice, outside, someone screamed. The yell was of pure terror, and it was soon joined by others, a horrible, echoing set of sounds in a dark night. There wasn't time to think. Sazed grabbed the candle, spilling wax on the table in his haste, and left the room.
And this is going to bring us to our climax board. Just because you're getting 2 whiteboards for Well of Ascension doesn't mean there's not also a climax board. They follow a stairwell down into darkness where Vin senses a light or power at the end of it. But when Sazed gets there, he runs into Marsh, who says, I wish I knew why I had to kill you. Remember that Steel Inquisitor that was seen earlier in the city? I wonder what the Steel Inquisitors have been up to this whole time and how they're connected to all of this. Uh-oh. Vin and Ellen descend down. When they get down there, the Mist Wraith appears before them and just whips out a knife somehow and cuts Ellen in a mortal gut wound. What the fuck? This supposedly forces Vin to be in a position where she must take the power of the Well of Ascension. And we cut to seeing Sazed, who is about to be murdered by Marsh. Marsh takes a bag of metals that he's pulled from Sazed and shoots them into Sazed, and Sazed goes, oh, wait, those were my rings. Gets into his bulked out form and actually begins fighting Marsh. Marsh still has the edge. It's a Steel Inquisitor. Yet, Ham shows up and tilts the scales. Marsh retreats. It's too late. Because down at the Well of Ascension, Vin submerges herself in the power, and she can make one of 2 decisions. Now that it's full, that's why she's been hearing the thrum and the mists have been returning. Over time, the Well of Ascension returns, fills to power. The Lord Ruler before would handle this, but they didn't know how, and so it's rebuilt up like a generator at peak.
The power came upon her suddenly. She felt the liquid pressing against her, creeping into her body, crawling, forcing its way through the pores and openings in her skin. She opened her mouth to scream, and it rushed in that way too, choking her, gagging her. With a sudden flare, her left earlobe began to hurt. She cried out, pulling her earring free, dropping it into the depths. She pulled off her sash, letting it and her allomantic vials go as well, removing the only metals on her person. Then she started to burn. She recognized the sensation. It was exactly like the feeling of burning metals in her stomach, except it came from her entire body. Her skin flared, her muscles flamed, and her very bones seemed on fire. She gasped and realized the metal was gone from her throat. She was glowing. She felt the power within, as if it were trying to burst back out. It was like the strength she gained by burning pewter, but amazingly more potent. It was a force of incredible capacity. It would have been beyond her ability to understand, but it was expanding her mind, forcing her to grow and comprehend what she now possessed. Vin could remake the world. She could push back the mist. She could feed millions with the wave of her hand, punish the evil, protect the weak. She was in awe of herself. The cavern was transparent around her, and she saw the entire world spreading, a magnificent sphere upon which life could exist only in small areas at the poles. She could fix that. She could make things better. She could save Elend. She glanced down and saw him dying. She immediately understood what was wrong with him. She could fix his damaged skin and sliced organs. You mustn't do that, child. Vin looked up with shock. You know what you must do, the voice said, whispering to her. It sounded aged, kindly. I have to save him, she cried. You know what you must do. And she did. She saw it happen. She saw, as if in a vision, Reshek, when he had taken the power for himself. She saw the disasters he created. It was all or nothing, like allomancy in a way. If she took the power, she would have to burn it up in a few moments, remaking things as she pleased, but only for a brief time. Or she could give it up. I must defeat the deepness, the voice said. She saw that too. Outside the palace, the city, across the land, people in the mist, shaking, falling. Many stayed indoors. Thankfully, the traditions of the Ska were still strong among them, yet some were out. Those who trusted in Kelsier's words that the mist could not hurt them, but now the mist could. That had changed, bringing death. This was the deepness, mists that killed, mists that were slowly covering the entire land. The deaths were sporadic. Vin saw many falling dead, but saw others simply falling sick, and others still going about in the mists as if nothing were wrong. It will get worse, the voice said quietly. It will kill and destroy, and if you try to stop it yourself, it will ruin the world as Rashik did before you. Elend, she whispered. She turned toward him, bleeding on the floor. At that moment, she remembered something Sazed had said. You must love him enough to trust his wishes, he had told her. It isn't love unless you learn to respect him. Not what you assume is best, but what he truly wants. She saw Elend weeping. She saw him focusing on her, and she knew what he wanted. He wanted his people to live. He wanted the world to know peace and the sky to be free. He wanted the deepness to be defeated. The safety of his people meant more to him than his own life, far more. You'll know what to do, he told her moments before. I trust you. Vin closed her eyes and tears rolled down her cheeks. Apparently gods could cry. I love you, she whispered. She let the power go. She held the capacity to become a deity in her hands, and she gave it away, releasing it to the waiting void. She gave up Elend, because she knew that was what he wanted. The cavern immediately began to shake. Vin cried out as the flaring power within her was ripped away, soaked up greedily by the void. She screamed, her glow fading, then fell into the now empty pool, head knocking against the rocks. The cavern continued to shake, dust and chips falling from the ceiling, and then, in a moment of surreal clarity, Vin heard a single distant sentence ringing in her mind.
I am free.
That's not great. Vin pulled from the pool, then has the mist wraith start gesturing frantically towards a vial on the ground of a metal. And Vin's, what is that? She takes the metal. What are you trying to do now? You just stabbed and it's pointing, feed it to Elend. And she's, I'm so confused. You stabbed him. Now you want me to feed him? So she feeds him the little thing, and then he starts to regain his color back. He starts to look a little bit better.
Wow, that is metallic-y. That's like drinking a battery. Really gets you in the feelings, doesn't it?
Sazed then goes to the original etching in steel he had, the only writing he knows he can trust, and then retranslates it fresh, reading directly from Quan's initial, unaltered warning.
Sazed made his way down the steps, through the torture chamber, and finally into the small rock room he'd visited on his first trip to the Conventicle 3 months before. He dropped his pack to the ground, working it open with tired fingers, then looked up at the large steel plate. Quan's final words stared back at him. Sazed knelt, pulling a carefully tied portfolio from his back. He undid the string, and then removed his original rubbing, made in this very room months before. He recognized his fingerprints on the thin paper, knew the strokes of the charcoal to be his own. He recognized the smudges he had made. With growing nervousness, he held the rubbing up and slapped it against the steel plate on the wall, and the two did not match. Sazed stepped back, uncertain what to think now that his suspicions had been confirmed. The rubbing slipped limply from his fingers, and his eyes found the sentence at the end of the plate, the last sentence, the one the mist spirit had ripped free time and time again. The original one on the steel plate was different from the one Sazed had written and studied. Alendi must not reach the Well of Ascension, Quan's ancient words read, for he must not be allowed to release the thing that is imprisoned there. Sazed sat down quietly. It was all a lie, he thought numbly. The religion of the Terrace people, the thing the Keeper spent millennia searching for, trying to understand, it was a lie. The so-called prophecy, the hero of ages, a fabrication, a trick. What better way for such a creature to gain freedom? Men would die in the name of prophecies. They wanted to believe, to hope. If something could harness that energy, twist it, what amazing things could be accomplished. Sazed looked up at the words on the wall, reading the second half once again. It contained paragraphs that were different from his rubbing, or his rubbing had been changed somehow, changed to reflect what the thing had wished Sazed to read. I write these words in steel, Quan's first words said, for anything not set in metal cannot be trusted. Sazed shook his head. They should have paid attention to that sentence. Everything he had studied after that had apparently been a lie. He looked at the plate, scanning its contents, coming to the final section. Though I believed in Alendi at first, I later became suspicious. It seemed that he fit the signs true, but how can I explain this? Could it be that he fit them too well? I know your argument. We speak of the anticipation, of things foretold, of promises made by our greatest prophets of old. Of course, the hero of ages will fit the prophecies. He will fit them perfectly, that's the idea. And yet, something about this seemed so convenient. It felt almost as if we constructed a hero to fit our prophecies, rather than allowing one to arise naturally. This is the worry I had, the thing that should have given me pause when my brethren came to me, finally willing to believe. After that, I began to see other problems. Some of you may know of my fabled memory. It is true. I need not a pharmacemist's metal mind to memorize a sheet of words in an instant, and I tell you, call me daft, but the words of the prophecies are changing. The alterations are small, clever even, a word here, a slight twist there, but the words on the page are different from the ones in my memory. The other world-bringers scoff at me, for they have their metal minds to prove to them that the books and prophecies have not changed. And so, this is a great declaration I must make. There is something, some force, that wants us to believe that the hero of ages has come and that he must travel to the Well of Ascension. Something is making the prophecies change so that they refer to Elindi more perfectly. And whatever this power is, it can change words within a pharmacemist's metal mind. I know what I have memorized. I know what is now repeated by the other world bringers. The two are not the same. I sense a craftiness behind these changes, a manipulation subtle and brilliant. I have spent the last 2 years in exile trying to decipher what the alterations could mean. I have come to only one conclusion. Something has taken control of our religion, something nefarious, something that cannot be trusted. It misleads and it cloaks in shadows. It uses Elindi to destroy, guiding him along a path of death and sorrow. It is pulling him toward the Well of Ascension, where the millennial power is gathered. I can only guess that it sent the deepness as a method of making mankind more desperate, of pushing us to do as it wills. The prophecies have changed. They now tell Elindi that he must give up the power once he takes it. That is not what was once implied by the text. They were more vague, and yet the newer version seems to make it a moral imperative. The text somehow outline a terrible consequence if the hero of ages takes the power for himself. Elindi believes what they say. He is a good man despite it all. He is accustomed to giving up his own will for the greater good, as he sees it. I have no doubt that if Elindi reaches the Well of Ascension, he will take the power and then, in the name of the presumed greater good, will give it up. Give it away to this same force that has changed the text, to this force of destruction that has brought him to war, that has tempted him to kill, that has craftily led him to the north. This thing wants the power held in the well, and it has raped our religion's holiest tenets in order to get it. And so, I have made one gamble. My pleas, my teachings, my objections, and my treasons were all ineffectual. Elindi has the other counselors now, ones who tell him what he wants to hear. I have a young nephew, one Rashik. He hates all of Kelinium with the passion of envious youth. He hates Elindi even more acutely, though the two have never met. For Rashik feels betrayed that one of our oppressors should have been chosen as the hero of ages. Elindi will need guidance through the Terrace Mountains. I have charged Reshik with making certain that he and his trusted friends are chosen as the guides, for he must not be allowed to release the thing that is imprisoned there. Sazed sat back. It was the final blow, the last strike that killed whatever was left of his faith. He knew at that moment he would never believe again.
And when Elend wakes up, he has the full powers of a Mistborn.
Vin found Ellen standing on the city wall, looking over the city of Luthadel, wearing a white uniform that Tyndall had made for him. He looked harder than he had a few weeks before. "You're awake," she said, moving up beside him. He nodded. He didn't look at her, but continued to watch the city with its bustling people. He spent quite a bit of time, delirious, in bed, despite the healing power of his newfound allomancy. Even with Pewter, the surgeons had been uncertain if he'd survive. He had. And like a true allomancer, he was up and about on the first day he was lucid. "What happened?" he asked. She shook her head. Leaning against the stones of the battlement, she could still hear the terrible booming voice. "I am free!" "I'm an allomancer," Ellen said. She nodded. "Mistborn, apparently," he continued. "I think we know where they came from now," Finn said. "The first allomancers. What happened to the power? Ham didn't have a straight answer for me, and all anyone else knows are rumors. I set something free," she whispered. "Something that shouldn't have been released. Something that led me to the well. I should never have gone looking for it, Ellen." Ellen stood in silence, still regarding the city. She turned, burying her head against his chest. "It was terrible," she said. "I could feel that thing. I could feel that, and I set it free." Ellen wrapped his arms around her. "You did the best you could, Vin," he said. "In fact, you did the right thing. How could you have known that everything you'd been told, trained, and prepared to do was wrong?" Vin shook her head. I am worse than the Lord Ruler. In the end, maybe he realized he was being tricked, and he knew he had to take the power rather than release it. If he had been a good man, Vin, Ellen said, he wouldn't have done what he did to this land. I may have done far worse, Vin said. This thing I released, the mist killing people and coming during the day. Ellen, what are we going to do? He looked at her for a moment, then turned back toward the city and its people. We're going to do what Kelsier taught us, Vin. We're going to survive.
And that is the end of The Well of Ascension, Book 2 of Mistborn Era 1. And yeah, I actually like it more than the first Mistborn, surprisingly. So much happens in this book. For some reason, I remember my first read through just kind of not being as engaged, but this time, pretty much every narrative hook that wanted to get planted in me got under a rib and yanked. I really liked how it escalated the level of conflict going on and insisted on our characters being constantly making decisions, not having things happen to them that moved the plot forward. So much agency. Zane, still a weak point, but one that does complement the ongoing intrigue and sets up greater questions for Book 3, which we're going to start getting into now. Now, I know the board's not done. Relax, hold up. Trust me, I need you. Whoa, Nelly. Whoa. Relax, okay? Have faith, because we're taking a new approach for the Hero of Ages. One I think is actually going to turn out exceptionally well. I need to turn on another light real quick. Oh, this is just basically dead. Well, let's hope it lasts. Does that even matter? I don't know. For the Hero of Ages, I essentially remember nothing. I don't know why, but typically for series, I remember like first books really well, and then as they go on, it drains and drains more from my memory. Seems a little bit antithetical to logic, but it's how things operate in this messed up space. And so for this book, I remember some spooky stuff with Marsh, Ellen being a Mistborn now. Not too much else except for like the very end. And so for that reason, I'm going to be filling out the whiteboard as I go through the book, 3 chapters at a time. And I think that could be a pretty fun new way to structure this. I don't know how it's going to affect the vibe overall, but I'd love your feedback. Would you like me to do this for more summaries in the future? Or no, get through it all, or at least most of it, and let us see the whiteboard in its full state. The benefit of this angle possibly is you're kind of discovering stuff along with me. The negative is I might slip up on some stuff, but I'll always fix that in the edit. Editing's great. But without any further ado, let us kick off the final book in Mistborn, Era 1, The Hero of Ages. Actually, the more I think about it, my biggest insecurity is the lack of colors behind me is gonna like bore people. So I'm gonna do extra fun edits on the screen. Pay attention, brain rot people, pay the fuck attention. So we actually pick up in a prologue with Marsh, finding out that he has been a Steel Inquisitor for 3 years now, and our suspicions from the Well of Ascension are confirmed. He is now serving whatever dark authority Vin released at the Well of Ascension, and he refers to it as ruin. And terrifyingly, so heartbreakingly, we see that Marsh is still trying to pass will checks in his own head, but just non-stop failing them. He's even trying to rip the spike out of his own back to demonetize me, and Ruin keeps just winning out and controlling everything he's doing, forcing Marsh to torture a terrorist man. I don't know why Brandon Sanderson so successfully made me love the terrorist culture, these like scholars serving eternity, but seeing one of them being turned, actually, we find out, into a Steel Inquisitor is just awful. Also, it's being done on top of another body. That's messed up.
Marsh smiled as the prisoner began to cry. Then he stepped forward, raising the spike in his hand. He placed it against the whimpering man's chest. The spike would need to pierce the man's body, passing through the heart, then be driven into the body of the Inquisitor tied below. Hemalurgy was a messy art. That was why it was so much fun. Marsh picked up a mallet and began to pound.
Hemalurgy, that's right. Did you think we were done with ferrochemy and allomancy? Have you even heard of Brandon Sanderson? Third magic system, let's go! And oh, I bet you're thinking Dale's gonna have another special guest on to describe hemalurgy. Yeah, exactly. Here you go.
I'll take it from here, Daniel of House Green, and it's important to note that of all of Sanderson's magic systems, hemalurgy is by far, undeniably,
the most naughty. And so if you intend to practice, parental supervision is advised. Through the hemalurgic process, one can create such creatures as Steel Inquisitors, the Kolos, or even Khandra. Yes, simply put, hemalurgy is the practice of siphoning power from one source and transferring it to something else. In hopes of simplifying this process, I've prepared a visual aid. Imagine, if you will, that this sponge is a metallic spike. Here, this bowl represents an unwilling donor, and for the sake of this example, this bowl represents a Steel Inquisitor. Now, in the hemalurgic process, iron allows one to siphon physical might from one's donor. So if we take our iron spike and we insert it into our unwilling donor with wicked intent, this iron spike is now being charged with physical might. Now, we can take this charged iron spike and we can transfer it and embed it in our future Inquisitor. And now that physical might has been siphoned into our Inquisitor. My God. Unfortunately, our donor is now deceased due to the fact that the iron spike penetrated their heart. Now that it's transferred here, it's important to note that the type of metal and where the spike is placed in the body determines the abilities granted to the Inquisitor. Now you may have noticed that during our transfer process from donor to Inquisitor, that a great deal of our power has leaked from our spiky sponge during that transfer process. Yes, you are quite observant. That's why it is most effective to literally stack the donor body directly onto the Inquisitor and impale the spike directly through the donor and into the Inquisitor so that we don't lose any of that sweet, sweet power during the transfer process, similar to the scene that Daniel of House Green just read to you aloud. Yes, the metals that are used in the hemalurgic process are separated into 4 different categories: physical, mental, spiritual, and temporal. Yes.
But if that was too dark of a start, don't worry, we're actually going to have quite the heroic turn as we pick up with Elend Venture. There is a Ska city the nobles have abandoned, doing their best to prepare for a Kolos army on the verge of destroying their lives. But from the sky drops literally their emperor, which is just wild. Imagine you live in a more minor American city and a horde of orc is about to run it down, and suddenly from the sky, insert president you like, appears and starts not just organizing shit, but when the attack actually happens, joining the fray, because they are being emotionally manipulated by Elend left, right, up, and down, showing us that he has spent the last year, we see it's been a year since the last book again, quite well getting into the flow with his allomancy. But he's not just prepping them to defend their city, and once the Kolos army sets up on the horizon, he says let's rush out and attack it before they can have time to rest. And I really like that detail, because that's a real thing if you look into it. If an army was dumb enough to exhaust themselves to set up a siege, it is a valid strategy to, as soon as they get there, before they can set up, just go charge if their army's not overwhelmingly huge. Now, bad point though, this army is overwhelmingly huge. Shoot. And Elend just took a bunch of Ska who have been kinda training for a year and a little bit armed and hurled them at a Kolos army. And while he is doing his allomantic Mistborn and helping out wherever he can, there's no way they're gonna last. Elend, what the hell are you doing? Well, a dot appears in the sky and he says, hey, by the way, one of the armies I brought with me just arrived. And we all know who this is. Vin smashes through the atmosphere, coming down on the Kolos army like a Super Saiyan in the fucking season finale, and starts obliterating them in mass. Just gore flying up right and left. And an interesting little added thing, because I know you're thinking, you watched the previous summary and or have read Well of Ascension. Why doesn't she just take control? Well, if you've read this book, you know that they actually need to be like shaken or somehow demoralized before she can take over. And that is a similar Trolloc Murdral setup, because we see a Steel Inquisitor arrive and Vin and Elend start fighting it. Big boss fight. Not easy to do. And it even is moving faster than it should be able to, even if it was burning allomancy. In addition to that, is wearing plate armor on its back, protecting its spike. Eventually, though, working together, Vin and Elend overwhelm it. Actually, Vin is able to take over some of the Koloss as she's sitting amongst the army, demoralizing them. And one of the Koloss sneaks up behind it and goes with a gut sword, takes out the Steel Inquisitor, which starts breaking the rest of the army. Victory! Hell yeah. It's just a nice little, very fun video game mechanic whenever this AAA list game is made for Mistborn, where we're going to be controlling Vin as she drops down amongst Koloss and massacring massive amounts of them and taking over their soldiers. That's Dynasty Warriors that shit up, bro. That's going to be so much fun. Okay, but if that was too much of a wow, look at our protagonist heroic moment, I'm going to take it back down a notch. We're going to have a very equalized start to this book, because in the middle of all this, see what I did there? We also cut to Tinsoon's POV, who you may have mixed emotions about. Yeah, he worked for Zane, but he broke the contract and saved Vin's life. For that reason, I'm on his side.
Am I a joke to you?
The other Kandra, though, not so much, because he broke the contract, and it turns out Tinsoon fessed up to admitting the weakness, or at least exposing the weakness to the Kandra, to a human Mistborn, which, you know, bad, very bad for them.
We can exploit his #1 weakness.
Horrific. Imagine if we had something that people could do that would let us take control of all of humanity, and one of us just blabbed it to an alien. You'd be like, bro! Also, how did we keep that secret for so long? Oh, there was like an old Lord Ruler who rewrote reality and created us that weakness? I guess that makes more sense. But they are opening his cell, and technically, they have to give him a moment to demand judgment, so they drop in a skull for him to form around it and then immediately dump acid, so they're like, there's technically an opportunity for him to do so. Tinsoon, so good at himself into the form of a new body, before the acid can even kill him, because they are trying to kill him, he demands a trial! He says judgment, and they say, just die. Like, you can actually have some respect. We won't tell everyone you gave away our secret. You'll just be known as a contract breaker if you let us kill you here. And he goes, no, bring it to trial. That's my Tinsoon voice now for some reason. And so we know there's going to be a few good men plotline here, withed in the hero of ages. And that's just the first 3 chapters. Talk about starting off with a high kick. We're actually going to go all the way to chapter 8 this time,
not just to 6, because the pace slowed down a little bit, and I can go as far as I want. It just needs to flow to where I feel is appropriate, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. I am in control.
But we actually pick up in chapter 4 with Sazed and Breeze, and what they are doing is visiting the kingdom that actually was the one that was taken from Gestes before he got his Koloss army together and became a problem in Well of Ascension. And they're delivering essentially a surrender treaty from Emperor Elend to the people who took control down here, and it's just like, hey, we have an emperor now. Give up. They're probably going to agree to that, but the important beats that actually happened within the text here is that Sazed, big sad, because he keeps poring over all these different religious texts, trying to find one that's not full of contradictions so he can actually believe in it. Why? So he can know what happened to Tindwill's spirit. I don't know why, but I felt that in an artery. That was an artery that was made sad by that information. And this is compounded all the more by the fact that Breeze, you know, he's there accompanying him, eating some grapes, Breeze vibes, says to Sazed, it's been months since you tried to convert me, dude. What's going on? Try and bring me into a religion, to which Sazed says something along the lines of, I see no purpose in trying to convert my friend to any faith when all I feel in my heart is the bleak void of nihilistic atheism. There be only pain. Not along those lines, but essentially big sad Breeze, which that's terrible. Sazed's official title within this new empire is Chief Ambassador, which he's a little bit conflicted on. Honored to serve Elend Venture, who he considers just a stand-up man and a worthwhile leader, which we saw earlier in the book. But a little bit conflicted because the Terrace people are in rough shape and not entirely full citizens of the Empire as far as he's concerned. And with their leadership having been massacred, it turns out, by Steel Inquisitors, their whole people are in real bad shape. And what we just saw happen to a Terrace person at the start of a book, Why does Sanderson have so much anger towards the Terrace people? In a prelude to this chapter, though, we also saw a little bit of a writing pondering about Rashik, and apparently how when he got the power that Vin did at the Well of Ascension, perhaps he didn't intend to turn the world into an ashy, desolate wasteland, and instead, just climate's hard. He tried to do his best to fix everything, but he didn't graduate Client Simon's PhD, and the end result is what we had. So perhaps he wasn't as bad of a person who wanted to live in ashy hell, which makes sense even if he was awful. Like, the only Dark Lord I can think of that actually wants to live in desolate waste is like Sauron and Mordor, and that's an extreme. But we cut back to Vin and Elend, who in the wake of their victory are going through the city they just saved. They find this vault hidden within a big, beautiful building that can only be opened by Mistborn. They do so, and within find stores of food. Oh, that's nice for the people here. But Elend goes up to the guy who was previously in charge and says, we're going to confiscate all of this. I'm your emperor, and if we left it here for you to just protect, would you be able to from all the bandits that came? Ner. So we're going to also take you as refugees back to the city. Don't worry. We also are going to do something really messed up tomorrow morning. We'll talk about it. But when they're going on into this vault, they also go and find a map. And it turns out that Vin and Elend have actually been going to all these cities, finding all these clues from the first one they found at the Well of Ascension that has been leading them to all this preparation that it seems the Lord Ruler was putting together. And they also find something that describes how the 11th metal actually worked. Brilliant! And apparently, though, they've even discovered more about the 11th metal's functionality than the Lord Ruler knew in his time. Except the Lord Ruler's incredible amount of preparation doesn't fill Vin with optimism for the future, because she's more concerned about the ticking clock of the mist and ash getting worse and worse, the lack of the ability to even grow grain, food. She's thinking, great, we have a massive vault of food. Awesome, that can last a year. Then what? And so what is the contradiction we're seeing with the ability of the Lord Ruler to see what is to come, but his preparations not just being enough? And at the ending of an inscription they find within this room, they are warned to only trust their thoughts. If Vin speaks a plan out loud, ruin will know. Don't write it. Don't whisper it. Only think it. And I know what you're thinking at this point. Why is Elend Venture a Mistborn? What metal was that? Answers to come. Relax. Be patient. In a couple more POVs we have in this section, we cut away to Marsh again, and it's just all the more compounding internal torture for Kelsier's brother, where we see he's essentially wanting to never actually be able to take back control of his mind, because when he does, it's horrid. Whenever Ruin fully takes control, at least he can enjoy the beauty of the world being destroyed around him. And we also see reaffirmed why exactly this boost of speed was seen within the Steel Inquisitors. Hero of Ages, answering things left, right, up, and down. And that's because Vin kind of dissects a little bit the Steel Inquisitor they came across, and there is a spike of pewter through that individual's heart. Humalurgy, that's right. All metal stuff, and it's painful and bad. And so the Steel Inquisitors are an amped up, even stronger threat. Think like Agent Smith from the Matrix, but cranking the knob. He's getting them upgrades, except all of them are... Oh, Steel... You know, the Agent Smith Steel Inquisitor parallels, there's a few of them. Tensoon is brought to a location by some Kandra to prepare for his trial. We get more details about how there are generations of Kandra, and a 12th generation might not even be chosen because they were created by the Lord Ruler, and the original oldest generation is the most respected, and I think Tensoon is the third. But now, with everything being thrown up in the air and what he's about to reveal to their society, who knows what the Kandra are going to be doing? And we have it reaffirmed that Mist Wraiths are the ones selected to be evolved into Kandra. But finally, we cut back to Elend and Vin, and we see, you remember I mentioned they're going to do something awful to the people? Well, this section starts off with Vin saying, and Elend and I murdered 100 of the villagers. At least she feels that way, because they take the population, they put them out in the mist when they come, and they let the mist kill as many of them as it's going to. I know what you're thinking. What?
Not a good look.
Well, it turns out if you survive once, you're inoculated against the mist ever killing you. So they're basically just like, hey, we're going to get it out of the way. I get the purpose of this. I understand the thinking. But like, just have some people stay inside or something. What the fuck?
Seems extreme.
We're just like, I don't know, maybe some people could avoid the mist long enough to not die from it. I get you gotta travel. You're taking these people from General Demu, see how he keeps rising the ranks here, back to Luthadel, but good God. The final important beat here, Vin is talking to one of the Koloss and is trying to get more information on these massive blue-cut orky boys, and this Koloss keeps referring to itself as human, and they say the Koloss will become human. And she's like, what's your name? He's like, human. She's like, how do you reproduce? And the Koloss is, I don't understand what you mean. They're baby Koloss? And he's, fucking productive conversation there. Human. Although, human does fear Vin. I mean, obviously, in a sense, while hating her, and in a kind of adorable moment that makes you go from, like, oh, gross Koloss to kind of going, that was cute. The Koloss tells Vin, you're big on the inside, because it just respects size as strength, and it saw how strong Vin is, so it's like little human, big inside. And I don't know why, but that's weirdly adorable. Let's continue on. I hope you're ready for a few good men vibes, because Tensoon's trial is about to start. We see a whole lot of people start shuffling on into his chamber. By the way, he's in like the homeland of the Kandra, well off, and he even sees a girl he quite likes come on in, named Milan, and she has bones made of wood. What? Huh? Yeah, that's right. And a whole bunch of the Kandra also have like crystalline bones. Badass. Of the third generation, Tensoon thinks it's time for me to live up to the reputation of the third generation and be a bit of a deviant, a rebel, someone who's gonna stir up the pot. Because after the third generation of Kandra was made, apparently they tweaked the formula, and every subsequent generation was just a little bit more submissive. And so he wants to hopefully just say enough of what he has seen in the world to inspire those beyond him to one day rise up and overthrow the silent first generation that lets the very authoritarian second generation keep the Kandra in line with essentially how things have been for centuries. And from here, before the actual beginning of his trial, we cut away to seeing Breeze and Sazed once again. And Sazed is actually reading about this religion again that apparently Mare, Kelsier's wife, followed, that worshipped art and thought that artists were the greatest thing ever. Sound familiar? And he's considering, well, there's not really any contradictions in their doctrine, but it's also because there's just not a whole lot here. At the same time, Breeze is popping off about how the world around them is just bleak and dark and black and awful. And God, whoever dark evil force is destroying the world really just does a job of it. I mean, imagine if the ash was red and we could see rivers of blood, or maybe one day we could see green again and flowers like Kelsier always talked about. And that's really sweet, but that also makes Sazed realize if there are gods of art and beauty, this wouldn't be the world we lived in, so he decides not to follow this one. And he ends up meeting up with Ellen's army, and so he's going to a tent and shaving his head and doing all of his terrorist stuff to look like a terroristman. And Finn comes in and says, why are you still doing that? Why are you shaving your head and all this stuff? And they have a little bit of a conversation back and forth that results in Sazed confessing to Vin how he feels, just so emotionally dead and unable to move on from Tindwyl. And Vin actually confesses to him, I let go of Elend. I let him bleed out when I released that power, and it was like he died. And Sazed asks her how she did it, and she says because wisdom that Sazed had told her. She looked into Elend's eyes and knew it's what he would have wanted. And so they kind of have this nice bonding moment of shared hurt, grieving, and pain. Obviously, Vin, a little bit of an edge there because Elend still alive and also super now. But, you know, the sentiment. But after she leaves, Sazed realizes that she's actually left a drawing of a flower there next to him. The same one that Kelsier had from Mare. That little symbol of love being passed along. It's enough to make your heart just beat some of the grief out of its artery. Anyway, let's cut back to the actual trial, because Tensoon is actually immediately hit with a line of questioning he didn't expect. They aren't immediately grilling him about, hey, You told Vin how to control us, which is genocidally awful, but instead they're bringing up the fact that he killed another Khandra. To wit, Tensoon says, I don't think that's actually against the rules technically because it was my master on a contract ordering me to do it. And they say, well, a Khandra's life is worth more than a man. And there's a bunch of semantic back and forth. But eventually, Tensoon goes, enough! We know what this trial's really about, and I will just fess it up and say it here. I told Vin how to take control, and that's because Daddy's dead, the Lord Ruler's not here, and she's the one who killed him, which makes her our mommy. Boom, baby. That's right. We are going to actually go and serve Vin if I could get my way. Who's with me? That's a lot of crickets I'm hearing, but it was a good Udo reverse. And despite one of the seconds trying to overrule Tensoon and trying to put him down, he just keeps talking about how Ruin's coming back. None of the seconds have left. None of them see what's happening out there and that things aren't the way they were centuries ago. I am like Loyal, the one who's coming back to the people to prepare them for the coming revolution. And then they go to hear from the firsts. Were they convinced?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That's so many crickets. That's a cacophony of crickets. All right. And then they pronounce, Tensoon, you will have your sentencing handed down in 1 month. Why? Well, things need to happen in the book. This is going so much smoother, going chunk by chunk, and it's going to be so much easier to edit, which is good news, but it makes me look back at the previous however many hours and... Well, unless the comments think this is way worse, new methodology going forward. Anyway, let's go ahead and tackle chapters 12 through 19, I believe. And this is going to on off with a meeting with our whole crew. And that includes Set's family as well, because remember, they were sworn in. And I don't think I mentioned this the entire last summary. Set can't use his legs.
You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dane.
They're talking about the fact that 90% of the land within the Empire, because of what's happening in the environment and the increased ash fall, which are demonstrated up here with just loads of ash coming down with the dots, 90% of the land is not going to be usable for farming. That's bad, and they're going to need to start finding ways to plant things that don't need light, which includes mushrooms. And what a Brandon Sanderson-esque little feature to have that fun little tidbit here in the book. The guy likes doing research to just plop in little things. It's like a precursor to the liquid sands of a future book I won't spoil. Any hoozles, they also float the idea that, like, yeah, we inoculated all these civilians, but if we're going to march our army across the land, we should probably inoculate them before they actually get into the mists and possible combat situations. And so, oh my God, mass death possibly required. And everyone's feeling bad because on top of the increased ashfall, dimmer sun, and just bad vibes, earthquakes. That's right, shaky time, rocking the world. And Ellen just had a conversation with Vin where she's saying everybody feeling down. No one feeling good. What are you going to do about it, Ellen? And we see our boy actually have like a full growth character moment. And I adore on this reread of Mistborn Era 1, seeing Elend rise into Emperor Elend so effectively, because he even says lines like, the only true job of an emperor, I'm paraphrasing, is to make things better. Stuff like that. That makes me, as a little lefty, go, maybe I'm down for... Nope. But he does a really good job because he actually invokes the name of Cosmere, as he's called in the Italian Mistborn, and asks people, what would Cosmere do? And then goes beyond that and says, I never really met the guy who's had so much influence on my rule, my reign. Tell me about him. And all of the people have really nice, interesting things to say about Cosmere, but one of the best bits is given from Sazed, who says, Cosmere would laugh. No matter how bad things got, no matter how terrible a reality he was confronted with, Cosmere could smile and laugh at it. And it was the one thing the Lord Ruler could never strip from him. And Ellen says, then God damn it, that's what we're going to bring to our people. All of you, when you're out and about, we're going to be bringing the smiles and confidence so that the people following us think there is a chance. Implication being possibly there's not, but it's actually like a good strat and hopefully will infect the crew, and it's just wonderful. So let's cut to some sad stuff to shatter all the good vibes we built up, because we cut back to Marsh, who is so dominated by Ruin, that the only way he can fight back is to remain perfectly still and resist in no way, shape, or form so that Ruin doesn't feel like he has to constantly be in Marsh's mind. And his long-term plan of successfully having possibly a moment of rebellion against Ruin is that he's just going to go along with it until the absolute last possible second, in which case he will demonetize himself. Thank you, YouTube, for making me phrase it like that. And that's just horrifying. He's going to be as harmless as a fly towards Ruin doing horrific things towards everyone else, so that maybe in a last-ditch effort, he can do a bit of resistance towards the person who's currently mind-fucking him. And that's just awful and low-key a similar mentality to Dory.
Just keep swimming.
I made that comparison. You're not going to be able to not now. Just keep swimming. Just keep going along with it.
Just keep swimming.
This situation is also darkly affecting Marsh's thoughts. We see he is cursing Kelsier for being the better version of himself and his own failings, saying Mare was right to choose him so much, but also saying the world is worse now that Kelsier won. And you hate to see it. Marsh, you were such a good fella. He still is, but, you know, circumstances mold the man, and his mold be cracking. Now, we're going to cut over to depressing to weird, because it's time to pick up with Spook, who we earlier heard is doing some espionage work within one of the cities that's not bowing down to Elend. But this one's not bowing down in a different way, because they're not bowing down to Emperor Elend because they want to follow Kelsier and his anti-noble preaching, and Elend be a noble. And so this is like the extreme of what's happening with Elend and his crew in a bad way, to the point where Spook watches the Citizen, as he's called, their leader, rally up a bunch of noble-blooded people, lock them in a building, and set it on fire. Oh my God. I completely forgot to mention the fact that Spook is also working with a local homeless network to try and get additional information, and a beggar says to him to count the skulls in the building after it's done burning. Cryptic hints. We also see that Spook is able to super hear and feel all of this because he's perpetually burning tin all the goddamn time, to the point where it's altering his body. He is always wearing a blindfold now because the sun, so even the stars at night are like daylight to him. He has to sleep with wax in his ears just so he doesn't get woken up by all of the stuff. Question: if I burn pewter all the time, does it make me big boy? Someone who just got back to the gym, that'd be really not. I don't swallow metal, Daniel. It's so tempting. It's so tempting. Anyway, moving on. Spook's also following the Citizen and spying on his meetings. And while he's doing this, he's kind of crushing on the Citizen's sister named Beldra. And internally, he's just feeling not as useful as the rest of the crew. He wasn't picked by Kelsier. He was only there because he was Clubb's nephew. And Clubbs is dead, and he feels bad for abandoning him at the siege and going off with Vin and Ellen. So he's determined to use his new Daredevil-esque abilities to make a difference. And so after the Citizen burns a bunch of people in that building, he decides to push on through the crowd and grab Beldra and just tell her, I'm going to be the guy who kills your brother, because he's kind of on his spine, got the vibe that Beldra, possibly not a big fan of her brother. So all those sense enhances do not enhance your tact.
Are you all right?
Yeah, this... I was running.
But he even actually has realistic consequences for this, because the Citizen turns around while he's giving a speech and sees this blindfold-bearing freak just grabbing his sister and whispering to her, "Guards, what the hell?" And so Spook does have Daredevil powers now.
Who are you? She asked a third time. The companion of a god, a man who can see whispers and feel screams. A man who thinks he knows better for this people than their own chosen ruler, she mouthed. There will always be dissenters who balk at what must be done. He still had her hand. He gripped it tightly, pulling her close. The crowd thronged to the podium, leaving her and Spook at their rear, shells left on a beach by the retreating waves. I knew the survivor, Beldre, he whispered harshly. He named me, called me friend. What you've done in this city would horrify him, and I'm not going to let your brother continue to pervert Kelsier's legacy. Bring him warning if you must. Tell Quellion that I'm coming for him. The citizen had stopped speaking. Spook glanced towards the lectern. Quellion stood upon it, looking over his crowd of followers, right at Spook and Beldre. Standing together at the rear of the crowd, Spook hadn't realized how exposed they had become.
"You there!"
the citizen cried.
"What are you doing with my sister?"
Damn, Spook thought, releasing the woman and dashing away. But the street slot's high, steep walls meant there were few ways out of the market, and those were all being watched by members of Quellion's security force. At the citizen's shouted command, soldiers began to dash forward from their posts, wearing leather and carrying steel. Fine, Spook thought, charging the nearest group of soldiers. If he could get through them, he could reach a ramp upward, perhaps disappear in the alleys between buildings above. Swords scraped from scabbards. Behind Spook, people cried out in shock. He reached into the ragged folds of his cloak and whipped forth his dueling cane, and then he was among them. Spook wasn't a warrior, not really. He'd trained with Ham. Clubs had insisted that his nephew know how to defend himself, but the crew's true warriors had always been their Mistborn, Vin and Kelsier with Ham. A pewter arm, providing brute force if necessary. Yet Spook had spent a lot of time training lately, and had discovered something interesting. He had something Vin and Kelsier could never have had, a blurring array of sensory knowledge that his body could instinctively use. He could feel disturbances in the air and tremors in the floor, could know where people were simply by how close their heartbeats sounded. He was no Mistborn, but he was still very dangerous. He felt a soft wind and knew his sword was swinging for him. He ducked. He felt a footstep on the ground and knew someone was attacking from the side. He stepped away. It was almost like having ATM. Sweat blew from his brow as he spun, and he cracked his dueling cane into the crown of one soldier's head. The man fell. Spook's weapon was crafted of the finest hardwood. To be certain, he swung the butt of the cane down on the man's temple, knocking him out of the battle for good. He heard someone grunt next to him, soft, yet telling. Spook whipped his weapon to the side and smacked it against the soldier's forearm. The bones broke and the soldier cried out, dropping his weapon. Spook rapped him on the head. Then Spook spun, lifting his cane to block the third soldier's strike. Steel met wood, and the steel won, Spook's weapon breaking, but it stopped the sword strike long enough for Spook to duck away and grab a fallen warrior's sword. It was different from the swords he'd practiced with. The men of Utiru preferred long, thin blades. Still, Spook only had one soldier left. If he could cut the man down, he'd be free. Spook's opponent seemed to realize that he had the advantage. If Spook ran, it would expose his back, but if Spook stayed, he'd soon be overwhelmed. The soldier circled warily, trying to stall for time, so Spook attacked. He raised his blade, trusting in his enhanced senses to compensate for the difference in training. The soldier raised his weapon to parry as Spook swung. Spook's sword froze in the air. He stumbled, trying to force the weapon forward, as if he were trying to push it through something solid rather than thin air, as if someone was pushing against it. Allomancy! Spook glanced desperately around him, and immediately found the source of the power. The person pushing had to be directly opposite Spook, for Allomancers could only push away from themselves. Quellion, the citizen, had joined his sister. The sister met Spook's gaze, and Spook could see effort in the man's eyes as he clutched his sister, using her weight for support as he pushed Spook's sword, interfering in the battle as Kelsier once had long ago when visiting the caverns where his army trained. Spook dropped the weapon, letting it fly backward out of his hands, then threw himself down. He felt the draft of the enemy's sword swinging overhead, narrowly missing him. His own weapon clanged to the ground a short distance from him, it ringing loud in his ears. He didn't have time to gather his breath. He could only push himself up to dodge the soldier's follow-up. Fortunately, Spook wasn't wearing any metal that Quellion could push against to influence the fight any further. That was a habit that Spook was glad he'd never lost. The only choice was to run. He couldn't fight, not with an Allomancer interfering. He turned while the soldier prepared another swing. Then Spook threw himself forward. Getting within the soldier's guard, he ducked under the man's arm and dashed to the side, hoping to run past and leave the soldier confused. Something caught his foot. Spook spun. At first, he assumed Quellion was pulling on him somehow. Then he saw that the soldier on the ground, the first one he'd felled, had grabbed his foot. Hit the man in the head twice, Spook thought with frustration. There's no way he's still conscious. The hand squeezed on his foot, yanking Spook with inhuman strength. The man had to be a thug like Ham. Spook was in serious trouble. He kicked, managing to break free, then stumbled to his feet. But a thug could use the power of pewter to run faster and further than Spook. 2 Allomancers counting the citizen himself, Spook thought. Somebody isn't as disdainful as noble blood as he claims. The 2 soldiers advanced on him, yelling in frustration. Hearing his own heart thump like a pounding drum, Spook threw himself at the thug and grappled the man, taking him by surprise. In that moment of confusion, Spook spun around him, using the thug's body as a shield to protect from the other third soldier. He hadn't counted on the citizens' brutal training. Quellion always spoke of sacrifice and necessity. Apparently, the philosophy extended to his soldiers. The man with the sword rammed his weapon straight through his friend's back, piercing his heart and driving the weapon directly into Spook's chest. It was a move only a man with the strength and precision of a thug could have performed. 3 Allomancers, Spook thought, dazed, as the soldier tried to pull his sword free from the 2 bodies. The body of the dead man was a weight that snapped the blade. How did it survive this long? They must have been trying not to reveal their power, trying to remain hidden from the population. Spook stumbled backward, blood on his chest. Oddly, he didn't feel pained. His heightened senses should have made the pain so powerful that it hit. Everything went black.
Let's get darker, because we're also going to cut back to Elend as he's on his horsey in front of his men going, "You're brave! You're brave for being willing to stand here in the mist and have about 1 in 50 of you die." Okay. I want you, dear reader, to step back from the narrative with me. Just for a moment. Little bit of time. And look at what Elend has done from the outside. He's not inoculated his army until now. What he did do, though, earlier is inoculate a bunch of random citizens. And so if I wanted to start a smear campaign against Elend, I would make the case that he's using ska to test theories about what happens in the mist before using it on his own soldiers. You know, he's not. That's not what is happening. It's very important you realize that, but it sure looks like that's what's happening if I wanted to ruin Elend's intentions. But as they're preparing to get ready, he invokes Kelsier's name again to the people, and Demu kind of appropriately pulls Elend to the side and is like, "Do you actually believe Kelsier is godly, or are you just using?" And Elend's response is fair. He goes, "I don't know, man. My girlfriend killed God." Valid. I would say that's a really valid thing to make someone rather agnostic. But Demu's, that's not really a proclamation of faith. And then Demu talks about a way how Kelsier's being deified even higher amongst the people, where potentially he was given a gift from a god at the pits of Hathsin, because he was snapped there and he wasn't before he went there. So perhaps, maybe, that makes Kelsier somehow even higher and better than all the other Mistborn, and therefore that would explain then somehow. There's a full mythos and religion forming, and Elend's going to encourage it, because, yeah, you want to raise that up. And with Sazed's lacking faith, which has been a problem, it can be a new source of faith for people. Though we see that Sazed knows this is a bit of a messy area for faith to be growing in, because there's not exactly an established, organized orthodoxy for the Church of the Survivor. And so it's rickety, but Elend's going to use it. And if you're thinking, oh, that's a real nice Demu moment, I hope nothing spoils it, he starts seizing from the mist and drops. Speaking of Sazed's actually having a conversation with a soldier named Goradel, who's talking about how it's important we look out over these fields, and these farmers are farming not because someone's going to beat the piss out of them, but to feed their families and to provide themselves with a living. And Sazed is kind of just, well, they're going to starve if they don't. But he says that matters. It matters. It's actually really similar, in my opinion, to a philosophical conversation that happens in the Wheel of Time between Rand and his father, where his father tells Rand, a soldier doesn't necessarily get to choose that they fight, but they get to choose why they fight. And it does matter. It's a similar echoes of it, in my opinion. I like to see that theme in both of Sanderson's book. And here are the release dates of these books. I don't know, it seemed like an idea that was just in his head, and he really well weaved it into both entries. And so Sazed then has to leave as they're resupplying at Luthadel, and he decides to visit the pits of the Hathsin, where, believe it or not, his people are there. The Terrace people, after they've been screwed over by the Steel Inquisition recently and the Lord Ruler for so long, they've decided to make the pits of the Hathsin their new home base. Why? It's a very good question, but he is very warmly greeted. Children running out, huzzah! Because he's an important person amongst the Terrace people. And after all the depression and sadness Sazed's been through, it just feels good to see him brought in by his kind and given literally a warm meal. Vin during this time actually has an encounter with Human again, the Koloss named Human, and he's making a kerfuffle because he keeps trying to come into the Human camp and wants a tent, and she's like, "You're not, no." And he makes the point that the mist hates me and you, and Vin actually goes, "Yep, I think the mist does hate me. We have that in common." Also, the fact that he wants a house, because he refers to it that way, kind of adorable. Why are you good? You're adorable. It's time for us to cut back to Spook, though, because it turns out the citizen likes killing people by burning them in buildings. How many buildings does he have to burn? Apparently a plethora. Spook wakes up in one on fire, and there's a voice in his head. Uh-oh, someone with a voice in their head. I'm having Zane flashbacks. Guiding him through the burning building to a desk full of vials with metal. He puts one down. It's not 10. Why would you even guide me here? And the voice says, don't worry about it. You can now burn that. And Spook feels inside, that's pewter. I can burn pewter. I can burn pewter. What the hell? And apparently the people watching the building on fire, he's able to get past them with the guiding of this voice. And also it reveals itself to be Kelsier.
MacGruber, I thought you were dead.
Is that legal? That Kelsier voice just guided a numb as hell Spook, because he didn't have any tin after burning it all the time, nonstop, out of a burning building and granted him the ability to burn pewter. This be cray-cray. After here, though, we cut back to Tensoon, who is embarrassingly being put in a cage for people to come and stare at. And Conjure of different generations are coming by and having different reactions. But Melaine swings by and tries to say, you are like the best of us. Come on, lead a rebellion, do something great. And Tensoon's, no. I came here to speak my truth, and I'm going to accept whatever sentence is handed down, to which Melaine says, you're disappointing, essentially, and you came here as a dog, which was weird, which makes Tensoon internally realize people are definitely eavesdropping in this conversation. And if they don't think I want to be in a dog body, they might bring me the dog body. I would hate to be put in that dog body again, Melaine. And she's like, yeah, I bet you would. And he's like, no one should do that. I wonder what that's setting up. But then we cut back to Vin's perspective, and, well, one, let's just get this out of the way. Demu, he's fine. Just had a little bit of a problem, but he's all right. She's trying to break down, like Kelsier did when he was first plotting to destroy the Lord Ruler, the steps that need to occur to actually win over Ruin. She takes a more abstract approach to this, though, and comes to the conclusion that Ruin is a force of nature with sentience, yet there are laws that have to apply to it, like allomancy. You know, we have the push and the pull, we have the limitations, hard Brandon Sanderson magic system stuff. Essentially, Vin is realizing that. Elend interrupts her pondering about the deepness, though, to complain that he feels like he's becoming more like the Lord Ruler, and actually ends up going as far to defend many of the Lord Ruler's actions, which is a bit insane, to be honest. I mean, he's right, because the Lord Ruler was just doing his best, but his best was bad. I think that's a fair point to make, and Elend's doing far better on average. For example, Elend has outlawed the practice that nobles used to severely beat their children to try and make that break happen, where you can find out if they have allomantic powers. He said, let's stop that, whereas the Lord Ruler was like, I like child abuse. This is interrupted, though, because they have an obligator who works for them come and present a report where he's like, hey, here's all the soldiers that died during your inoculation. They talk about exactly how many soldiers died versus fell sick. And then Vin questions, hey, real quick, what was the exact percentage? What is the exact number that fell sick, not died? To which the obligator says, oh, it turns out to be exactly 16%. And Vin goes, do it again. Well, what about for the village? What was the number there? Exactly 16%. And holy crap, this is exactly 16% every single time. What does it mean? There's no Jimmy Neutron brain blast yet at what exactly is occurring here, but 16, 1/6, that is important there. Then we cut to Sazed, who is amongst the terrorist people, and he's just by default being so dope as an individual, become their default ruler. But he's even cool enough to be like, I don't want that power. I'm just going to make all the decisions for you, but I'm not your king. But yeah, I'll just do whatever you need me to do. Sazed, stop being so amazing. In addition to that, though, he has to leave tomorrow and join the main plot lines of the book. He can't just hang out at the pits of Hathsin. We also learn one additional piece of information as Sazed is here, and that's that none of the terrorist people have succumbed to the Miss Sickness. Terrace 16? Is it the tease? No. But if you are getting too excited, don't worry. Hero of Ages is here to return your depression. And that's because we then cut to a flashback from Spook, where we actually see when his uncle Clubs took him in. And it was because his father was in the middle of murdering him. And Clubs was like, stop, don't do that. he'll be mine, and changed his name from what it was to Spook. Basically, oh, don't we feel bad for Spook?
Yes, I absolutely do.
He was about to be murdered by his own papa, and his mom had to call his uncle to save him. That's bad. That's bad.
And now for some
Contra updates, because we see the ploy worked, and the doggo bones are dropped before Tensoon, and he begins to take on that pupper body. It's a weird victory, but good for him. You know, it's like cheering him on while he melts and absorbs a dog that Vin punched to death. All right. Then we see that Ellen's army arrives at another city controlled by nobles called Featherax, and it's put forward by Set that perhaps they should send in assassins with their Mistborn and just kill the lord who's in charge of the city that's not surrendering right away and clearly preparing for a siege, to which Ellen says, no, for now. You know, we're going to try and just cut off his food supply, lay siege, and try and resolve this peacefully. And then, you know, maybe. And Vin, not a super fan of hearing Ellen say maybe to that, but it's a part of how he has changed a lot as a person. And this is actually Set's former home. The fact that Set isn't promised to be able to take it over when this is done, because possibly they're going to negotiate with the person who's now in charge, is at first a point of order for Set. But when Ellen says, you swore fealty to me, I said I'd make you a lord in charge of a place, but I never said which one it would be, Set goes, you've changed, reaffirming what we've really seen orbiting around Elend. At the end of it, though, they do need to spy, and so Elend gives Vin a kiss, a little pat on the bum, and she goes off to do some spying in the city, specifically telling him, you're not good enough to join me yet, bye! And then once again, we're back with Spook, who, despite his injury, drinking now pewter as a misting ting? How do you call a misting who can burn too, but not like a full-on Mistborn? I don't know. Well, having been stabbed, he's burning pewter, goes to a bar, starts drinking, realizing it's not really affecting him, but feeling pretty good. Like he always felt like the little guy in the crew, the one looked down on, and now he can just, hell yeah.
It's party time, yeah!
Right? Like, okay, I can now burn pewter, be more effective. I'm not just gonna be the kid in the background who's quiet. I'm gonna actually be authoritative. Oh, everyone around me recognizes me, and they're speculating I'm a part of Kelsier's crew. He's not at the city that Ellen and his army's besieging. He's at a different city that the citizens at. So he's like, okay, no backup. Gotta go. Voice of Kelsier. Let's start planning some stuff. Also, it's noted that he has a bit of metal embedded in him. And the voice goes, no. Keep that metal embedded in you. What is it we've seen a pattern of with embedded metals, like an earring, perhaps, being involved with people possibly being controlled, possibly bad things like the spike in Zane with his voice, huh? Vin's got an earring. I even drew it here. Is there a problem with that? Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Spider-Man comes softly through the shadow.
Now we are rapidly approaching the halfway point of Hero of Ages, and my thoughts on this book so far are kind of in a middle ground of the Well of Ascension and Mistborn. I don't love it as much as I kind of end up loving Well of Ascension on reread, but I think it is still stronger than the first Mistborn book, and that might just come down to my taste. It's grander in scale, and we're seeing a lot of payoff for character development that is far more satisfying than I remember it being in my first time through, and that's really getting me going. Mistborn, The Final Empire on reread, kind of followed the keep it simple, stupid philosophy while having a lot of fun with its world building. But it's a pretty typical, straightforward hero's journey, where Well of Ascension and The Hero of Ages feel like the full potential of Skladral is blooming, and it's so satisfying to dig deep on into, and kind of makes me curious to reread Mistborn Era 2 as well, though I generally just don't like the setting as much because it feels like so much of the mythos that we're seeing also pay off here in Hero of Ages that we're really about to get into is the meat on the bone. But okay, speaking of meat on bone, let's get pretty quickly to what's coming here, because we see Vin is heading on into this city they are sieging and is not wearing her mist cloak. That possibly is my least favorite decision of this entire book so far. She talks about how, oh, it's just easier to wear like some trousers. I don't care. The mist cloak is cool. You wear the mist cloak when you do misty stuff. I'm objectively right.
Where is my super suit!
And she goes on in to meet with a spy named Slow Swift, spicy name, and he gives her some info about the fact that there's still balls being thrown. Not everyone is a huge fan of how the obligator who has taken charge, Yeoman, is kind of in denial of the world falling apart around them, though he's maintaining the status quo. And if you know people, that's enough to keep a lot of people in line, hence why he's still throwing balls. And frustratingly, he also seems to be a pretty good man, as good as you can be while maintaining the Lord Ruler status quo. But Slow Swift also apparently used to write poems back and forth with Set, and isn't that lovely? Even his poetry was a little rigid and rough, but he was good. But the general response from Vin to this is everyone within the city seems to be stuffing their head in the ash rather than addressing the problem. And don't stuff your head in ash. That's bad. Vin suspects, though, that the ATM supply is here, and there's a good chance that the king has actually found it and is now having full access to the hoard of supplies that was hidden beneath the city, which means they could possibly last a long time in the siege, undoing some of the immediate strategy we saw set up from the approaching army, though Ellen still really does not want to use his Koloss. When Vin is actually going to go meet with a second spy that Set had connections to, she sees him at a distance humming in a square, and she's been told his name is Hoyd. Hoyd. His name's Hoyd. It's not important. Don't remember that name. Do not remember the name H-O-I-D Hoyd. But there's a little bit of spook vibe, and she just thinks it's not going to be a good situation if she goes down there, so instead she starts heading out of the city and notices she's being followed by someone. So she speeds up, head towards the wall, stop, reverse, shoot, and the person before she could spot who it is disappears. I think it was the Mist's phantom person. I think so. I'm gonna go tell Ellen, and she does. And she actually has a conversation with Ellen I quite like, where, again, just in love, and their chemistry in this book is the strongest it's ever been because Ellen's become a full-on burly man leader, and Vin, as we just saw internally thinking about in this chapter as well, is really becoming to accept who she truly is. Not like saying, I'm the chosen one, hero of ages, but not trying to label herself like a street urchin or a noble, but instead a well-rounded individual. That's kind of like a good realistic growth arc for someone in the age range, because we do learn it's been 5 years that has passed since the start of the first book. Vin, I believe, is 21. And so, yeah, she's kind of a full-grown woman and no longer trying to just like label herself one thing. I think a lot of us probably went through that. They come up with the plan, though, that Vin and Ellen are going to just drop into one of these balls that are being thrown and force Yeoman to meet with Ellen, and Vin can also start putting out some political stuff like she did in the first book at the balls there. But we're going to cut here to Sazed and Breeze as they've actually arrived at this city where Spook has been operating as their spy, and they are meeting with that brutal leader we saw, the Citizen. And he sucks. He's a bad man, not only because he calls out Breeze for his emotional manipulation, which in itself isn't wrong, but the way he does it is pretty gross. Saying that Breeze is clearly like emotionally manipulating the young woman with him into sleeping with him, which the reality of it being the opposite is kind of like, but he's twisting Kelsier's words to be about violence and death, and he reflects the early book Mistborn Kelsier instead of the man Kelsier Vin helped Kelsier grow into, who was a little less murder them all, and instead was murder a majority of them. Sazed, though, good negotiator, at least gets the Citizen to allow them to stay in the city, and on their way out to their carriages, there's a bunch of noble furniture being burned in fires, which is like a showy kind of way to throw up a middle finger to Ellen, who the Citizen just totally rejects the legitimacy of, sees him as just another noble that Kelsier would want to kill, not knowing that Kelsier saved his fucking life. But as they're about to leave, they get grabbed by a little random person dressed up as a guard, and it's Spook wearing another disguise. Spook be wearing disguises all right, left, except this time the blindfold. Even Sazed's like, what's with that?
What's with the curtains?
I'm living in a world of darkness.
Right. Let's get some light in here. Whoa, what's with the...
What's with your outfit, man?
And quickly figures out, okay, are you just burning tin all the time? Why are you strong? Why are you suddenly very strong? Because Spook brings them to an abandoned building that actually he's found out the cache this city has is stored in. And so he starts just ripping planks off the door to let them in because it's a sealed off Steel Inquisitor bureaucratic building. And Sazed's like trying to pull one board and Spook just... Whoa, 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 whoa. You're a 10-eye? Why are you so... Why big? Why bulky? Pewter? Yeah, we can't make that leap, but pewter? But Spook has been doing some good reconnaissance and yeah, brings them to the cache. How'd he find it? Spooky. As they're talking, as they're heading towards this cache, though, they end up discussing the fact that we probably can't just assassinate this citizen guy because unlike the Lord Ruler, he's not a god king where the whole system will fall apart afterward. And instead, he'll just be replaced by another one of his goons. So they first need to make him look silly. They need to delegitimize a motherfucker, and then they can kill him and take on over, and that will be the way forward. This cache, though, because each cache has its speciality, is water. There's a bunch of canals running through this city that have all run dry and like you can just ride a cart through, and people even are wondering where are the canal waters going. Turns out they've been redirected through a bunch of rock filters, which is, you know, a real thing, into this gargantuan underground well. And we also see the inscription the Lord Ruler left here is really based on fear. He also tells them about how to use Electrum, which our crew already found out. Okay, but you know, he was big time like, if I'm not here to solve the problems, it's going to get worse. And he was planning on using the Well of Ascension the second time to fully vanquish Ruin, but he also notes that Ruin has been affecting his thoughts and manipulating him in subtle ways, which poses the question to us, the reader, had Rashik retained enough of who he was to the second time he entered the Well of Ascension to fully rebuke the Ruin, or would he have been twisted enough to welcome Ruin in? Well, it seems the Steel Inquisition might be on Ruin's side, and he sure was letting the Steel Inquisition grab more and more power. It's questions. There are questions.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Spook makes it clear to Sazed that he is like a full-on Kelsier believer, and with what we've seen from his POV, it does make sense that Spook would be all in on that religion, and does he still have that little bit of metal embedded in him? I wonder if that's bad. During this religious back and forth, though, Spook actually does manage to land a little bit of a point that actually stings Sazed a bit. And I like this about Sazed's character. Yes, he's a philosopher who's likely smarter than anyone else in this entire book, but he understands that every perspective comes with its own weight. And specifically what Spook says is, oh, your newfound lack of religion, it seems, probably comes from the fact that that was what Tindwyl wanted and did. And because she studied religions with you, is it by chance your own trying to connect back with her or obeying her wishes that you're suddenly dropping this? To which Sazed, who the fuck gave you the right to talk to me like? Not kidding. He actually talks. He actually has like a moment of reflection and silence about it. Like, oh. Yeah, probably. We're going to cut back to Elend and Vin, though, as they prepare to go to this ball. Elend actually names an heir because him and Vin don't have no babies yet. And it turns out who he wants to take charge if he dies is Sazed. That makes complete sense to me. No offense to Vin. She has grown as a great leader and an amazing individual, but the idea of her ruling without Elend at her side seems bad. Like literally from her POV, not what she would want as a character. Vin comes in though wearing a absolutely drop-dead gorgeous black gown that makes Elend remember just how beautiful she is. Not that he doesn't see how beautiful she is every day, but damn! Okay. And Ham, looking at the both of them, talks about how they both feel like kids of his own, though he's probably spent more time around them than his own kids because he's been trying to keep his family safe. That's so sad, Ham. Go be a good Ham father. But now it is time for them to Mistborn off into the city. And I just feel so bad for city guards in this world who clearly care about their jobs and want to keep their cities safe, but they will just stand there with their pikes looking over a wall and a Mistborn just... Shit. Oh, stop. Okay, they're 500 yards away. Damn! They arrive at the ball, make a grand entrance in a palace that's like old style Lord Ruler decorated with massive stained glass everywhere, even in the middle of the room, which I kind of want to see. That seems nice. And when they're announced, of course, they make a kerfuffle at the ball. Everyone gathers and, the people sieging us are here. And Vin and Ellen split up to kind of sow as much chaos, but in an organized way as possible. Where Vin goes to a group of noble ladies, finds the alpha, and just takes her posse by being like, she has a plan to leave you all in the city and is watching for herself. Bah! And then you should all follow me. And they do. And then they start cueing her on local politics. Vin kind of has the aura of, I killed God! I mean, one of the women even says to Vin, like, you're threatening me. And Vin's response is stone cold. I haven't threatened you yet. Would you like me to? No, I would not. I would not.
I could eat that girl for lunch.
And so she just wins. You know what I mean? What do you do to that? I can't. So I think you dumb. What? You killed God. Like, I can't have any counter whatsoever. So at the same time, Ellen meets up with one of his friends, Teton, who actually was one of the ones warning him against Vin in the earlier books. And they're having a little bit of back and forth about how, like, Ellen, you made yourself an emperor. But again, showing great character growth. Teton here is actually used to demonstrate how young Ellen would view current Ellen, but current Ellen wins over young Ellen and just tells him, like, you'd have to believe my growth. I've learned more. I believe in our ideals still, but I understand the situation we're in requires an emperor who will eventually lead to our beliefs. And yeah, his friend's kind of on his side and also looks at Vin and goes, well done. I was wrong. Lock that down. And I'm kind of offended you didn't invite me to your wedding. Ha 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 ha, we're still friends. Bro fist. But eventually Ellen walks to the king table and sits down with Yeoman, and they just can't find a middle ground to really have a way for this not to result in the siege. Ellen even offers to let him stay in power. I just need access to your cash. I don't even care about the ATM. We just need what the Lord Ruler wrote there. Oh, yeah, I don't know. There's no cash here, you thief. Hypocrite. Hypocrite, you're a massive hypocrite because you preach that you're all about the people when in reality, your people voted you out and you took it back by force. To which Ellen's like, that's kind of a good point, but there were circumstances. And there's a lot optically around Ellen that I like this beat because, yeah, there are some things when you look at Ellen from the outside, you're like, that's a tyrant, kinda, really. I mean, Vin did show up with a Koloss sword and go, swear fealty. You know what I mean? Like, that's not exactly a democratic process. I mean, kind of mirroring this, we just also saw Vin threatening a noblewoman. You know, there is some tyrannical vibes. I'm not calling them tyrants. I'm saying there's tyrannical energy. And while they clearly have some of the same education and ideals, possibly, it's not going to work out. And it seems like Yeoman just genuinely does not like Ellen as a person, which always makes things a bit more difficult. Enjoying being at this ball, though, Ellen and Vin decide to dance together. This floor clears, and they use fully their allomantic abilities to just have a level of grace that is rarely seen, or if ever, because two full-blown Mistborns putting it down on the dance floor has got to be epic. Before telling the party, if anyone wants to leave and join my army, you have safe passage. Hope that doesn't invite spies in. And steel push Vin and I out. Bounce! So they crashed the party successfully. Now, breaking the pattern, we aren't going to go from that rather wholesome moment to something emotionally devastating. And instead, we as readers are allowed to thrive in a moment of true rebellion, because we see that Tensoon is once again brought before his council, now in his doggo form, because they fell for his trap. The days of mist have come, the endless ash now falls, the earth shakes and trembles. You can condemn me, but you must not ignore me. The world will soon die. If you want people in all of their forms to survive, you must act. You must be ready, for you may soon need to command our people to accept the resolution. The room fell silent. Several of the shadows above shuffled, as if discomforted, though Conrad generally didn't react in such a way. It was too disorderly. Then a voice, soft, scratchy, and very tired, spoke from above. Proceed, Kanpar. The comment was so unexpected that several members of the audience gasped. The first generation never spoke in the presence of lessers. Tensoon wasn't odd. He'd seen them and talked with them before they'd grown too superior to deal with anyone but the seconds. No, he wasn't odd. He was just disappointed. My faith in you was misplaced, he said, mostly to himself. I should not have returned.
Tensoon of the third generation, Kanpar said, standing up straight, crystalline true body sparkling as he pointed. You have been sentenced to ritual imprisonment of Changar. You will be beaten to the point of fracture, then bricked into a pit with a single hole for your daily slop. You will remain there for 10 generations. Only afterward will you be executed by starvation. Know that your greatest sin is that of rebellion. If you had not strayed from the advice and the wisdom of this council, you would never have thought it right to break the first contract. Because of you, the trust has been endangered, as has each Khandra of every generation. Kempar let the pronouncement ring in the chamber. Tensoon sat quietly on his haunches. Kanpar had obviously expected some kind of response from him, but Tensoon gave none. Finally, Kanpar gestured to the guards besides Tensoon, who hefted their fearsome hammers. You know, Kanpar, Tensoon said, I learned a few important things while wearing these bones a year ago. Kanpar gestured again. The guards raised their weapons. It's something I have never paused to consider, Tensoon said. Humans, if you think about it, simply aren't built for speed. Dogs, however, are. The hammers fell. Tensoon leapt forward. His powerful dog haunches launched him into motion. He was a member of the third generation. No one had been eating and emulating bodies longer than he had. He knew how to pack muscles into a body. In addition, while wearing the bones of a wolfhound, he had been forged to try and keep up with his Mistborn master. He had effectively undergone months of training by one of the most talented allomancers the world had ever known. On top of that, a body mass that had been transformed from a scrawny human made quite a substantial wolfhound. This, combined with his skill in crafting bodies, meant when Tensoon jumped, he jumped. His guards cried out in shock as Tensoon sprang away, his leap taking him at least 10 feet across the room. He hit the ground running, but he didn't head for the door. They'd be expecting that. Instead, he sprang directly toward Kanpar. The foremost of the seconds cried out, raising ineffectual hands as 100 pounds of wolfhound crashed into him, throwing him to the stone floor. Tensoon heard sharp cracks as Kenpar's delicate bones shattered, and Kenpar screamed in a very unkhandra-like way. That seems appropriate, Tensoon thought, shoving his way through the ranks of the seconds, scattering bones. Honestly, what kind of vain fool wears a true body made of crystal? Many of the Khandra didn't know how to react. Others, especially the younger ones, had spent a lot of time around humans on contracts, and they were more accustomed to chaos. These scattered, leaving their elder companions sitting on the benches in shock. Tensoon darted between bodies, heading toward the doors. The guards near the podium, the ones who would have shattered his bones, rushed to Kempar, their filial sense of duty overriding their desire to prevent Tensoon's escape. Besides, they must have seen the crowd clogging the doorway, and assumed he would be slowed. As soon as he reached the crowd, Tensoon jumped once more. Ben had required him to be able to leap incredible heights, and he'd practiced with many different muscle structures. This jump wouldn't have impressed Vin. Tensoon no longer had the blessing of potency he'd stolen from Orsir, but it was more than enough to let him clear the watching Khandra. Some cried out, and he landed in a pocket of open space, then leaped again toward the open cavern beyond. No! He heard echoing from the Trust Warren. Go after him! Tensoon took off in a loping dash down one of the corridors. He ran quickly, far more quickly than anything bipedal could have managed. With his canine body, he hoped he'd be able to outrun even Khandra, bearing the blessing of potency. Farewell, my home, Tensoon thought, leaving the main cavern behind. And farewell to what little honor I had left.
Yeah, that's a little too much happy, wholesome time for Hero of Ages. Let's get to some big sads, because we also see that Marsh is now walking the land, still serving Ruin, and he's creating more hemalurgic spikes. And so he does this to a noble sleeping, and he's a little upset the guy's drunken himself into a stupor. He wanted to inflict the fear and pain. Marsh? He's fighting he's trying to fight Ruin by playing along, but it seems to be really affected him. And just for a badass backdrop, as he's walking from this murder, a volcano in the distance starts exploding. Is Marsh gonna be the big bad? What's happening? So we then are going to cut to Spook, who is not happy that there's been someone speaking about him being a member of Kelsier's crew. And it turns out to be the beggar who before gave him the hint about counting skulls within a burning building. And he goes, talks to this guy, and just basically like, stop. And how'd you figure it out? Well, you're a special weird guy who showed up with infinite funds. It's not too big a leap to guess you're a member of the survivors crew. Spook's fair. But as he's leaving, some of the guy's actual own people run up to Spook and say, hey, we have had one of our daughters taken, one of our people's little sisters taken because she has noble blood, and they're going to execute her. Can you help us? To which Spook says, I'm going to employ you. Fair. At the beginning of all this, though, he was around Breeze, and the voice of Kelsier in his head was like, I always hated Breeze, which we know not to be true, so you know. Evil Kelsier voice. Cutting to Ellen's POV, though, we see that Dim has fully recovered from his shaky time after the mists, and it took exactly 16 days. And of the people that fell victim to the sickness, only 16% needed to come back. 16th. It's the 16 number. And did you know that Kelsier is at the pits of Hathsin for 16 months, and Vin was 16 when she became a Mistborn? 16. So Demu's saying that it's Kelsier's will that everyone is falling sick and ill and dying, so he's not worthy because Kelsier knows 16 leaves a mess, and Ellen's like, whoa, chill. We don't know any of that. I need you to relax. And he does a good job of soothing over Demu and trying to say, I know you've had a rough time, but I don't think you, who's been one of Kelsier's most ardent supporters, is going to be harmed. And then screaming starts. It's an attack. Ah, damn it, yeoman. We're in the middle of a conversation. And we cut to Vin's POV as a whole bunch of cavalry charging into the camp from yeoman's POV. And Vin, oh God, it's been a minute, fires on off into the middle and just starts doing really creative stuff with her powers. I actually really enjoy this, to take down cavalry who were specially prepared to deal with her. No horseshoes on their horses' hooves and no metal on their weapons. Quick question, and I don't mean to sound like an idiot. Why horseshoes? I've never learned that. I even know how to ride horses. I learned when I was young. But are their hooves not good enough when we're on their back? Is it something about that? I don't know why we have to put why do we shoe horses?
Yeoman soldiers were punching through into the camp on the south. Though Ellen's soldiers fought well, their enemies were mounted. Vin plunged down through the sky, flaring pewter to strengthen her body. She threw a coin, pushing on it to slow herself, and hit the dark ground, tossing up a huge spray of ash. The southern bank of riders had penetrated as far as the third line of tents. Vin chose to land in the middle of them. No horseshoes, Vin thought, as soldiers began to turn toward her, and stone-tipped spears instead of swords. Yeoman certainly is careful. It was almost a challenge. Vin smiled, the adrenaline feeling good after so many days spent waiting. Yeoman's captain began to call out, turning their attack toward Vin. In seconds, they had a force of some 30 riders galloping straight at her. Vin stared them down, then she jumped. She didn't need steel to get herself high. Her pewter-enhanced muscles were enough for that. She crested the lead soldier's spear, feeling it pass through the air beneath her. Ash swirled in the morning mist as Vin's foot took the soldier in the face, launching him backward from the saddle. She landed by his rolling body, then dropped a coin and pushed herself to the side, out of the way of galloping hooves. The unfortunate rider she had unhorsed cried out as his friends inadvertently trampled him. Vin's push carried her through the open flaps of a large canvas sleeping tent. Rolling, she pushed against the tent's metal stakes, ripping them from the ground. The walls shook, and there was a snap of canvas as the tent shot upward into the air, spreading taut as its stakes went in all directions. Ash blew outward, and soldiers on both sides of the conflict turned toward Vin. Standing, she waited until the tent had fallen in the air before her, then pushed. The canvas caught the air puffing out, and the stakes ripped free of the tent, shooting forward to spear horses and riders. Men and beasts fell, the canvas fluttered to the ground. She smiled, then jumped over the discarded tangle as the riders tried to organize another assault. She didn't give them time. Ellen's soldiers in the area had pulled back, shoring up the center of the defensive line, leaving Vin free to attack without fear of harming her own men. She dashed between the horsemen, their massive mounts hindering them as they tried to attack her. Men and horses spun, and Vin pulled, tearing tents out of the ground and using their metal stakes as darts. Dozens fell before her. The sound of galloping came from behind, and Vin spun to see one of the enemy officers had managed to organize another charge. 10 men coming straight at her, some with spears leveled, others drawing bows. Vin didn't like killing, but she loved allomancy. Loved the challenge of using her skills, the strength and thrill of pushes and pulls, the energetic sense of power that came only from a body flared with pewter. When men such as these gave her an excuse to fight, she didn't restrain herself. The arrows didn't stand a chance against her. Pura gave her speed and balance as she spun out of the way, pulling out a metal source behind her. She jumped into the air as a rippling tent passed beneath her. Carried forward by her pull a moment before, she landed and pushed on several of its stakes, a couple on each of the 2 tent corners. The tent folded upon itself, looking a bit like a napkin, with someone pulling tight at the opposite corners, and it hit the legs of the horses like tripwire. Vin burned Duralium and pushed. The horses in front screamed, the improvised weapons scattering them to the ground. The canvas ripped and the stakes pulled free, but the damage was done. Those in front tripped those behind, and the men tumbled beside their beasts. Vin downed another vial to replenish her steel. Then she pulled, pushing another tent toward her. As it drew close, she jumped, then spun and pushed the tent towards another group of mounted men. The tent stake struck one of the soldiers in the chest, throwing him backward. He crashed through the other soldiers, causing chaos. The men hit the ground, slumping lifeless into the ash. She tied to him by the stakes in his chest, the canvas fluttering down, covering his body like a funnel shroud. Vin spun, seeking more enemies, but the riders were beginning withdrawal. She stepped forward, intending to chase them down, but halted. Someone was watching her. She could see his shadow in the mist. She burned bronze.
So she like throws a whole tent at them to tangle them up. Just really creative use of powers. That's fun. But then she feels ding, 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 on the edge of her senses that Mistborn she encountered before. So she fires on after them, gets pulled away from the action, enters the city, and the person disappears again. Mother! That was probably a distraction. Shoots on back to the battlefield. Lands next. Okay, Ellen's not assassinated. Then why? What was the point of all of this? We just took out a ton of yeoman's cavalry, and this costume deer. Oh, he used his siege equipment while we were distracted to just lay into the Koloss and actually wiped out about half of our Koloss. Granted, he had to burn his siege equipment, so we didn't take it, but okay, so we lost a lot and he lost some. Oopsie. Also, badass moment note, Vin pushes off a door so hard that it explodes behind her with a Duralium push to try and catch up, just to show how much this person is successfully avoiding her. And it's just like, damn, Vin, your door popping strong. But seeing the devastation to the Koloss, Vin actually goes and talks to Human again. And he actually says, we need to make more Koloss. She's like, I don't. How? He said, well, you fought and killed. And she's, baby, do you need to make babies? And Human's like, no, we don't make babies. What's happening? And Vin, just a little bit of emotional pushing with the control of them to like force Human to make Koloss how he's desiring to. And he screams, runs off, finds a dead body, and starts trying to put spikes in it that he removed from another Koloss. They also removed the skin. So this whole process,
I swear you would be of more use to me if I skinned you and turned your skin into a lampshade. Or fashioned you into a piece of high-end luggage. I can even add you to my collection.
Are you saying that you have a collection of skin luggage?
Of course I'm not, Dee. Don't be ridiculous. Think of the smell. You haven't thought of the smell, you...
Humalurgy. The most brutal of the magic systems ever? It's all about just pushing metal into people to change them. Really, it's kind of horrific, but they say they didn't notice any of the metal spikes that were on the Koloss, and guys, hold up, quick question. How? You think they'd start really looking, whatever. Cutting to Spook, though, we see he's had men digging through the remains of one of the charred buildings that he saw people get burned in, and he saw 10 people go in. They found 9 skulls. What's that mean? There is a way to survive these building burnings, and perhaps there's some conniving scheming going on. Well, this plays wonderfully into a little dinner we see occur with Sazed and Breeze, because they sit down with some ska gathering some intel, and they say, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't support this person who's lighting people on fire in buildings. But they say there is a survivor of the flames, connecting that with what we just saw happen with Spook. Uh-oh, is something gonna come out that's gonna make us look really silly for being someone who positioned themselves as the leader in this city, and now we're actually running a big scam?
I guess it's in the cards.
we then finally cut back to Tensoon, who goes to some buried spikes in the ground he put there, even thinking about how they were made by driving them into people and dying, and like, I don't want to think about that. Puts them back into his body, and he gets greater power. Now, the details of hemalurgy and how Steel Inquisitors are made, our crew actually does suss out during this time as well. And this comes during a conversation that's interrupted by a messenger who they've not heard from Luthadel like this entire siege. And it's finally someone who's made it from the city who actually is surprised to hear that Elend has asked for reinforcements and resupply of food. And instead is like, we're actually asking for a contingent of soldiers to come back to deal with riots that have broken out. So Penrod, who is left in charge, don't agree with leaving him in charge, is apparently doing a very bad job. But in response to this, Elend only feels kind of more confident and determined because he's seeing the pattern of how Ruin is working against them. This is not random. They are intercepting his messengers with pockets of hidden Koloss. They are determined to shut down their lines of communication, which means they're afraid of what we're doing here at this siege, which means that cache inside, we need it. He doesn't voice his plan. Him and Vin just make eye contact about going to another ball and possibly breaking in during that ball to the cache and getting all they need out, because apparently, luckily, it's being held at a place that they are suspicious the cache might be. But there's additional issues rising within their forces because a whole bunch of men are now recovered who fell sick during the mist test. And now people who didn't fall sick during the mist test are suspicious of them. And start calling them Mistfallen, and they're all separating and stuff. And Elend's just, God, stop being superstitious! And at the same time, Ven is struggling with the fact that she, at multiple points during the series, as we've discussed, has pulled power from the mist. But she can't do it now, she says. And I, figure it out, Ven. There's been a consistency that we, the reader, maybe have spotted at this point, but you're just really struggling with this idea right now. And it's nice to see in just these 3 books, Elend come to a point where I totally believe him as a determined leader going, no, we're not breaking this siege. Penrod's got to manage. We're figuring it out. The pattern's here. Stay the course. Now, are you guys ready for the mid-book fucking rut to start occurring? Because we're getting there. First off, we're actually going to see what this whole Survivor of the Flames is about. And we're going to go ahead and kick it off by following Spook. What? What the fuck? Because he is aware that they are going to burn this group of people and little girl, and so he decides to show on up, get them out through a secret hidden doorway that, hell yeah, the citizen leader was sneaking out people that were specifically Mistings and Mistborn so he can recruit them after sparing their lives. I forgot to turn that light on. I don't know if it helps still. And once he does some with the guards, we cut to Sazed Bree's perspective, where I'm actually just going to read it because I think it's badass. Smoke billowed out the windows of the condemned building. Sazed waited with Breeze and Elrain, standing at the back of the solemn crowd. The people were oddly silent as they watched the flames claim their prize. Perhaps they sensed the truth, that they could be taken and killed as easily as the poor wretches who died inside. How quickly we come around, Sazed whispered. It wasn't long ago that men were forced to watch the Lord Ruler cut the heads from innocent people. Now we do it ourselves. Silence. Yells sounded from within the building, the screams of dying men. Kelsier was wrong, Breeze said. Sazed frowned, turning. He blamed the noblemen, Breeze said. He thought that if we got rid of them, things like this wouldn't happen. Sazed nodded. The crowd began to grow restless, shuffling about, murmuring, and Sazed felt himself agreeing with them. Something needed to be done about this atrocity. Why did nobody fight? Quellion stood there, surrounded by his proud men in red. Sazed gritted his teeth, growing angry. Elrain, dear, Breeze said. This isn't the time. Sazed started. He turned, glancing at the young woman. She was crying. By the forgotten gods, Sazed thought, finally recognizing her touch on his emotions, rioting them to make him angry at Quellion. She's as good as Breeze is. Why not? She said. He deserves it. I could make this crowd rip him apart, and his second in command would take control, Breeze said. Then execute these people. We haven't prepared enough.
It seems that you've never done enough preparing, Breeze, she snapped. These things require— Wait, Sazed said, raising a hand. He frowned, watching the building. One of the building's boarded windows, high, in a peak attic section on the top of the roof, seemed to be shaking. Look, Sazed said. There. Breeze raised an eyebrow. Perhaps our flame god is about to make his appearance, eh? He smiled at what he obviously found a ridiculous concept. I wonder, what were we supposed to learn during this revolting little experience? Personally, I think the men who sent us here didn't know what— One of the planks suddenly flew off the window, spinning in the air, swirling smoke behind it. When the window burst outward, a figure in dark clothing leaped through the shattering mess of boards and smoke, landing on the rooftop. His long cloak appeared to be on fire in places, and he carried a small bundle in his arms, a child. The figure rushed along the top of the burning rooftop, then leaped off the front of the building, trailing smoke as he fell to the ground. He landed with the grace of a man burning pewter, not stumbling despite the 2-story fall, his burning cloak billowing out around him. People backed away, surprised, and Quellion spun in shock. The man's hood fell to his shoulders, and as he stood upright, only then did Sazed recognize him. Spook stood tall, seeming in the sunlight to be older than he really was, or perhaps Sazed had never seen him as anything but a child until that moment. Either way, the young man regarded Quellion proudly, eyes wrapped with a blindfold, his body smoking as he held the coughing child in his arms. He didn't seem the least bit intimidated by the troop of 20 soldiers that surrounded the building. Breeze cursed. Alrain? We're going to need that riot after all. But this is going to unfortunately take us to our— we go high, then we go low, then we go high, then we go low, because now we're going to cut to seeing Marsh going to attack Penrod, and maybe this explains why his leadership's fallen apart and there's riots, because he breaks into Penrod's bedroom listening to Ruin, and he has a little hemalurgic spike for our buddy. He makes it seem like he's actually dueling Penrod to the point where the king is holding his own with a few guards, but internally Marsh is just, okay, whenever we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. And in the last possible second, with like a dozen people brought in by an alarm swarm the room, grabs Penrod, plants a spike by his heart, and dips. Well, Penrod's physicians say it didn't penetrate his heart, it just got real close. It did penetrate his heart, and he's being hemalurgicized by Ruin. So we're just going to leave it there. And that means that Ruin's going to be now dictating the brain and thought of the person that Ellen Venture left in charge in his absence. Bad!
I feel so strange inside.
It's so strange, but appealing.
I feel good.
Now, Ellen and Vin are on their way to this lovely ball, and they're being followed by a Mistborn in the mist. It's that same little funky feller who's just constantly on Vin's tail. What are we going to do about that? Let's just go to the ball. Let's just go to the ball. Ignore him. He's always going to run away when we turn around to fight him, so they get there. And it's time for another kind of heist, because Ellen goes up to Yeoman and straight up, no lie, goes, fight me for it, bro. Fight me, bro. Come on. To which Yeoman says, you're a Mistborn. Absolutely not. Ellen says, choose a champion. I'll take him. Yeoman says, nope, I don't have any Mistborn. To which Ellen's like, we just had one follow. Whatever. He's a liar. I'm just going to keep this debate going. How about we get into philosophy? And so all the nobles start gathering as the emperor debates the king, as they likely would. Meanwhile, Vin, you think would keep it low key, but she notices a couple of misting women ladies have been put on her trail and are trying to quietly follow her. So she subtly, without anyone noticing, she took one of the women with an elbow to the stomach, then grabbed her face and slammed it down into the table, knocking her out. The other woman sat dazed on the ground. Vin grimaced, then grabbed the woman by the throat, choking her. It felt brutal, but Vin didn't let up until the woman fell unconscious, proven by the fact that she let her allomantic copper cloud fall. Vin sighed, releasing the woman. The unconscious spy slumped to the floor.
I'm proud of you, you know that. I hope you do.
And then the same spy she was talking with before sends a couple guys to cover her as she goes to find the cache. And hell yeah, she does manage to. Slips past guards, finds it, pry it open, like desperately, just so a few people could slip through. Because, man, maybe Yeoman doesn't have any. We'll talk about that later. Gets inside and door slams shut. Oops, it was a trap. Cutting back to Ellen, a bunch of guards pour back into the room and talk about some ladies knocked unconscious, which makes Ellen go, time to go. I'm going to go ahead and test to see if Yeoman himself is a Mistborn. Lurches at him, but the guy seems weak. Okay, whatever. Ellen leaps back from him and, oh my God, Yeoman comes forward and cuts him successfully. What the how did you manage to do that? And then he just leaves. He's like, all right, that guy was burning atium, so he's definitely a Mistborn, but he was weak when I fought him. Misting atium, very rare. Ellen gets all the way back to camp, sits there for 3 hours, and uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Vin's not back. She was taken prisoner, and he gets a message from Yeoman where, yo, man, I got your girl. Let's talk about it. And then we cut to Vin, who is, yes, locked in this chamber. Things aren't looking great. And, oh, my God, I can feel a cop. Someone, there's a Mistborn in this vault with me. All right, wait till they're close behind me. Kick my lamp, turn, see? Reen, her brother that abused the hell out of her.
What? Oh my God!
I was scared of Eminem my whole life.
I'm really like this, I'm giving nightmares to Billie Eilish.
So, thankfully, the next part of the book doesn't keep us waiting on this mystery, and thank the Lord we don't have one of these dumb plot things where Vin really believes it's her brother, because right away she is it Kandra? Checks. No. Okay, so it's got to be something else. She tries to attack, feeling different ways to approach, smothers the only light source in the room, knocks over some shelves so it can't even hear her coming, and it still dodges. Ruin. To quote maybe the greatest character in fiction literature, if you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be true. So she is face to face with ruin. The deepness. And, this adds up in her head pretty quickly, because it does take on the form of Reen. And also she hears its voice in her head, realizing all these insecurities and times her brother has whispered to her. At least a percentage of that time, it was actually Ruin, aka the deepness, trying to fuck with her. This also leads her to try and extrapolate on why it has chosen her to be the one to lure to the Well of Ascension, though she cannot figure that out yet. And so, having eliminated her only light source, Vin is now left in pitch darkness with essentially like the devil. But from here, we're going to cut to the aftermath of Spook's little show of pulling off his own little Kelsier moment. And the whole crew, without him being there, because he doesn't immediately come back to the mansion, kind of has a bro, what the fuck was that moment? And Sazed is really trying to figure out what's going on, because it's creeping him out that suddenly Spook has these powers. He doubts himself in some ways, because he's like, hey, I didn't question it when Vin had extraordinary powers. I didn't question it when Kelsier had extraordinary powers. But this does feel sus as fuck. He just doesn't have main character energy. He's got great supporting character energy. But we do cut to Spook then, who is again going to go try and hang out with Beldra. And he's again trying to tell her, your brother uses allomancy, his whole thing is made up of bullshit, and you should betray him. But she says, hey, if you don't leave, I'm gonna scream for help. And she does. So Spook bounces, ignoring in his head a voice that's telling him, kill, 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 kill. Oh, why is this Kelsier telling him to kill? Does this not feel reminiscent of this voice that we've seen before telling a certain character I drew with one eye to kill a whole bunch who also had a piece of metal injected in them? What could it be? Making situation worse, we also see that the place they've used as their hideout within this city is now surrounded by the citizens' men. Spook returns to the mansion, and in here we get one of my favorite moments, monologues from Sazed.
You think she would have wanted this? She was a keeper dude. You honestly think she would want you to give up your metal mines? This particular habit of mine is not about Tindwill. Oh? Breeze asked, sighing as he seated himself at the table. What do you mean? Because honestly, Sazed, you're confusing me. I understand people. It bothers me that I can't understand you. After the Lord Ruler's death, Sazed said, putting down the ring. Do you know what I spent my time doing? Teaching, Breeze said. You left to go and restore the lost knowledge to the people of the Final Empire. And did I ever tell you how the teaching went? Breeze shook his head. Poorly, Sazed said, picking up another ring. The people didn't really care. They weren't interested in the religions of the past, and why should they have been? They worship something that people used to believe in. People are always interested in the past, Sazed. Interested, perhaps, Sazed said, but interest is not faith. These metal mines, they're a thing of museums and old libraries. They are of little use to modern people. During the years of the Lord Ruler's reign, we keepers pretended that we were doing vital work. We believed that we were doing vital work. In the end, nothing we did had any real value. Vin didn't need this knowledge to kill the Lord Ruler. The thoughts in these metal mines will die with me, and at times, I can't make myself regret that fact. This is not an era for scholars and philosophers. Scholars and philosophers did not help feed starving children. So you don't wear them anymore, Breeze said, because you think they're useless. More than that, Sazed said. To wear these metal mines would be to pretend. I would be pretending that I find the things in them to be of use, and I have not yet decided whether that is true. To wear them now would seem a betrayal. I set them aside, for I can do them no justice. I'm not ready to believe, as we did before, that gathering knowledge and religions is more important than taking action. Perhaps if the Keepers had fought, rather than simply memorized, the Lord Ruler would have fallen centuries ago. But you resisted, Sazed, Breeze said. You fought. I don't represent myself any longer, Lord Breeze, Sazed said softly. I represent all Keepers, since I am apparently the last. And I, as the last, do not believe in the things I once taught. I cannot with good conscience imply that I am the Keeper I once was. Breeze sighed, shaking his head. You don't make sense. It makes sense to me. No, I think you're just confused. This may not seem to you like a world for scholars, my dear friend, but I think you'll be proven wrong. It seems to me that now, suffering the darkness that might be the end of everything, is when we need knowledge the most. Why? Sazed said. So I can teach a dying man a religion I don't believe? To speak of a god when I know there is no such being? Breeze leaned forward. Do you really believe that? That nothing is watching over us? Sazed sat quietly, slowing in his polishing. I have yet to decide for certain, he finally said. At times, I have hoped to find some truth. However, today, that hope seems very distant to me. There is darkness upon this land, Breeze, and I am not sure that I can fight it. I am not sure that I want to fight it.
Once Spook returns, though, he actually talks with Sazed and gives him a little bit of a pep talk as well, I really like. Saying, hey, we need you to use your metal mines and all this knowledge you have so that we can look into engineering to try and reverse the water flow into this place back out into the city. Huh. Fascinating concept to cause some chaos and disorder. I like it. And then Sazed asks Spook a pretty fundamental question of faith that a lot of people struggle with still all the time, which is how could a god exist that would allow such suffering in the world, such incredible amounts of pain? Spook asks Sazed to trust him, though, to go along with him, and man, it kind of gives Sazed a little kick in the butt to keep moving forward.
You got to keep on keeping on.
Cutting from here, we check in with Elend, and he is trying to maintain order at his camp, which is harder to do than you'd think because the person a lot of these people view as like a Christ figure has been taken prisoner. And so soldiers are now beating up the Mistfallen, thinking it's their fault somehow that Vin's taken, and I would criticize this, but it is 10,000 billion% believable that people would have this reaction. So Elend says, okay, take the Mistfallen, make them into their own regiment, and send them back to Luthadel to give Penrod reinforcements. Okay, so he's lost some of his men, like 500, to the tests in the Mist, and now he's losing quite a bit more to this religious schisming. Not the best moment. But we'll see what Elend does to make up for that soon. Actually, I'll just go ahead and cover it. We cut to Elend going out and trying to find more Koloss armies, and he's, let's just say, taking out his stress of being the Emperor on the Koloss. Just finding villages under attack and just massacring tons of Koloss till he's able to take control. Except this time, a Steel Inquisitor doesn't show up. They're supposed to have like a Myrddraal Koloss Trolloc relationship, and that's not here. Huh. Wonder why. At the end of it, though, he does replenish a bunch of his forces with Koloss. Again, optic-wise, from the outside, Elend, kind of a terrifying authoritarian emperor. He's right. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying I get why other people are skeeved out by him. The final resolution, I actually drew this, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but the final resolution that Elend comes to with himself after massacring all these Koloss is, I get why power is addictive because people want to do, in my position, whatever they can to protect others. And I need to give up on the idea that the time of killing is over. Time to killing's just begun. I don't know if you can see, but I wrote kill for here all the time things, I thought it was pretty clever. If it was bigger, it would look better. Should have drawn it bigger. Back to Vin, though, we see she is stuck alone in this dark room with Ruin for days, trying to ponder what exactly it is, how it could be defeated if it's a force of nature, what locked it up in the first place. We thought, oh, it was the Lord Ruler at first, but that couldn't have been it because the Well of Ascension and this whole setup was there, and the Well of Ascension being used the way it was essentially just harmed Ruin. So mysteries need resolution. But finally, tracing this room blind in the dark for days, which actually it takes her that long, she finds the Lord Ruler's inscription in the metal here and begins tracing it. And not only does she find that the Lord Ruler seemed to earnestly, in his early days at least, really trying to be the best ruler he could be, but he knew that Ruin was slowly infecting his mind and changing how he was thinking.
Sounds like hell.
But the most interesting bit is he talks about Ruin's body and how he hid it extraordinarily well and that Ruin was not omnipotent. Okay. Back with our boys, we see that Breeze is actually getting a little bit excited, going back through his metal mines again, feeling the engineering buzz. Yay! Except then he gets self-conscious about it. But Breeze steps up, riots his emotions to be a little happier, and says, man, I love that you're happy. Keep doing this. And Sazed likes that his bro's on his side, and he's starting to overcome it a little bit. Breeze even saying, isn't Spook being a good leader? And Sazed goes, I don't trust that at all, really. It's weird. Like, I like Spook. I like that he's grown up into this man. But at the same time, why suddenly pewter strong, right? That's bizarre. No answer there. That's literally never happened to any Misting ever at all. And at this point, you got to wonder, why aren't they checking people for just spikes? You know, I know the information hasn't been shared completely, but in this world, with people running around with metal spikes through their eyes with superpowers, I'd be metal detecting. Doop. Oh, what's that? Doop. Doop. Beldra shows up, though. Turns out she ran past the guards to beg Kelsier's crew not to kill her brother. And at first, Breeze tries to say, we would never do that, until Spook just interrupts and's like, bro, everyone knows why we're here to get him out of power. Stop pretending like we're not. It hurts Breeze's pride a little bit, but they also come to the realization that this woman's naive as hell. She just ran in here, past the guards, not telling him her intentions. So why don't we just take her prisoner and spread the rumor that she betrayed her brother? And that's Spook's idea. And Beldra says, what would the survivor do? And Spook kind of smiles to himself and is like, I think the survivor would suggest exactly that. And so we know the voice told him that, thing. And also, maybe Kelsier would do that. That does kind of seem like a Kelsier thing to me. One more tidbit does come out during all this conversing, though, and that is that apparently the nobility never succumbed to the mist sickness, which hasn't been apparent among Kelsier and his people because there's not a whole lot of nobles there. And, oh, well, that would make Demu sure feel a whole lot better because there's no way in hell that would be Kelsier's will, knowing what we know about him. So that information that Sazed and Breeze now possess needs to get back to Elend and therefore Demu ASAP. But we end this section with Vin having a sit down with actually Ellen's friend from way back before, Tiddly-Toodlies. God, I struggle with names. But the one he spoke to with the ball, and he comes down and tells Vin, hey, we're going to make a deal with you. Drink this drug and knock yourself unconscious so that we can transport you out of this isolated dark cave that you've been in for a while. Can we agree with that? Because, by the way, they opened a door but closed a second door behind him, so it was like a two-chamber thing so he could get in without Vin escaping, and they put like a boulder behind the second door so Vin couldn't get out. It works. And Vin, thinking maybe she could pull off a trick, agrees. Drinks the drugged wine, flares her pewter with duralium, resists going unconscious for a bit, but it turns out they put enough in this to like make a herd of horses go unconscious because she loses, drops her knife, out. I think the only reason she did it, though, is she remarks that he really does feel like a younger Elend, which parallels, I don't even remember that, but it parallels what I said before about this scene here at the ball representing Elend talking to a younger form of himself and being able to like win himself over with his new confidence. It also puts a little bit of trust in that Vin is going to be okay because he doesn't come across like someone who's going to try and hurt Vin Tiedemann back in this moment. I'm thrilled to say from here, though, we're going to be picking up with Tin soon, as he is back in Luthadel seeing just how bad things have gotten, and it's real bad. Like, worse than the city ever was under the Lord Ruler's reign. minus all the public executions. That was worse, but there's like poop in the streets, lots of ash, riots, people fighting over food. Ooh, awful. And so he, going through, padding along, has a bit of an idea. And we get the detail of just how he killed Orsur in the last book, involving torturing him to death to get all the information, which we like knew. But having it confessed just adds a layer of like, Jesus, Tinsun, my God. But of the information he got from Orsur, he learned where Kelsier's bones were. Oh, someone's gonna do a little bit of blasphemy. Tinsun then goes, bits the bones from where they were. They don't have hair anymore because there's no hair with the skeleton. But he takes on the form of Kelsier and starts telling the Ska in the city that clearly Ruin has corrupted Penrod, and that, no, it's not him, Kelsier, of course, that's making the mists kill people. It's Ruin. And so this disseminates information that's very vital and very important to be a big deal right now. And yeah, good, Tinsun. I appreciate you doing this. Yeah, and he gets the information he needs from these people of where to go to meet up with Vin, and back in his dog body after talking to a second round of the Ska and advising them to go to the caves. And so then he bounds on off in his doggy form after learning where Vin is to help her. Good Tinsun. Quick correction. Tinsun is heading to Iru, not the city that's being besieged by Vin and Elend, because he got misinformation. We cut back to our spooky boy and his actually wanting to go up and talk to Beldre, again, the brother of the citizen, and she clearly has a little bit of a crush on him. Oh my God. And he's a little uncomfortable around her, though she's clearly hurt that she was betrayed once again by Spook.
My ignorance has struck again. I failed to see it from the start.
Spook does his whole gee willikers, I'm just the no good lesser guy of the crew and I'm not that important, which of course Beldre finds all the more charming. And that night when Spook goes out with Sazed to inspire Ska to follow him and not the citizen, he thinks, boy, I wish he could see me out here with all these people thinking I'm the hero of the flames. Bro, that's not how you're going to get Beldre. She's not going to be impressed by that. She likes that you're the blindfold wearing guy. But, you know, Sazed has remarked at this point when he wears the blindfolds and has his glasses on underneath, it looks like there's spikes in his eyes, and Spook kind of looks like a Steel Inquisitor foreshadow. What? What's the definition of foreshadowing on the board? What's the get out of here. Go. Now we cut back to Vin. She wakes up after having... I don't know how to take this information. All of the metals have left her body. And she says the way this was done was that Yeoman just kept her unconscious until it all naturally passed. And I don't know how to take that information aside from saying that Vin shitted herself. Is that what that's saying?
The world may never know.
Anyway, her earring, though, is given back to her by Yeoman. And she takes that earring, and he's like, why do you have such a bad little silver earring thing that's not going to be worth anything? And she's like, I don't know, puts it in her ear. And all of a sudden, Ruin's like, you should kill Yeoman in her head. And she's, no, I'm not going to kill Yeoman. What are you... Stop. A messenger from Ellen's camp is brought in that Vin can speak to. She proves she's not a Khandra by telling him what she had for dinner and that she is alive and good. Messenger leaves, and Yeoman says that he's going to put Vin on trial for murder. Okay, you're going to have to narrow it way down. Well, you killed someone important, Vin. You're going to have to narrow it way down. In my husband's life, I've killed his ex-fiance, dad, and brother, right? Of which important person?
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
The Lord Ruler. Okay, that narrowed it down. And she thinks that's absurd. You're going to put me on trial for killing the Lord Ruler, to which Yeoman's, yes, absolutely. That was my God. And apparently her trial is going to be just talking to him because this is his land, so it's his thing to decide. Yeoman, okay, maybe you power tripping a little bit and not as dope as we thought. You're no Set who has a weird amount of charm for how horrible their beliefs are. Now we're cutting back to Elend, walking back to camp with his newly attained army of 30,000 Koloss.
Is this it? Is this all you can conjure?
Elend. That's too many. That's so... He could just take the whole city if he wanted to. Anyways, walking back, and internally, he just kind of gives up. There's earthquakes happening, ash falling from the sky. They're not going to have enough food to feed their people. He can't even take this city. And he just kind of falls to his knees in the ash. And suddenly there's a person next to him. Oh my God. oh, it's the mist thing that stabbed me in the stomach. What are you doing? And it starts trying to communicate with him. It can't speak, but it's doing like the silent. And Ellen's right in the ash. What do you try? And of course, whatever it writes is immediately changed. And to Ellen, what it wrote was, "I'm going to kill you. Death, death, murder, death, kill, kill." And he's like, okay, that's not you. That's Ruin. Is Ruin here right now? To which so it starts doing yes or no questions. Still for no, moving for yes. And he asks it a bunch of stuff like, do you want me to take the city we're sieging? And it still. Oh, okay. Also says it's not the mist that's killing people? Huh? Yeah, it is, but it's not. All right, I believe you, Ghost. Okay, can we beat Ruin? And then it vanishes, and that gives Ellen enough to get up and keep moving. And all right, another try. Basically, a god told him, try peace, and he went, okay. Cutting back to Spook, though, we see that he's talking to Beldre, and she wants to send a letter to her brother. And Spook, okay, yeah, but internally he's thinking, I'm going to rewrite what you say and change words and lines so you can't pass a cipher. I mean, yeah, he's on his thieving crew. Of course he's going to know that. But a note comes down from Goradel, the soldier who's been with them, like just representing like 200 some troops that are on their team, saying that all the guards who are watching our building are gone. And that's spooky. All right, well, it means for our plan, we can have our soldiers sneak out and be a part of what we're going to try. But strange. And their plan, we see that Spook even tells Beldre when he's talking to her, is to try and get the citizen to somehow reveal the fact that not only does he have Alamancers around him, but he's an Alamancer, god damn it. So all of his preaching about noble bloodlines is malarkey. And an important note from Spook in this time, though, is Kelsier's talking in his ear and saying more and more. And while Spook still clearly understands this is Kelsier, he also is telling him no.
Why don't you shut up, Dad, and stick it in your ear for crying out loud?
And we have a beautiful moment where he says, Sazed, your question about how God can allow such terrible things to occur, I have an answer. And he says something to Sazed that is profound and changes Sazed, and I adore this moment.
Spook said, looking up, though I doubt myself, I still think we'll be all right. Sazed was surprised at the hope he saw in the boy's eyes. That's what I've lost. How can you say that? Sazed asked. I don't know really, Spook said. Do you remember that question you asked me when you first got here? We were standing by the lake right over there. You asked me about faith. You asked what good it was, if it just led people to hurt each other, like Quellian's faith and the Survivor has done. Sazed looked out over the lake. Yes, he said softly, I remember. I've been thinking about that ever since, Spook said. And I think I might have an answer. Please. Faith, Spook said, means that it doesn't matter what happens. You can trust that somebody is watching. Trust that somebody will make it all right. Sazed frowned. It means that there'll always be a way, Spook whispered, staring forward, eyes glazed, as if seeing things that Sazed could not. Yes, Sazed thought. That's what I've lost. And it's what I need to get back.
One bit I forgot to mention is that we see Spook is meeting with Dern, the beggar, again to work with Ska in the city to help with his moment of uprising against the citizen. Really want to have that momentum when trying to take down a false prophet. You match their zealotry with fervor. You know, it's a good way to smother their fire with a flare gun. But before we get to Spook's climax, and I'm excited to, we take a minute to park back with Vin in her cell, dealing with Ruin, which, yes, is the deepness from before. That spooky existential dread, actually, Vin's coming to understand it more as she's spending more time with it. And that's one of the great characteristics of Vin. She's not Sazed, studied it all, book smart, but she's clever. And so Ruin keeps just saying little tidbits here and there and talks about having this opposite, preservation, aka the mist spirit that Ellen just saw. And with the interlude we actually get between these chapters, which is written, yes, the framing device for this book, by future Sazed, we actually hear that preservation died there to give Ellen that small flicker of hope, which adds so much weight to a situation where preservation was communicating with Ellen by going, and I love that. But that little last poof of it manifesting itself actually allowed Ruin to end it. And if Ellen had actually stayed there long enough, apparently he would have found a body that was just left to rot in the ash. So these are killable forces. And Vin comes to a similar conclusion after talking with Ruin, and Ruin continually speaking about his ability to win and succeed as if it were an option for him not to before. And he's gloating about Vin being captured, therefore Vin being captured is an integral part of that, therefore she escapes. She can stop this entropy-like individual from destroying. But another key lore thing we get here is that preservation is just preservation, not creation. That's something else entirely. And ruin is just the antithesis of preservation, an end. So, the Lord Ruler, just fully coming circle here, in a summary explaining it all. This is just a good opportunity for me to get it all out in one cohesive spot so you can see it in the summary video. The Lord Ruler was a man named Rashik, who was immensely jealous of the actual, quote, prophesied hero of ages, Alindi, because it was someone's chosen from individuals who had oppressed his people, the Terrace people, which made it so weird that the Lord Ruler crushed the Terrace people after he came to power because Rashik was one of them. But when you find out that the Terrace people were likely the only ones who could figure out all the secrets and subterfuge he had made, it makes more sense. Rashik, given orders by Quan, his uncle, who had begun to figure out that Ruin was creating these false prophecies to make a false hero of ages, Alindi, assumed the mantle of Lord Ruler and made the first contract with the Khandra, who were actually his packmen that helped him get to the original location of the Well of Ascension in the mountains in the north. Before, when he had all the powers of the Well of Ascension, he moved it to the master city of Luthadel, so it could be more directly under his control, basically giving his most loyal servants immortality, hence why the first generation of Khandra are so fiercely loyal to the Lord Ruler at the first contract and that doctrine they set up for them. And Tensoon never really stood a chance of convincing them to like, fuck the Lord Ruler, let's work with Vin. Ruin, this force though, continued to creep into the Lord Ruler's mind and corrupt and infiltrate his thoughts because he had metal piercing into him, those ferochemical bracers. The Lord Ruler was a combination of ferochemist and allomancer, which allowed him to use the two abilities together to reach near godhood. Combine that with the mild hemalurgy going on, and the man was just on another level. To be clear, the only reason Vin was able to take out the Lord Ruler was because of how careless he'd become and how egotistical and reckless. Maybe a side effect of all the devastation Ruin had done to his mind. We saw that the Lord Ruler early in his reign was trying to set up a safety system, something to make up for the fact that he could lose to Ruin one day. Had he retained enough of his mind to one day still use the Well of Ascension again, as he was planning to, as it was nearing its recharged state, to actually do something more against Ruin, or had he been too lost to it? That's debatable in my read of the text, because he certainly says warnings and stuff like that to Vin, but certain people do work against Ruin, but are still obviously being tainted in their actions, aka Spook, right now. Yeah, if you haven't figured that out, the voice nattering at him to kill someone because he has metal embedded in him, that's obviously Ruin. But there are strict limits to Ruin's power, like how he needs to get hemalurgic spikes into people to start altering their thoughts beyond just minor little things you can do outside of that. That's not to underestimate Ruin, because, you know, he can alter all information we come across. Hell of an OP advantage. Steel Inquisitors, though, which were made by the Lord Ruler to be his priests, by default, have hemalurgy all throughout them, metal going into their body, which allows them pretty much instantaneously to be corruptible by Ruin, which is why the Koloss as well that are out there that aren't being taken control of Elend or Vin are still kind of like this organized threat. They have hemalurgic spikes throughout them. And at this point, you've probably figured it out. Vin has a little bit of a hemalurgic spike in her ear, and we, the reader, have likely by this point supposed to have picked up on that, and when she puts it in, she starts being corrupted. And you know, a little piercing, very easy to hide, which means once you realize all this,
everybody's a suspect!
If they're acting mean or a little bit out of character, they couldn't just be maybe Khandra, they could also be possessed. I'm sorry that I couldn't deliver that all more scattered throughout, but the way that it's delivered throughout all three books is very piecemeal here, scatter, 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 which is a good, enjoyable thing, and I like that. It just at the same time makes it for a summary a little bit tricky. But now, let us see how Spook is able to present himself as the survivor of the flames to the people of Eru. Sazed's engineering work has absolutely worked. They have set up a means to block the waterways and reflood the canals of the city to have a huge sign of approval from the gods that, Spook is in the right, and they're going to try and force the citizen to use his allomancy. And lo and behold, fortunate for us, it also turns out that he's planning to do another big grandiose speech. The weird thing about that, it seems like he's trying to line up and play into exactly what Spook needs to be able to put on the spectacle and take charge.
Everybody's a suspect!
Interesting. Well, Spook and his crew head on out to confront the citizen at this time. Spook jumps onto the stage, kind of just brutally attacking him, and is able to take him down and put him in a position where if he wants to live, it feels like he should use allomancy. And Kelsier in his head is going, do it, kill him now. But Spook is hit by something, not an arrow, but something that flies like one. And he's, what the hell? And he sees that Beldra got away from the guards they left her with, and she just shot a coin at him. She was the coin shot, not her brother. And Kelsier starts telling Spook in his head, you have to kill her too. She was planning to betray you. Kill her and the citizen. And Spook goes, whoa, what am I doing? I just emotionally just jumped on the stage, foregoed the plan, and tried to kill this guy after promising to not. Nothing feels right. Everything, okay, hold up. He takes the citizen, rips open his shirt. There's a metal spike in that guy. I told you, everybody's a suspect. He yanks out that metal spike, and we even see the citizen stop also seeing the visage of Kelsier, which has physically appeared before Spook again, trying to push him extra hard to do this. Except when he does that, the citizen stops seeing Kelsier, and Spook goes, oh my god, I left a fucking metal piece in me when that guy, remember when I said he was impaled? Because it went through somebody into Spook, creating a hemalurgic moment, and then he got spiked by, I love how all the pieces are put together here, where we see from Marsh's perspective exactly how hemalurgic spikes are made. We know that they need to be planted very specifically, so you can infer that this thug that was stabbed through by someone else into Spook was probably also an agent of Ruin who put this metal through a thug into Spook, giving him the power of pewter through hemalurgy, but also at the same time infecting him with ruin. And so Spook goes, oh, that's an open wound I've left for a long time, giving me an evil voice. What the fuck? Takes it out, and he overcomes ruin.
I finally stood up for myself. I got real mean and I beat the snot out of Dr. Oz. I can't lie, it felt kind of good at first. But since then, all I have is just a kind of dark, empty feeling. And then I realized that's how you must feel all the time.
Spook, this whole time, has had this arc of I need to be good enough. I need to be the contributing person of the crew. Kelsier didn't even like me, but no, man, you're great. And in this beat, he actually proves that he not only can overcome those insecurities and do what needs to be done, but on top of that, gives up the power that is being the temptation ring equivalent for him in this glorious moment of not redemption, because he hasn't necessarily even given in to Ruin a whole bunch and told it no, but worthy. This is him picking up Mjolnir, in my opinion. It's so earned and well done. But he's created so many problems with how he's handled this, because the city is in full riot mode. It's beyond just the people that Dern was supposed to release, and it's happening on a scale where the city's actually burning, and when Beldra escaped,
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
She used her coin shot to take out the guards, who were also the people who were supposed to unleash the waterways, and so everything's still dry. Him, Sazed, and Breeze sprint back to the mansion, trying to figure out if they can get down there to try and release the waterways, but it's just a roaring inferno. It's so hot that the pain is so bad they can't even get in. Sazed tries to run in, but oh my god, can't. And Spook tries, but just the tin, it's so much worse for him. What are they gonna do? Well, he does hear this moment from Kelsier.
Spook allowed them to pull him away. Sazed was right, of course. He was just a man, just Spook. Kelsier had chosen his crew with care. He left a note for them when he died. He had listed the others, Vin, Breeze, Doxson, Clubs, and Ham. He'd spoken to them. of why he'd picked them, but not Spook, the only one who didn't fit in. I named you, Spook. You were my friend. Isn't that enough? Spook froze, forcing the others to stop. Sazed and Beldry looked at him. Spook stared into the night, a night that was far too bright. The fires burned, the smoke was pungent. No, Spook whispered, feeling fully lucid for the first time since the evening's violence had started. He pulled free of Sazed's grip and ran back toward the burning building. Spook! Two voices yelled in the night. Spook approached the flames, his breathing grew forced, and his skin grew hot. The fire was bright, consuming. He dashed straight for it. Then, at the moment the pain became too great, he extinguished his 10 and became numb. It happened, just as it happened before, when he had been trapped in the building without any metals. Coloring 10 for too long, it had expanded his senses, but now that he wasn't burning it at all, those senses became dull, his entire body grew deadened, lacking feeling or sensation. He burst through the doorway into the building, flames raining around him. His body burned, but he couldn't feel the flames, and the pain could not drive him away. The fire was bright enough that his weakened eyes could still see. He dashed forward, ignoring the fire heat and the smoke. Survivor of the flames. He knew the fires were killing him, yet he forced himself onward, continuing to move along after the pain should have rendered him unconscious. He reached the room at the rear and skidded down the broken ladder. The cavern was dark. He stumbled through it, pushing past shelves and furniture, making his way along the wall, moving with a desperation that warned him that his time was short. His body wasn't working right anymore. He had pushed it too far, and pewter could no longer make up the difference. He was glad for the darkness as he finally stumbled against Sazed's machine. He knew that he would have been horrified to see what the flames had done to his arms. Groaning quietly, he groped in the dark with numb hands and found what he hoped was the lever. His fingers no longer worked enough to grasp it, but he threw his weight against it, moving the gears as required. And he slid down to the ground, alone with the cold and blackness.
Now, Tensoon arrives and approaches this 1/3 burned to the ground city. Well, it's not all of it. And wow, the waterways are filled again. That's real nice. And starts looking for people loyal to Elend and finds some soldiers at the location they've now made their base and decides to screw with them a little bit. Just walks on up as a dog and the soldier's like, shoo. And Tensoon as a dog goes, I need to see Vin.
The dog just talked.
What the f? And then finally lets this dog in because he just had his whole view of reality shattered. The first person that Tensoon comes across, though, is Breeze, and we see some potential setup character growth because Tensoon never liked Breeze, but internally he realizes that's because he's got the power that allows people to control Kandra with the soothing and rioting, but that's probably just my own internal prejudices because, you know, Breeze has never done anything wrong with me. Okay, let's go see Sazed. And they're not even that surprised that it turned out to be a Kandra, because remember, that was a surprise. And he has to find Vin, but she ain't here. We do get the information from Sazed dropped during this time, though, that the survivor of the flames lived up to his name, Spook, alive. Not in great condition, though.
At night, I lie awake in agony until my heart attacks put me to sleep.
Sazed asks Tensoon why it's so important that he needs to see Vin, and Tensoon says, it's about the end of the world and the hero of the ages. And Sazed, not very surprised, is like, that makes sense. Fadra City, which is super far away, Tensoon's gah!
So I ran to the end of the road, and when I got there, I thought maybe I'd run to the end of town. I thought maybe I'd just run across Greenbow County. And I figured since I run this far, maybe I'd just run across the great state of Alabama.
Now we are going to get on to part 5 of the Hero of Ages, and this might be my favorite board I've ever made. I love this one. I had so much fun with it. It was just a total blast. And don't worry, just because you see me standing next to this symbol doesn't mean I'm gonna somehow relate this all back to the Wheel of Time. Although there are parallels between the Creator, the Dark One, Preservation, and one final bit we get from these entries of Sazed in the future writing back about all of his discoveries for the mythology is that Preservation sacrificed a major part of itself to create a lot of the powers and magic we see at play here. Not only the prison for ruin, but allomancy and the magics itself seem to be a gift to people from Preservation. But it's time for Vin to be dragged to her trial. And not gonna lie, she checkmates this pretty damn well. Because Yeoman starts trying to say, obviously you are a false Prophet, you could not have killed the Lord Ruler. He is God. And it makes it clear that Yeoman's just entirely pissed off that someone has demolished his faith by, taking a stick and ramming it into the Lord Ruler's heart. So he then tells her, you couldn't even have killed him because he's God. This has all been a test and you're set up to fail. To which Vin makes the really good counterpoint, then why am I on trial for murder? You think I killed him, he's not dead. What two things can't be true at once right there, buddy boy. And so Yeoman kind of hung himself on his own argument. Vin at the start of this even tries to escape with like a swing at him, but he's burning ATM again to avoid her, though he says not to be a Mistborn. ATM mistings are badass. But Vin's not aware of that. Cutting to Ellen's POV, we see, apparently, despite the warning he got from Preservation, he's ordering his army with the new 30,000 Koloss he's put together to sneak attack the city on the morrow. That darkness, though, is undercut by the good of seeing Spook recovering in bed with Beldra next to him, comforting, saying, you did good, kid. And it turns out that the citizen, now that he doesn't have Ruin's voice in his head, is actively seeking peace with Elend, and all can go here as planned without the need for mass bloodshed. And Tensoon, knowing he needs to make his way long down the road, is starting to say goodbye to everybody, and Sazed overhears him say, tell the announcer I said peace, referring to Sazed as the announcer, which makes something go,
why did you say that name?
What did you call me? Sazed demanded. The announcer, Tensoon said. You are you not? The one who pointed out Lady Vin as the hero of ages. That, then, is your title. Sazed fell to his knees, slapping his book on the floor before him. He flipped through the pages and located one in particular, penned in his own hand. I thought myself the holy first witness, it said, the prophet foretold to discover the hero of ages. They were the words of Quan, the man who had originally named Elindi the hero. From these writings, which were their only clues about the original Terrace religion, Sazed and the others had gleaned what little they knew of the prophecies about the hero of ages. What is it? Breeze asked, leaning down, scanning the words. Looks like you've got the wrong term, my dear doggy. Not announcer at all, but the holy first witness. Sazed looked up. This is one of the passages that Ruin changed, he said. When I wrote it, it read differently. But Ruin altered it, trying to trick me and Vin into fulfilling his prophecies. The Ska had started to call me the Holy First Witness, their own term. Ruin retroactively changed Quan's writing so that they seemed to prophetically reference me. Is that so? Breeze asked, rubbing his chin. What did it say before? Sazed ignored the question, instead meeting Tensoon's canine eyes. How did you know? He demanded. How did you know the words of the ancient Terrace prophecies? Tensoon fell back on his haunches. It strikes me as odd, Terraceman. There's one great inconsistency in all this, a problem no one has ever thought to point out. What happened to the packman who traveled with Reshek and Elindi up to the Well of Ascension? Reshek, the man who had become the Lord Ruler. Breeze stood up straight. That's easy, Kandra, he said, waving his cane. Everyone knows that the Lord Ruler took the throne of the Clenuian. He made his trusted friends into noblemen. That's why the nobility of the First Empire were so pampered. They were the descendants of Reshek's good friends. Tensoon sat quietly. No, Sazed thought with wonder. No, that couldn't be. He couldn't have made those packmen into nobles. Why ever not? Breeze asked. Because the nobility gained allomancy, Sazed said, standing. Reshek's friends were ferrochemists. If he'd made them into noblemen, then they could have challenged him, Tensoon said. They could have become both allomancers and ferrochemists as he was, and had his same powers. Yes, Sazed said. He spent 10 centuries trying to breed ferrochemy out of the Terrace people, all in fear that someday someone would be born with both ferrochemy and allomancy. His friends who went to the well with him would have been dangerous, since they were obviously powerful ferrochemists, and they knew what Reshek had done to Elindi. Reshek would have had to do something else with them. Something to sequester them, perhaps even kill them. No, Tensoon said, he didn't kill them. You call the father a monster, but he was not an evil man. He did not kill his friends, though he did recognize the threat their powers posed to him. So he offered them a bargain, speaking directly to their minds while he was holding the power of creation. What bargain? Breeze asked, clearly confused. Immortality, Tensoon said. In exchange for their ferrochemy, they gave it up, along with something else. Caesar stared at the creature in the hallway, a creature who thought like a man, but had the form of a beast. They gave up their humanity, Sazed whispered. Tensoon nodded. They live on? Sazed asked, stepping forward. The Lord Ruler's companions, the very Tamerismen who climbed to the well with him. We call them the first generation, Tensoon said, the founders of the Kandra people. The father transformed every living Ferrochemist into a Mistwraith, beginning that race. His good friends, however, he turned to sapients with a few hemalurgic spikes. You've done your work poorly, Keeper. I expected that you'd drag this out of me long before I had to leave. Been a fool, Sazed thought, blinking away tears. Such a fool. What? Breeze asked, frowning. What's going on, Sazed? My dear man, why are you so flustered? What do these creatures' words mean? They mean hope, Sazed said, pushing into his room, hurriedly tossing some of his clothes into a travel pack. Hope? Breeze asked, peeking in. Sazed looked back toward where Breeze stood. The Kandra had walked up and stood behind them in the hallway. The Terrace religion, Breeze, Sazed said. The thing my sect was founded for, the thing my people have spent lifetimes searching to discover, it lives on, not in written records that can be corrupted or changed, but in the minds of men who actually practice it. The Terrace faith is not dead. There was one more religion to add to his list. His quest was not yet over. Quickly, Keeper, Tensoon said. I was prepared to go without you, since everyone agreed that you had stopped caring about these things. But if you will come, I will show you the way to my homeland. It is along the path I must travel to find Vin. Hopefully, you will be able to convince the first generation of the things I have not. And that is, Sazed said, still packing, that the end has arrived.
And so Sazed and Tensoon head on off, both on trajectories to give Vin the assist for what she needs. Now we pick back up with Vin, and we see she's just kind of getting sick and tired of being around Ruin, because Ruin's a bit of a douchebag. There's not much of a better way to put that. He just sucks in general, keeps bragging about how he's winning and not having the aura of a Lord Ruler, if I'm being totally honest. Lord Ruler had just vibes, while Ruin is just kind of the guy at the gas station with a hat smoking a cigarette who thinks he's the shit. And Vin sees this as someone who definitely can be beaten. So she asks for a meeting with Yeoman, goes to her cell door, guards, and they bring her. And she tells Yeoman, let's make a deal. Whatever you want, ask me, I'm going to tell you. Just go right ahead. And he's like, all right, how's Ellen controlling the Koloss like the Lord Ruler did? Emotional allomancy. Answer, done. And this is weird. All right. Yeoman then says Vin has to be a part of the Lord Ruler's plans. And she just goes along with it, saying, yeah, it has to be ordained what's happening by the Lord Ruler. Hence why I came here to find the final cache. And Yeoman playing along goes, yeah, the final cache, which I absolutely have here. This has to be ordained. Yeoman, wanting to know where these caches are, has maps brought in, and Vin marks them all down, noticing that each cache is by a mine specifically filled with metals, and things start connecting in her head, realizing, oh, Ruin can't alter text on metal. What if he can't read it? What if metal is like somehow blinding? It's both the source of Ruin's power and something that burns like the sun to him, so he can't directly look at, transcribe, and see it. And this leads her to have almost a final piece come into place where, what if, wait, I've been constantly wanting to find the ATM cache. Why? I've never been able to think, why do I want to find the ATM cache? It's basically worthless now. Ruin's compelling me to find the ATM cache. Duh, it's not important. We don't need to find the ATM. Oh, that means Ruin doesn't know where it is, and Ruin wants the ATM. But why? This is interrupted by Marsh coming in and actually looking a little rougher for the wear, whatever the expression is. Like one of his eye socket things is a little janked. And he warns Yeoman, because Ellen spoke it out loud so Ruin would know, that Ellen's about to attack. He then demands Yeoman takes him to the ATM cache that you just confirmed is here. And Yeoman goes, oh, I was bluffing. There's no ATM cache here. I just got like 7 beads of it. And Marsh is, oh, and we see that Ruin screams in frustration and vanishes before coming back and being like, I didn't see what I mean? Like, not great aura. Very, oh, okay, we can maybe beat this guy. Seeing this incongruity, though, from one of supposedly the Lord Ruler's servants not understanding something the Lord Ruler should know, and having Marsh be very dismissive of Yeoman asking for help in the coming siege, Vin sees an opportunity, steps in, and is like, look, Ellen's actually not going to attack. You are being played here, and you gotta just take the blinders off and look at what's happening around you. And on a side note, I know you're a follower of the Lord Ruler's religion, but he has evil spikes in his eyes, and look at that demeanor, look at my demeanor. Don't judge a book by its cover, but if the book is on fire, maybe don't play with it. You get what I'm saying? We have a very brief cutaway to Spook waking up in his bed covered in bandages, just, oh, bad. All the bad. Yet, there is a voice in his head, maybe the real Kelsier, telling him that he needs to write a message to Vin, and he does it on a metal plate. similar information having been realized. And Gordell, the same soldier who's been with him during this whole time and spoke with Sazed earlier, agrees to take it to Vin by life or death. And he heads on out. We cut to Elend, who's with Ham, and Ham finally, like, this is a character trait of Ham. He doesn't say a lot of definitive things. He just kind of ponders on topics. But when Elend asks if we should invade, Ham actually delivers a no, I don't think so. And Elend goes, good point. Let's retreat. And he starts taking his whole army back to Luthadel, having total faith that Vin will handle her situation and that him being here can't exactly make it better for her. And so let's just go handle my empire and leave this for now. Within the city, Yeoman's told by one of his soldiers that Elend's army is not attacking, it's retreating. And this obviously sends Yeoman into even more of a spiral of nothing's making any sense.
Oh, good. Charlie, having somebody making wild decisions that make no sense, that benefits nobody. Oh, yes. Right, yes.
Is he listening to us? I can't tell.
He's listening. He's not understanding.
Yeah, he doesn't even, like, get us, man. We're talking about you. Okay, let's move on from it.
What do you think is happening right now?
Guys, it doesn't matter. It's good. Okay?
Vin decides in this moment to rile up Ruin non-allomantically and just say, you idiot, we knew you couldn't see metal and we found the ATM cache a while ago and hid it. We've been leading you in a wild goose chase. Aha! And Vin, really good liar, it turns out. Ruin has Marsh pick up Vin and demand where the ATM is, but she won't say. And so instead, Marsh orders Yeoman to take his army, leave the fortification, and attack Elend's greater force that has over 30,000 Koloss. And Yeoman says yes, but we see he cries obeying this, thinking it's some kind of test and the Lord Ruler protect his men, but also having a whole lot of wavering faith. Poor little guy. But this is when Ruin actually reveals a bit of an Uno reverse, having a subterfuge of his own, if you will, because he rips back control of all of the Koloss from Elend and Vin. That's right. The Lord Ruler was mind infiltrated and corrupted enough to essentially be inadvertently making massive armies for Ruin, because anything with metal spikes, remember what the Koloss have? Elend using the Koloss as a barrier between himself and Yeoman's army trying to come after them, outpacing Yeoman's men trying to make their way through the ash, suddenly has those Koloss turn and attack him. Marsh, still holding Vin, taunts her about how the Lord Ruler was tricked into essentially making an army for Ruin's return. And Vin, while he's doing this, is just using her little pickpocket street urchin day talents to lift a vial from inside his sash, and then just goes, hey, real quick, I have medals again. Yay! And she slips her earring from her ear and steel pushes it through Marsh's head. But when he turned to face Vin, he found her holding her earring in one hand, and she Duralium pushed it directly into his forehead. It was a tiny bit of metal, but it tossed up a drop of blood as it struck, ripping through his head and passing out the other side. And then she goes up to Yeoman, listen to me. Open your gates for Elend's forces and join him in fighting the Koloss. And, well, Yeoman just sees the Koloss fighting Elend's men, so it's like, no, the Lord Ruler's on my side. Turns out Ruin didn't take the 1,000 or so Koloss that were still under Vin's control outside the city, and so she has those attack Yeoman's forces, and then Yeoman's like, oh no, the Lord Ruler, the betrayed, bad. Okay, I'll take Elend's people inside. Subterfuge. Right when this is successfully done though, Vin is grabbed by the ankle, looks down, and sees despite her earring having been pushed through his skull, Marsh is somehow still alive. In fact, Marsh even begins growing in size like a ferrochemist. Uh-oh, special Steel Inquisitor. Vin, to counter this, realizes she can once again pull in from the mists. How have you not connected what's figure it out! Anyway, using the immense amount of basically god power she can pull from the mists, she just absolutely emotionally devastates through a push the control of this Steel Inquisitor Marsh. Marsh begins shrieking and flees. Vin then tells Yeoman, I'm gonna go join the fight. Don't screw this up. Bounces. And we see her land amongst Elend's army and says, you're gonna be welcome into the city. I basically saved the day. Let's take care of these Koloss and fight. Now it's time to add some spice to this climax, because you didn't know you were going to get the image of Sazed riding Tensoon now in horse form through chest-deep ash, but you do. And Tensoon's actually taken Sazed directly to the Kandra homeland. Where is it, by the way? We keep mentioning it, but what do be it located, this 100 or so individuals? Turns out, within a hidden chamber in the pits of Hathsin. Right there, the whole time. Oh, wow. That was really convenient. So Sazed goes ahead, enters on in there, and meets some Khandra and immediately says, I am the announcer that is foretold in my own religion, and I'm here to let all the things be begunneth for the end of the world as we know it. And so he's originally taken before the second generation, before the first generation overhears enough and goes, all right, second generation, bounce, this is legit. And he sits down with them with his translation of religious texts and compares it to their originals that they have, which allows them to see what Ruin is altered to possibly actually differentiate, suss out, if you will, his desires. Because if you look at the end result, perhaps you can go back and figure out the means. But Sazed ends up in a conversation where he is talking about his lack of faith to these Khandra, to which they respond, you are asking to find a belief system that requires no faith, which is a logical paradox. And so if you're going to follow a religion, you need to be willing to go on faith for some of it. And he, okay, swallows that down. A little bit of an end result there. But he also finds out that they don't worship the Lord Ruler, and instead their god is preservation, the one we just saw die in the ash next to Ellen. So let's hope they don't find out about that too soon. But more of the inserts we get from Sazed during this time also provide us with some insights on how exactly this religion has been skewed and splayed over the years to be what we see now. But a final truth is revealed to him from the Khandra, answering the biggest mystery arguably of this book. And that is, after he activates one of his pewter mines to move a big door, where the atium has been. Because if you wanted to hide the atium, why don't you just leave it nearby the mine and cover it with metal, and so you just boop, and Ruin doesn't know where it is? Oh, big brain. Very big brain, Lord Ruler. I don't want to give credit to the Lord Ruler, but well done, sir. And so Vin doesn't know where it is, but now Sazed do. And this is apparently where the body of Ruin is, which he will theoretically be coming for. Speaking of atium, though, we can cut back to Vin to see her latest ploy, because she's reunited with Elend as they are overlooking the city now, trying to hold the Koloss outside sieging them, and Yeoman's with them, and she says, Elend, I'm gonna go get it. And Elend, okay, yeah, you're gonna go look for the atium supply we had this whole time. And she's like, exactly. And he doesn't know us well enough to understand our sarcastic tones, she thinks internally. And then Vin gives Ellen a goodbye kiss and springs on off, noting that when she entered the Steel Inquisitor's mind, one thing she did feel for sure from that connection to Ruin was fear. We then have a brief scene with Marsh where he is waiting in the ash piles and sees a soldier running along with a message, springs on out, kills him, picks it up, and reads the metal plate, which is Spook's message to Vin that reads,
Vin, my mind is clouded. A part of me wonders what is real anymore. Yet one thing seems to press on me again and again. I must tell you something. I don't know if it will matter, but I must say it nonetheless. The thing we fight is real. I have seen it. It tried to destroy me, and it tried to destroy the people of Urtio. It got control of me through a method I wasn't expecting. Metal. A little sliver of metal piercing my body. With it, it was able to twist my thoughts. It couldn't take complete control of me like you control the Koloss, but it did something similar, I think. Perhaps the piece of metal wasn't big enough, I don't know. In any case, it appeared to me taking the form of Kelsier. It did the same thing to the king here in Urtio. It is clever. It is subtle. Be careful, Vin. Don't trust anyone pierced by metal. Even the smallest bit can taint a man. Spook. Marsh, again completely controlled by Ruin, crumpled the metal up until its scratchings were unreadable. Then he tossed it into the ash and used it as an anchor to push himself into the air, toward Luthadel. He left the corpse of a horse, man, and message laying in the ash, slowly being buried like forgotten tools.
God, I have a wicked headache today. I'm trying to push through for this section. Elend, though, after Vin leaves, is continuing his talks with Yeoman, really deciding, like, I think I might like this guy once all the pressure and everything's gone. Could be a good bro ship in the future. But also, he asks him, finally, after looking at some wounded soldiers that were hurt by his own Koloss, and he feels terrible about that, what Yeoman was able to figure about the mist killing people. And Yeoman says, not too crazy much. And Ellen says, well, we know it kills exactly 16%. And Yeoman's like, yeah, that makes sense. And Ellen's like, what? Wait. Why would that make sense? And Yeoman goes, 16 is a very powerful number. There's 16 metals. Ellen goes, no, there's 14. No, there's 16 and 4, 4, 4, 4. And here the final piece for Ellen's puzzle finally clicks into place. Wait, Ellen said, what? Allomantic metals. There are only 14 of those. Yeoman shook his head. 14 we know of, assuming your lady was right about the metal paired to aluminum. However, 14 is not a number of power. Allomantic metals come in sets of 2, with groupings of 4. It seems like there are 2 more we haven't discovered, bringing the number to 16. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. 4 physical metals, 4 mental metals, 4 enhancement metals, and 4 temporal metals. 16 metals? Ellen glanced at the boy again. Pain. The only time Ellen had known such pain was the day his father had ordered him beaten to give him such pain that he thought he might die, beaten to bring his body to the point of near death, so that he would snap, beaten to discover if he was an Alamance. Ruler! Ellen thought, shocked. He dashed away from Yeoman, pushing back into the soldiers' section of the infirmary. Who here was taken by the mists? Ellen demanded. The wounded regarded him with quizzical looks. Did any of you get sick? Ellen asked. When I made you stand out in the mist, please, I must know. Slowly, the man with one arm raised his remaining hand. I was taken, my lord. I'm sorry. This wound is probably punishment. Ellen cut off the man, rushing forward, pulling out a spare metal vial. Drink this, he commanded. The man paused, then Dennis asked. Ellen knelt beside the man eagerly, waiting. His heart pounded in his chest. Well? He finally asked. Well, what, my lord? The soldier asked. Do you feel anything? Ellen asked. The soldier shrugged. Tired, my lord? Ellen closed his eyes, sighing. It was a silly, well, that's odd. The soldier suddenly said. Ellen snapped his eyes open. Yes, the soldier said, looking a bit distracted. I don't know what to make of that. Burn it, Ellen said, turning on his bronze. Your body knows how, if you let it. The soldier's frown deepened, and he cocked his head. Then he began to thump with allomantic power. Ellen closed his eyes again, exhaling softly. Yeoman was walking up behind Ellen. What is this? The mists were never our enemy, Yeoman, Ellen said, eyes still closed. They were only trying to help. Help? Help how? What are you talking about? Ellen opened his eyes, turning. They weren't killing us, Yeoman. They weren't making us sick. They were simply snapping us, bringing us power, making us able to fight. My lord, a voice suddenly called. Ellen turned as a frazzled soldier stumbled into the room. My lords, the Koloss are attacking. They're charging the city. Ellen felt a start. Ruin. It knows what I just discovered. It knows it needs to attack now rather than wait for my troops. Because I know the secret. Yeoman, gather every bit of powdered metal you can find in this city. Ellen yelled. Pewter, tin, steel, and iron. Get it to anyone who has been stricken by the mists. Make them drink it now. Why? Omen said, still confused. Ellen turned, smiling. Because they are now Allomancers. This city isn't going to fall as everyone assumed. If you need me, I'll be on the front lines. Ruin doesn't like you know that, and he's sending in the Koloss now. Here we also cut to Tensoon, who on his way to Federax encounters a giant river of lava and thinks, I might be too late, world's kind of breaking. It's not a good look. Now it's time for the famous Sander Lanch to Lanch. And that is because Vin arrives at Luthadel, confronted by Ruin, who demands to know where the ATM is, and she's just, dude, I'm never gonna tell you. What do you possibly got? And she senses a bunch of Mistborn coming after her. Oh, it's the full garrison of 12 Steel Inquisitors that Ruin's managed to make during his time. That's an uh-oh, but Vin?
Maximum effort.
Maximum effort.
Here we go. Maximum effort.
And decides to just take them on. And for a while, actually manages to hold her own. She's even like falling with one at one point and positions themselves so that when they hit a spire sticking up from one of like the spiky rooftops within Luthadel, an Inquisitor landed against the spire she was aiming for. She yelled, swinging her axe in an overhead blow as she landed, but he pushed off, dodging her swing, then pulled himself back immediately. She kicked at his feet, sending both her and her opponent sprawling into the air. Then she grabbed his robe as they fell. He looked up, teeth clenched in a smile, and knocked her axe out of her hand, then an inhumanly strong arm. His body began to swell, gaining the unnatural bulk of a ferrochemist, tapping strength. He laughed at Ven and grabbed her neck. He didn't seem to notice as Ven pulled them both slightly to the side as they fell through the air. They struck one of the low spires, the metal piercing the surprised Inquisitor's chest.
Vin wrenched herself out of the way to one side, but hung onto his head, her weight pulling him down onto the spire. She didn't watch as it ripped through his body, but when she hit the ground below, she was only holding his head. A disembodied spike splashed into the ashen puddle beside her, and she dropped the dead creature's head by it. Marsh bellowed in anger. 4 more Inquisitors landed around her. Vin kicked at one, but it moved with ferrochemical speed, catching her foot. Another seized her by the arm and yanked her to the side. She cried out, kicking her way free, but a third one grabbed her, its grip enhanced by both allomantic and ferrochemical strength. The other 3 followed, holding her with claw-like fingers. Taking a deep breath, Vin extinguished her tin, then burned duralium, steel, and pewter. She pushed outward with a sudden wave of power, and the Inquisitors were tossed away by their spikes. They sprawled, falling to the ground, cursing. Vin hit the cobblestones. Suddenly, pain in her back and her throat, seemingly impossibly strong. She flared tin to clear her mind, but still stumbled woozily as she climbed to her feet. She'd used up all of her pewter in that one burst.
Ha! Vin's got some brutal kills! But eventually, this many Steel Inquisitors do overwhelm her, and she's put in a position where it's just Marsh pinning Vin down without any more metals, and he starts breaking her bones as Ruin chatters in her ear, demanding to know where the ATM is. He snaps her legs like twigs, breaks her arms, starts going to individual fingers, and then we cut into Marsh's head, where he's thinking about struggling, that tiny part of him that's still free. This is the girl that Kelsier thought of as the daughter he wanted to have with Mare, the woman we both loved. I can't do this. And he notices the earring in Vin, and hemorrhagic spike, boom, pulls it out without thought, so Ruin doesn't have time to stop him, and Vin suddenly has Ruin vanish from her mind. The mists that refuse to come to her suddenly are available. And, well, what happens to Vin at this moment is basically...
Then that's what I'll be!
And we cut to Breeze's POV, where he's hanging out with Elrain after they successfully take over the city, thinking about how he doesn't want to leave this city. Like, oh man, how am I the one who's in charge of the city? This is crazy. Where Elrain's at a window and goes, Breeze, you need to come look at this. And he's, what? Oh, all the mists are headed in one direction, towards Luthadel. That's... holy crap, we're really far from Luthadel. That means it's probably happening across the whole continent. And then Spook just breaks into Breeze's room and says, everyone, we got to get everyone in the caverns right now. Down. Immediately. Save the population. Well, jumping to a further away city in Federax, the one that Elend is still fighting alongside Yeoman and his men, trying to prevent the Koloss from taking it. Too preoccupied to even notice the Vis swirling away, suddenly has all of the Koloss they're fighting just start retreating. And then they notice all the mists are going in a direction. Well, that's odd. Battle's won, I guess. What's happening? And even Tensoon, who is desperately trying to get to where Elend is, suddenly notice all the mists are pulling back to Luthadel. That smells like something Vin related. You know, I'm going to head back to Luthadel, and I forgot how much the end of this book is Tensoon trying to get places. And this is where it all falls down. Literally, because taking on the remainder of the Steel Inquisitors, Vin demolishes them, and it comes to a zenith where she releases this steel push so powerful that it just detonates all of Critic Shaw. And then she looks around and there's not any mist in the night. For the first time ever, there are no mists around. So she just pushing through the rubble, finds a Steel Inquisitor, rips out its spikes so it dies, finds another one that's just in horrible shape, and it's Marsh, and she lifts him and pulls out one of his eye socket spikes, and she's about to pull out the next one, thinking to herself, it's not Marsh anymore. I have to do this to Steel Inquisitor. And we cut into Marsh's head, and he's even that part of him that's free, thinking, finally, oh, I'm gonna die. And then as Vin goes for his final spike, she vanishes. Okay. And we get an interlude from Sazed, and it's one I just want to read Sazed's words for you.
She once asked Ruin why he had chosen her. The primary answer is simple. It had little to do with her personality, attitudes, or skill with allomancy. She was merely the sole child Ruin could find who was in a position to gain the right hemalurgic spike, one that would grant her heightened power with bronze, which would then let her sense the location of the Well of Ascension. She had an insane mother and a sister who was a seeker, and was herself Mistborn. That was precisely the combination Ruin needed. There were other reasons, of course, but even Ruin didn't know those.
But cutting to the aftermath of the battle, we see Elend is trying to see to all of his wounded men, feeling bad that a Koloss army he helped put together is partially responsible for all the dead. And then Yeoman comes up to him, and essentially they have a, "You aren't so different. You and I, good man. I like you. You like. How about I give you this atium that I have?" Yeoman says, and gives Elend 7 beads of atium. Turns out Elend's never even burned it. It's always been too precious. Not going to train with it when they are so scarce. So they ran out before he was ever really able to use it. So he's like, damn, I'm going to go help Vin, and takes off. I might have to re-record the last couple of sections. I was fighting through a headache, and I can't even tell if y'all could tell yet. I need to edit first, but I'm rested, feeling better, energized. And let's end this. That was a little corny. Sorry. Well, you know what? No, we're finishing the Hero of Ages. It's time to be a little bit extra. I'm excited. I forgot how much this ending slaps.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
So across the Empire, people are being ordered into these shelters because it turns out these massive storage places that have always included food and water underground and caverns were meant to be shelters from the Lord Ruler whenever the end did come. Because the big thing's gonna be happening. Big, bad, world-shifting stuff. So just take the innocent little peoples and you stuff them in the ground where they'll be safe. And they're defensible positions. But from here, we finally see, where did Vin disappear to? She was in the middle of killing Marsh and got out. Why? Well, turns out she became a god. Having absorbed all of the mists, that was like the body of preservation, and it needed a new host and could finally go into her. Now she is the new preservation matched against Ruin, and she tries to shape and shift the earth, fixing things that the Lord Ruler screwed up and balancing it, but it turns out climate science is hard, like real hard. You need PhD, and she's a little bit lacking in that knowledge. So she ends up just doing weird things where we actually cut to seeing Elend out about in the world, arriving at Luthadel, and he notes the sun just went down. Wasn't supposed to. Clocks still say it's middle of the day. I'm terrified. And yeah, in the middle of the end of the world, if the sun just went bah, I would freak out. He arrives in Luthadel, though. There's no mists around yet. He finds a dead Penrod who had scrawled a note saying, "I can tell there's something wrong in my head and it was driving me insane, and I've led to house wars occurring again," which was the Crew's move in the Final Empire Ruin. You made Penrod do what happened in book 1. Lame. You're not as cool as our people. But this is the situation, but a little voice in the wind that happens to sound a lot like Vin whispers to Elend, "Go west. West. Go not east, west." Towards the pits of Hetson. Now, Sazed has made it to the Khandra people, and he is working with them to figure out what is going wrong, but the second generation of Khandra that convicted Tensoon bursts into the room because they know in their prophecies that they all need to turn themselves back into mist wraiths at the end of the world, so they don't want to admit it, and or they're just willing to betray the good side. And so Sazed is jumped, handcuffed, and put in a Khandra cave that has an iron top, and yep, he's feeding that with his powers. Just, man, they did not understand how that's going to backfire on them. Don't worry, though, because not too long later, he is busted on out from Tensoon, who came back here and is with Maran, his love interest that doesn't get a whole lot of time to develop, and they bust Sazed out and also realize these other cages where there were like convicted Khandra left to go insane and slowly die, they stuffed the first generation in. So let's get them on out and let's go fight against the second generation that just tried to be real shitty. Khandra schism in the last few chapters to add tension. Let's go. That's a Khandra in a cage. I tried pretty hard with that. Now, the importance of the atium finally comes through, though, because it's figured out that, that atium that's growing from the things that Kelsier smashed, actually depowering Ruin in a substantial way, which he thought he'd be more powerful here, is his body. The atium is his body. That is Ruin. and had to be hidden so specifically.
It may seem odd to those reading this that atium was part of the body of a god. However, it is necessary to understand that when we said body, we generally meant power. As my mind has expanded, I've come to realize that objects and energy are composed of the very same things and can change state from one to the other. It makes perfect sense to me that the power of a godhood would manifest within the world in physical form. Ruin and preservation were not nebulous abstractions. They were integral parts of existence. In a way, every object that existed in the world was composed of their power. Atium, then, was an object that was one-sided. Instead of being composed of half ruin and half reservation, as, say, rock would be, Atium was completely of ruin. The pits of Hathsin were crafted by preservation as a place to hide the chunk of Ruin's body that he had stolen away during the betrayal and imprisonment. Kelsier didn't truly destroy this place by shattering those crystals, for they would have regrown eventually in a few hundred years, and continued to deposit atium, as the place was a natural outlet for Ruin's trapped power. When people burn atium, then, they were drawing upon the power of Ruin, which is perhaps why atium turned people into such effective killing machines. They didn't use up this power, however, but simply made use of it. Once a nugget of atium was expended, the power would return to the pits and begin to coalesce again, as the power of the Well of Ascension would slowly return thereafter it had been used.
But now Elend arrives at the pits of Hathsin and sees hundreds of thousands of refugees from Luthadel and the surrounding area are being ushered into the caverns. He's ordering troops that he found, and oh, it's the troops that he sent away, the Mistfallen. They are here. He thinks, looking at these Mistfallen. I now know that the people who are being attacked by the mists and were actually being given allomantic powers. These were all the people who suffered the most and the longest. Wouldn't that mean they were given... Everyone, drink metals. Demu. Hey, Demu. Good to see you again. Drink metal. Everyone drink metal. Not you, the viewer. That will put you in the hospital. But everyone in this fictional world around me who was just knocked out by mist, chug it!
Tastes terrible.
He also encounters the witnesses who saw Kelsier, which instructed everyone to come here. Remember, they were like, go to the caves, the pits. And while Elend's not entirely sure whether or not to believe that Kelsier came and visited these people, it is another sign that, okay, we should be here. Things are real. Let's get everyone in the pits. The Koloss armies are going to be coming. Defend. But then we see Sazed. Things go wrong because Vin is having her little fights back and forth with Ruin in this temporal realm, and they're completely evenly matched and both trying to influence stuff. But one of the second generation Khandra is away from the escape happening in the prison and walks out into the open world talking about how we have atium and we're going to use it to be on top of the humans this time. Okay, Kenpar is this second gen Khandra's name. You're a loser. Just want to put that out there. Into the world, and you're the one who's running around like, I'm going to make a profit. That triggers Ruin, though, overhearing it to try and take over all the Khandra. And so he inflicts himself on Kenpar, taking control. He demands where is the atium from the Khandra? And we cut to Sazed, who is, things are going well. All right, we're going to get out of here. And suddenly Tensoon just attacks him. And what the hell? Why? It's because Ruin is now activating the Khandra, as obviously they have hemalurgic spikes, as we saw, one of them. But Tensoon successfully does choke out Sazed. Oh my god! As Tensoon is also resisting it Marsh style and trying to pull out the spikes from his back. And when we cut back to Sazed, we see there's a bunch of spikes on the ground and he wakes up from being choked out, but he's just surrounded by a bunch of mist wraiths. And all these Khandra sacrifice themselves and reduce themselves back to mist wraiths, giving up their power because they knew that was their way to fight Ruin. That's hardcore. Though, not all of them did. And he, going through the Khandra place, finds Kenpar, the second gen, and the fifth generation of Khandra, which are the ones that are most loyal to the second gen, trying to once again access the atium for Ruin. And so Sazed just ends up finding a door, closing it on him, and holding it shut. Cut to someone else. And that's going to be Elend, because when Demu comes back and says, hey, that mixture of metals you gave us, no one's able to burn it, Elend goes, theory confirmed, because if you can't burn any of the ordinary metals that you just got, you're going to be able to burn atium. So he takes one of the nuggets that was given to him by Lord Yaman and gives it to Demu, who can burn it, and he's like, yes, I have an army of people who burn atium. I'm have an army of future seers. Granted, there's tens of thousands of Koloss coming, so we're all probably still gonna die, but it's gonna be an awesome anime fight. He once again hears a voice, though, by the Pits of Hathsin from Vin, and it's directing him not to the Pits of Hathsin, but right next door to the Pits of Hathsin, the homeland of the Khandra entrance. And so he follows it, finds this entrance, and goes on in. He's like, wow, am I being brought here? But Sazed, why are you holding a door shut? And Sazed's so surprised, he's like, Ellen? And the door just bursts open, and the 2nd and 5th generation Khandra pour out. But Ellen has Demu and a bunch of badass soldiers with him, so they just beat down those Khandra pretty easily. Those Khandra are confident, like, there's one guy here, and army.
Oh.
But right when Ellen has now figured out that his people burn atium, they now have access to the full hidden supply of atium the Lord Ruler has hoarded over a millennia. And so the battle plan as the Koloss are sweeping in from the continent is laid out. There are 4 entrances to these caves. We're going to position our soldiers, and we're going to have people, especially Sazed, handing out atium and water to those. We're going to hold off for as long as they can. And he gives a speech that Vin from Beyond the Void actually hears. And let's just read Kelsier's final speech to his soldiers. I ask of you your lives and your courage. I ask of you your faith and your honor, your strength, your compassion, for today I lead you to die. I will not ask you to welcome this event. I will not insult you by calling it good or just or even glorious, but I will say this: each moment you fight is a gift to those in this cavern. Each second we fight is a second longer that thousands of people can draw breath. Each stroke of the sword, each Koloss felled, each breath earned is a victory. It is a person protected for a moment longer, a life extended, an enemy frustrated. In the end, they will kill us. But first, they shall fear us. And thus the battle begins. And Elend fights and fights and fights alongside his soldiers against an endless ocean of Koloss, with Vin and Ruin as well going at it in this temporal realm. And we see some Koloss do eventually make it into the caves. Led by Human, they are coming to where the atium cache is. And the second that Ruin has it, he'll have his body back and his power. We cut back to Elend when Marsh arrives in the battlefield. One eye spike missing, the other still in place. Marsh is fully under Ruin's control and attacks Elend. Elend, still taking down Koloss, is fighting, exhausted, backing away, no other metals but atium in him. As he's fighting Marsh, a gift is given to him as he feels Vin's presence, even sees her aura around him, lending him her power, and he is able to strike out and land a hit on Marsh, right when Marsh lands a hit on him, falling back. And Marsh heals with his hemalurgic spikes, and Elend is not able to. And so Marsh approaches Elend, letting him know, you have lost. There are still thousands and thousands of Koloss pouring into here, and it looks like you're out of metals. And Elend is, yeah, but I don't think you've won. And we cut to those Koloss that have entered that chamber, and it seems that, yeah, they are out of metals, because they burned all of the atium. This whole fight that happened for hours and hours was people using atium, the fastest burning metal, by like the choke it down amount and just lighting it so that they could kill so many Koloss, and you lose. We burned Ruin's body, and it's not going to regenerate back because Kelsier destroyed where it comes from. Marsh, in his rage, decapitates Elend Venture, killing the Emperor and Vin's husband. And we cut to Vin, who now has nothing left to live for, and is evenly matched against Ruin. The axe took off Elend's head. Ruin raged and thrashed about, furious and destructive. Vin just sat quietly, watching Elend's headless body slump into a pile of blue corpses. How do you like that? Ruin screamed. I killed him. I ruined everything you love. I took it from you. Vin floated above Elend's body, looking down. She reached out with incorporeal fingers, touching his head, remembering
how it had felt to use her power to fuel his allomancy. She didn't know what she had done, something perhaps akin to what Ruin did when it controlled the Colossus, but opposite, liberating, serene. Elend was dead, she knew that, and knew that there was nothing she could do. That brought pain, true, but not the pain she had expected. I let him go long ago, she thought, stroking his face at the Well of Ascension. Allomancy brought him back to me for a time. She didn't feel the pain or terror that she had known before, when she'd thought him dead. Now, she felt only peace. The last few years had been a blessing, an extension. She'd given Elend up to be his own man, to risk himself as he wished and perhaps die. She would always love him, but she would not cease to function because he was gone. The contrary, perhaps. Ruin floated directly above her, throwing down insults, telling her how it would kill the others, Sazed, Breeze, Ham, Spook. So few left of the original crew, she thought. Kelsier dead so long ago, Doxon and Clubs killed at the Battle of Luthadel, Eden dead with his soldiers, Orsur taken at Zane's command, Marsh fallen to become an Inquisitor, and the others who joined us now gone as well. Twindwell, Tinsoond, Elend. Did Ruin think she would let their sacrifices be for nothing? She rose, gathering her power. She forced it against the power of Ruin as she had the other times, yet this time was different. When Ruin pushed back, she didn't retreat, she didn't preserve herself. She drove onward. The confrontation made her divine body tremble in pain. It was the pain of cold and hot meeting, the pain of two rocks being smashed together and ground to dust. Their forms undulated and rippled in a tempest of power, and Vin drove on. Preservation could never destroy you, she thought, almost screaming against the agony. He could only protect. That was why he needed to create humankind. All along, Ruin, that was part of his plan. He didn't give up part of himself, making himself weaker simply so that he could create intelligent life. He knew he needed something of both preservation and ruin, something that could both protect and destroy, something that could destroy to protect. He gave up his power at the well and into the mist, giving it to us so that we could take it. He always intended this to happen. You think this was your plan? It was his all along. Ruin cried out, still she drove on. You create the thing that can kill you, Ruin, Vin said, and you just made one huge final mistake. You shouldn't have killed Elend. You see, he was the only reason I had left to live. She didn't shy back, though the conflict of opposites ripped her apart. Ruin screamed in terror as the force of her power completely melded with Ruin's, her consciousness now integrated and saturated with preservation, moved to touch that of Ruin. Neither would yield, and with a surge of power, Vin bade farewell to the world, then pulled Ruin into the abyss with her. Their two minds puffed away like mist under a hot sun. We cut to Sazed, sitting at the cave entrance, looking at Ellen's dead body. Just knowing Vin will come. Vin's gonna come. She's going to save us. Everything will be okay. And then the bodies fall from the air, landing on the ground. And so he leaps from the cave and approaching it, sees it's Vin and some red-headed guy he doesn't recognize. Ruin. Yet these were two vassals to immense godlike power, and Sazed kneeling before them begins to feel that power. It's available. It needs a host. And why not one host to carry both? The Hero of Ages was described as gender neutral. And yes, we see Sazed the Terraceman reveal themselves to be the actual Hero of Ages. And that title is literal because balancing both powers, Sazed's able to hold on and not just have a flash like the Lord Ruler or Vin did, and embraces the power of ruin and preservation, becoming the new god and reforming Scadrial to be a temperate, beautiful climate. Understanding swelled within him. Over 1,000 years, the Keepers had collected the knowledge of humankind and stored it in their copper mines. They had passed it down from keeper to keeper, each man or woman carrying the entire bulk of knowledge so that he or she could pass it on when necessary. Sazed had it all. and in a moment of transcendence, he understood it all. He saw the patterns, the clues, the secrets men had believed and worshipped for as long as they had existed, and within those beliefs, Sazed found the answers he needed, gems hidden from ruin in all the religions of humanity. There had been a people called the Bennett. They had considered map-making to be a solemn duty. Sazed had once preached their religion to Kelsier. From their detailed maps and charts, Sazed discovered how the world had once looked. He used this power to restore the continents and oceans, the islands and coastlines, the mountains and rivers. There had been a people known as the Nelazan. They had worshipped the stars and called them the thousand eyes of their god Trell, watching them. Sazed remembered well offering the religion to a young Vin while she had sat captive, undergoing her first haircut with the crew. From the Nelazan, the keepers had recovered star charts and had dutifully recorded them, even though scholars had called them useless, since they hadn't been accurate since the days before the Ascension. Yet from these star charts, and from their patterns and movements of the other planets in the solar system they outlined, Sazed could determine exactly where the world was supposed to sit in orbit. He put the planet back into its old place, not pushing too hard as the Lord Ruler once had, for he had a frame of reference by which to measure. There had been a people known as the Kazi, who had worshipped death. They had provided detailed notes on the human body. Sazed had offered one of their prayers over the bodies they had found in Vin's old crew hideout, back when Kelsier had still lived. From the Kazi teachings about the body, Sazed determined that the physiology of humankind had changed, either by the Lord Ruler's intention or by simple evolution, to adapt to breathing ash and eating brown plants. In a wave of power, Sazed restored the bodies of human to the way they had been before, leaving each person the same yet fixing the problem that living for 1,000 years in a dying world had caused. He didn't destroy the people, warping and twisting them as the Lord Ruler had when he created the Khandra, for Sazed had a guide by which to work. He learned other things too, dozens of secrets. One religion worshipped animals, and from it Sazed drew forth pictures, explanations, and references regarding life that should have lived on the earth. He restored it. From another, Dadra, the religion he had preached at clubs before the man died, Sazed learned about colors and hues. It was the last religion Sazed had ever taught, and with its poems about color and nature, he restored the plants, sky, and landscape to the way they had once been. Every religion had clues in it, for the faiths of men contained the hopes, loves, and wishes, and lives of the people who had believed in them. Finally, Sazed took the religion of the Lastra, the one that Kelsier's wife Mare had believed in. Its priests had composed poetry while meditating. From those poems, and from a scrap of paper that Mare had given to Kelsier, who had given it to Vin, who had given it to Sazed, he learned of the beautiful things that the world had once held, and he restored flowers to the plants that had once borne them. The religions in my portfolio weren't useless after all, he thought, the power flowing from him in remaking the world. None of them were. Not one had the whole truth, but they all had truth. He brings the flowers back, and we see on a new beautiful day, the world has been rebuilt to the point where the caverns were brought together and people come out from them in these epic, expansive explosions of nature. Spook is the POV we latch onto as he comes forward, runs into Ham, who's finally reunited with his family, and we see all of the survivors seeing this new beautiful world. And he comes to find two dead bodies, Elend and Vin, healed but still dead. And there's a leather tome between them. And he picks it up, seeing the first lines read, "Unfortunately, I am the hero of ages." And he recognizes the handwriting before continuing on and seeing it read, "Spook, I tried to bring them back, but apparently fixing their bodies doesn't return their souls. I will get better at this with time, I expect. However, be assured that I have spoken with our friends, and they are quite happy where they are. They deserve a rest, I think." The book contains a short record of events that led up to the world dying and being reborn, along with some musings I have made about the history, philosophy, and science of recent occurrences. If you look to your right, you will find a much larger group of books in the grass. These contain all of the knowledge transcribed verbatim that was contained in my metal mines. Let the knowledge of the past be forgotten. Rebuilding will be difficult, I think, but likely far easier than living beneath a Lord Ruler or surviving ruins attempt to destroy the world. I think you'll be surprised at the number of people who fled to the storage caverns. Rashik planned very well for this day. He suffered much beneath Ruin's hand, but he was a good man who ultimately had honorable intentions. You did well. Know that the message you sent via Captain Goradel saved us all in the end. The people will need leadership in the years to come. Likely, they will look to you. I am sorry that I cannot be there in person to help you. but know that I am around. I have made you Mistborn and healed the damage you did to your body by flaring tin so much. I hope you don't mind. It was actually Kelsier's request. Consider it a parting gift from him. Watch over them for me. P.S. There are still 2 base metals in their alloys that no one knows about. You might want to poke about and see if you can figure out what they are. I think they'll interest you. Spook looked up, staring at the strangely empty blue sky. Beldra came over and knelt beside him, glancing over his paper, and gave him a quizzical look. You're troubled, she said. Spook shook his head. No, he said, holding up the little slip of paper and putting it in his pocket. No, I'm not troubled. In fact, I think that everything is going to be all right, finally.
Oh, I have so many goosebumps. I am so much more impressed by the Mistborn trilogy than I remembered being on my first time through it. It is such an epic journey crammed into 3 books. It does have faults. There's weaker characters and structural things maybe I'd tweak here and there, but overall, I would say it holds up fantastically. I think as I've consumed more and more and more fantasy series and sci-fi series in my life, I just started seeing elements of different things done really, really well. And so I kind of kept dropping Mistborn in some like ways in my head. But Mistborn holds up so solidly in nearly all categories, especially delivering on character arcs, themes, and lore. The delivery of information and how all these different lines connect to the reader was sensational. Rather difficult to summarize because it's so spread out tactfully. I had to make so many judgment calls of when to pull things up, push them back, lump them together, because you can't do that in a summary. I can't take the time to be subtle. I'm happy to give the full trilogy together an 8 out of 10. This was so influential and still continues to be to the fantasy genre, and for damn good reason. Vin's arc of overcoming anxiety and finding confidence herself to the point where she's taking on a god, a very flawed one, but able to actually throw hands, and it's somehow believable watching her go from this scared kid spider walking in the crew house and not willing to make eye contact to someone who will walk up to a woman at a ball and just knock her out on the table before she goes sneaking off doing espionage. It's fast, but effective. Elend actually might even be a character arc I like just as much. He is a little bit of too much like the charming charisma at times, yet it kind of feels right when he ends up using that one strength to benefit him all the more when he becomes the emperor. It feels more like the seed of a positive quality that blooms into a full-on flower. But I am so sad that on my first read through, I didn't appreciate the Sazed arc as much as I absolutely should have. This conundrum of faith being the backdrop of someone who actually does ascend to a stasis-holding permanent godhood is beautiful. And I think that, yeah, the questions at times are a little basic, things that I think everyone with faith battles with, but that simplicity and relatability in the hands of a character who's so experienced just doesn't devalue the questions to me, and instead puts them forward as something where it's like, yeah, I feel like even priests or bishops, whatever you want to call them, rabbis, all the different religious figures inevitably do have crises of faith throughout their life for various reasons, and grief, substantial grief at the end of the world. Yeah, that feels like a big enough lever to crack someone who previously was obsessed with faith. And then having that faith be the seed to just be an infinite well of knowledge so that Sazed can know what he's doing when he's remaking the world is brilliant. And because of Sazed's knowledge of religion, Sazed's able to actually adjust the climate and remake the world dead on, because he has an infinite well, not infinite, but it basically well of knowledge to pull from of how people saw the world, viewed the world, measured the world. And that's that's such a brilliant choice. And in this black and white landscape covered in gray ash, we actually managed to have some interesting portrayals of morality where characters who I think in a lesser novel would just be mustache twirling evil end up being those that you need to win over to your side to find victory, not conquer. And I actually think Yeoman was a fine prime example of that towards the end, but it's a repeated pattern throughout the trilogy as well. And there's increased tragedy when you learn more about the lore. Zane, in hindsight, despite how much he annoys me, knowing he was just a pawn of ruin from basically childhood is all the sadder. And there's so many implications about what exactly happened with Vin's crazy mom who forced an earring on her that shows you just how devious and expansive this game, for lack of a better word, between preservation and ruin is. Not only a great way to start Sanderson or modern fantasy, but a rock-solid fantasy trilogy in its own right. Damn. Oh, I had a lot of fun with this one. I think my biggest issue with Hero of Ages, though, coming through it again, was just how much, to me, Ruin at times characterization just kind of came across like a douchebag. Never comes near the aura of the Lord Ruler. Like it's a villain that is supposed to be the bigger bad, but ends up losing a lot of the kind of creepiness of the deepness, and more just becomes Ruin, your next door neighbor who apartment smells and plays music loud. And the final note that story ends on, that gleaming of a new world, is a springboard you know as a reader for especially the ideas Ellen has been putting forward throughout the whole trilogy to finally have their time. And I mean, this is going to get into politics. Sorry about that. But we've seen throughout history, even democracies in times of extreme war make calls from their leaders that can bend them to more authoritarian. And the real world's never had tens of thousands of Koloss pouring in on magical people flying in the winds, but whether or not Elend was right in his authoritarian moves, it's a fantasy book, and I think I was making mainly jokes about the optics. It all works out when you're literally having the devil come into play, right? It's inventive, it's the hero's journey, but then explodes beyond it. It's dark and gritty, while full of heart and never lacking faith in people. I enjoy all the balances that are struck here without compromise. Let me know what you thought of this summary. Please like and subscribe if you have not already. Share this video. That is the most help you could give me. And if you want to see the one I'm covering next, whoa, what's happening? Oh, there's one more. Secret story. What's this? We're going into a secret. Ellen Venture's spirit stumbled into the cognitive realm, tripping and collapsing to the ground. He groaned, and Kelsier grinned at him. Ellen blinked as Kelsier held out a hand. I always imagined death, Ellen said, letting Kelsier help him to his feet, as being greeted by everyone I've ever loved in life. I hadn't imagined that would include you. You need to pay better attention, kid, Kelsier said, looking him over. Nice uniform. Did you ask them to make you look like a cheap knockoff of the Lord Ruler, or was it more of an accident? Ellen blinked. Wow. I hate you already. Give it time, Kelsier said, slapping him on the back. For most, that eventually fades to a sense of mild exasperation. He looked at the power still coursing around them, then frowned as a figure made of glowing light scrambled across the field, its shape familiar to him. It stepped up to Vince's corpse, which had fallen to the ground. Sazed, Kelsier whispered, then touched him. He was not prepared for the rush of emotion brought on by seeing his friend in this state. Sazed was frightened, disbelieving, crushed. Ruin was dead, but the world was still ending. Sazed had thought that Vin would save them. Honestly, so had Kelsier, but it seemed there was yet another secret. It's him, Kelsier whispered. He's the hero. Ellen Venture placed a hand on Kelsier's shoulder. You need to pay better attention, he noted. Kid. He pulled Kelsier away as Sazed reached for the powers, one with each hand. Kelsier stood in awe of the way they combined. He had always seen the powers as opposite, yet as they swirled around Sazed, it seemed that they could actually belong to one another. How? He whispered. How is he connected to them both so evenly? Why not just preservation? He has changed this last year, Ellen said. Ruin is more than death and destruction. It is peace with these things. The transformation continued. But awesome though it was, Kelsier's attention was drawn by something else, a coalescing of power near him on the hilltop. It formed in the shape of a young woman who slipped easily into the cognitive realm. She didn't so much as stumble, which was both appropriate and horribly unfair. Finn glanced at Kelsier and smiled, a welcoming, warm smile, a smile of joy and acceptance, which filled him with pride. How he'd wished he'd been able to find her earlier, when Mare was still alive, when she'd needed parents. She went to Ellen first and seized him in a long embrace. Kelsier glanced at Sazed, who was expanding to become everything. Well, good for him. It was a tough job, Sazed could have it.
Ellen nodded to Kelsier, and Vin walked over. Kelsier, she said to him. Oh, Kelsier, you always did make your own rules. Hesitant, he didn't embrace her. He reached out his hand, feeling oddly reverent. Vin took it, the tips of her fingers curling into his palm. Nearby, another figure had coalesced from the power, but Kelsier ignored him. He stepped closer to Vin. What did he say? Hell, he didn't know. For once, he didn't know. She embraced him, and he found himself weeping. The daughter he'd never had, the little child of the streets. Though she was still small, she'd outgrown him, and she loved him anyway. He held his daughter close with his own broken soul. You did it, he finally whispered. What nobody else could have done. You gave yourself up. Well, she said, I had such a good example, you see. He pulled her tight and held her for a moment longer. Unfortunately, he eventually had to let go. Ruin stood up nearby, or no, it wasn't Ruin any longer. It was just the vessel. Ahti, the man who had held the power. Ahti ran his hands through his red hair, then looking about. Vax, he said, sounding confused. Excuse me, Kelsier said to Vin, then released her and trotted over to the red-haired man, whereupon he decked the man across the face, laying him out completely. Excellent, Kelsier said, shaking his hand. At his feet, the man looked at him, then closed his eyes and sighed, stretching away into eternity. Kelsier walked back to the others, passing a figure in terrace robes standing with clasped hands before him, draping sleeves covering them. Hey, Kelsier said, then looked at the sky and the glowing figure there. Aren't you? Part of me is, Sazed said. He looked to Vin and Ellen and held out his hand, one toward each of them. Thank you for this new beginning. I have healed your bodies. You can return to them if you wish. Vin looked to Ellen. To Kelsier's horror, he had begun to stretch out. He turned toward something Kelsier couldn't see, something beyond, and smiled, then stepped in that direction. I don't think it works that way, Saze, Vin said, and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you. She turned, took Ellen's hand, and began to stretch out toward that unseen distant point. Vin! Kelsier cried, grabbing her other hand, clutching it. No, Vin! You held the power. You don't have to go. I know, she said, looking back over her shoulder at him. Please, Kelsier said. Don't go. Stay with me. Kelsier, she said. You have a lot to learn about love, don't you? I know love, Vin. Everything I've done, the fall of the Empire, the power I've given up, that was all about love. She smiled. Kelsier, you're a good man and should be proud of what you've done. And you do love. I know you do, but at the same time, I don't think you understand it. She turned her gaze toward Ellen, who was vanishing, only his hand in hers still visible. Thank you, Kelsier, she whispered, looking back at him. For all you've done. Your sacrifice was amazing, but to do the things you had to do to defend the world, you had to become something that worries me. Once you taught me an important lesson about friendship, I need to return that lesson, a last gift. You need to know, you need to ask, how much of what you've done was about love, and how much was about proving something, that you hadn't been betrayed, bested, beaten. Can you answer that honestly, Kelsier? He met her eyes and saw the implicit question. How much was about us, it asked, and how much was about you? I don't know, he said to her. She squeezed his hand and smiled, that smile she'd never been able to give when he first found her. That more than anything made him proud of her. Thank you, she whispered again, and she let go of his hand and followed Ellen into the beyond.